So, and it's the last opportunity. If you miss this bus stop, there's no bus coming after this, and you have to qualify if you have dreams of becoming a world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Saj, I mean, besides the 3 players qualifying, we have a prize pool of $2 million.
Oof, that's a lot of money. But quick question, will the world champion contender be decided in this event, or do you think it has already been decided with the previous 5 players who were selected for the candidates?
So yeah, that's a great question, because the candidates, as you mentioned, Sahil, the pathway to becoming the world champion, and I think we're going to have the ceremonial moves very, very soon on this board. We'll discuss. I can see our national coach Abhijit Kunte there in the background. He was the coach for the Indian women Olympic gold medal winning team.
Where you won, Tanya.
Yes, sir.
By the way, for those who don't know, Tanya is part of the Olympiad gold medal winning team in Budapest, and she's also won a lot of medals for India. Arjuna awardee, international masters. So nice to have you with us, Tanya.
That's very sweet. Thank you so much. And couldn't have been anywhere else but here in Goa. And if anyone from Goa is watching, you guys have to come here. We've got our live audience here with us. The tournament's happening. The best in the world are fighting. We'll have the first moves really soon. Coming back to your question about the challenger for the World Championship match in 2026. Now, 8 players in the candidates, 5 have been selected. The final 3 spots go to the top 3 finishers here in Goa at the FIDE World Cup. So, apart from the $2 million prize fund that you mentioned, huge amount of money. Some of it might get blown up in Goa. After all, that's where we are. But it's really about finishing in top 3 for some of these big names. Arjun looking for that spot. Hans Niemann looking for that spot. You got Wesley in the fight. Vincent Keimer, a player who's been so in form. And let's not forget, the 2 times World Championship challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi, still to book his ticket as well.
Absolutely, and he is world number 4, yeah, Vincent Keimer. Now, he's the highest rated player to go into this event, and I would say for me, he is one of the favorites just because of the form that he's been in. I mean, and in the Grand Swiss as well. It was such a heartbreak in the last round. Second last round, it came down to where he had a completely winning position and he messed up against Bluebaum. And I think he'll be looking to make his mark here.
Yeah, I think we saw him in Chennai. He won the event with a round to spare, if I'm not mistaken. By the way, on the board, we have Jeffrey Zhang from United States of America playing with the white pieces. And I think he's probably one of the top seeds because, as we said, the top 50 seeds are not playing, which is why we might see the inaugural move played on this board of Jeffrey. He's playing here with the white pieces. Surely a favorite, but these young players, they're so good, and we might not have heard of them, but within a span of just 1 year, they can go from like 2,400 to having a strength of 2,600.
It's amazing. I mean, to your point, 2023 FIDE World Cup. Just to talk about the prestige of the event, it was where Magnus finished his trophy cabinet by getting that one missing trophy. It was Pragg who actually started as the 31st seed, but what a run he had, taking down Hikaru, taking down Fabi, going into the finals against Magnus, went into the candidates, and here he will be one of the top guys. So just over a span of the last 2 years, what a jump Pragg has made. And we've got Divya back on the screen, getting ready to lock into zone into that big game coming up. Sahil.
Tanya, I have a question for you. What's going through the minds of the chess players as they, sit for round 1?
Yeah, I think all of us have been in this situation, right? When you're playing at these high-stake tournaments, it's always the anxious moments at the very start, and it's so key to kind of get your levels normal. You want to just focus at the job at hand, to block out the noise, and everyone has their own way of doing it. These are always those first few tense moments. You're trying to remember your preparation, calm yourself down. At least that's what always was my approach, Harshit.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen a lot of top players meditate before the game. They close their eyes. They just want to make sure that they get rid of all of the thoughts. I think that's what Divya is trying to do here. By the way, Kurkulos, her opponent, just came and took his seat there. What's your prediction for this match? Divya versus Tamatis.
Oof.
Let's put you guys on the spot. Sahej.
I'm
And
gonna
Sahil.
I'm gonna So Kurkulos, yeah, then.
Are you sure you're going with Kurkulos?
Well, I get the GM title, I'm pretty happy, but I'm going to go with Divya on this one for sure.
Okay.
I'm saying 1.5 half.
For? You have to say for who?
We'll find out. We'll find out for who it is, but there's definitely going to be a draw.
So you think this match gets decided in classical is what you're saying? It doesn't go to tiebreaks?
Yes. 1.5 half.
No, you
I mean, Sagar, who do you think?
I think Divya will win. I don't know if it will finish in the classical segment, but I think she'll win. And you?
No, I'm also wondering where it goes. I think for me, I would love to see Divya take this go into match 2. On paper, she is a slight underdog in this match, but Divya doesn't care about that stuff.
Yeah.
Divya doesn't care about what's on paper. She has this monster mentality when she's highly motivated. She said it in the opening ceremony yesterday as well. Ki yaar ye India mein ho raha hai, there is this extra motivation to do well, to give it your all. That's what I'm expecting. I predict 1e4, and I think Divya takes this match.
1e4 is my prediction. Sahaj and Harshit.
I think e4 for sure. I mean, I think Divya has been playing 1e4 for a long time, and she'll probably stick to what she knows best. I think she will go for 1e4.
London system. We want London system on.
Here in Goa,
Let's
why
go.
the London system?
What's the Goan?
We just I just want there to be a World Cup where the most amount of London system is played. It will be historic.
Yeah.
I can get in that boat. I would love that as well.
Question, if there was a Goan system, what would the first move for that be?
We actually asked all the top players this question.
Oh,
and
really?
Benny said like D3, somebody said G3. Only Adiban said a London system, so he's with us.
So I will say
Handshakes, by the way,
Let's go,
guys.
let's
We're
go.
off in Goa.
I think it's going to be king pawn to e4.
Basically what I said.
No!
Ooh,
D4,
D4.
D4.
and we are about to see the London system. Let's go. Let's go.
It might happen. Oh,
D4,
C4.
knight f6, c4 play.
So London to nahi hone wala hai.
It's okay. We are almost there.
Yeah, halfway.
Halfway there. Halfway there.
But this is a great switch up, right? Because clearly, for Corculus, he would have prepared against 1e4. That's the one that he lost to Divya. And that was actually a beautiful queen sacrifice that Divya played out, had an advantage in the opening. And then she is the first one to spring an early surprise. Also, Divya does employ the queen's pawn opening, but not as often as she plays e4.
Yeah, and the element of surprise has a very big value in these kind of knockout matches, because I'm sure Kurkulos was preparing for something like e4. Divya comes and plays d4 because I'm sure she has some small idea prepared that she's found here. She goes for e3. By the way, this opening is known as Nimzo Indian defense that Black has played. Divya going for e3, something solid.
Yeah, the general idea here being that white wants to develop the bishop to d3. The knight, you keep it on g1 for a little bit. It can go to e2, it can go to f3. They both have different ideas. You can also play a3 here, Harshad, which can also really be, the position can become
And
super.
she plays it.
Let's go.
Said, why have you been helping her?
Oh, I think she has better people to help her. But yes, she goes for a3. So the Samish variation, yeah, by transposition, I believe, if Black takes on c3 here.
Yeah, I think Black needs to take on c3, because if we go back with the bishop now, White will have a good center. But Divya has definitely managed to surprise Kurkulos as he's thinking now.
And it's a very direct move, because now you have to take this decision. Do you give up the bishop pair for the rest of the game, or will you just accept and come back? I think the most topical standard way for Black here to react, Sahaj, is to grab that knight on c3 in a way that at least White's pawn structure gets spoiled.
Absolutely. So bishop takes c3 is what we were expecting, but he is still thinking. Makes me think that maybe he's considering bishop e7. I don't know, because technically you're supposed to play e4 there, but you already wasted a move by playing e3.
And he takes.
He takes.
Knight,
c3.
le liya.
I mean, if you think about it, if you go bishop to b4, it kind of makes sense to take the knight on c3. Why will you go to b4 and then come back to help White develop his piece? So that's why he takes the knight on c3. Divya, of course, took back with the pawn. And now you can see already an imbalance in the position. White has two bishops, which is obviously good, but she has this doubled pawn on c4 and c3, which is what Black is claiming as compensation.
Also a lot of imbalance in their body language. I don't know if you noticed, but Divya just leaned back, looking quite relaxed that she's got her opening preparation. She's clearly the one who kind of gave in that first surprise. And Corculus has to navigate through that. For Black, one of the ideas in this position, and I know, Saj, you and I have faced this line so many times with the Black pieces. You want to bring your knight to d7 at the right time, also move that e-pawn towards the center, trying to challenge it with e5. often the light squared bishop can be fianchettoed on the b7 square.
Yeah, and another plan can also be you want to play c5 and just target the c4 pawn as quickly as you can, because nothing is stopping white from having this center by going bishop d3, e4, f4 and all of these moves, and very soon there can be an attack. But I think black has to decide whether he goes for e5 or c5. Both look pretty promising to me. And by the way, Tanya, we did play a match in this some time ago, but I was preparing for knight c3 against you in that match, just so you know. You went with knight f3, but I was preparing for knight c3, so just a memory from a long time ago.
I'm very glad the camera is not on us, because I'm struggling to remember what happened at the end.
We drew.
Okay. Okay, then I'm glad you brought up the story.
That's why I brought it up.
I have a question. I think, Harshit, you mentioned this is an imbalance on the board. So do you think we're going to have a result here?
I think it's too early to say, obviously, but the structure that we have now definitely hints that we are going to see some sort of a big fight here, because knight to e2, definitely a slightly unorthodox move, because we generally expect the knight to go to f3. That's where the knight usually develops. But now the knight is going from e2 to g3 to potentially support the push of this pawn from e3 to e4, which would obviously give white this huge center.
और वो वहीं पे नहीं रुकने वाला ना, because the f pawn also goes forward f4. So Divya, who is actually quite an attacking player by style and intuitively, I think she wants to set up this kingside pawn storm as quickly as possible. One thing, like you said, too early to call any result on this game, but this sort of an imbalanced opening promises an exciting middle game.
Absolutely. Black going for that pawn on c4, white going for the attack. It's going to be a fun game. I think we can safely say that a result can happen in this match.
Ajay, Sahaj, I noticed that the three of you have got your dark glasses on the table here. All three of you have it. Like, is there a specific moment you plan to put it on? What's up with that? I wish somebody could see what's going on this table right now.
I think we're waiting for a brilliancy to happen.
First brilliancy, they're back on.
You need to shake yourself. It's too good to look at.
It's too good.
By the way, after c5, do you think white will ever push Harry the h pawn down the board, h4, h5, just try to create an attack on the king side, or it's too much?
You mean Harshit the h pawn?
By the way, in terms of stats, white seems to have a pretty good record from this position, at least on chess.com. We have 17 games and a 59% win rate for white. 29% games ended in a draw, and only 12% were a win for black. So that means Divya's preparation so far has been on point.
But why is she thinking now, though? Because d6 and c5 were pretty natural moves, I would say. And maybe she was expecting e5 instead of c5, Harshit? Or what do you think? Why is she thinking now?
I think move order. I mean, you know, in these openings, the move order plays such an important role, because you don't want to play quickly and mess up the move order. She's taking her time to make sure she plays the best opening. By the way, the engine gives a very, very small advantage to black, but this is where the element of practicality comes into preparation, because I'm sure she and her coach or her second sat down together, prepared this and understood that even in the engine says that black is slightly better, practically it might be easier to play with white, which is why she chose this opening.
And one of the ways to explain that is that, well, engines can play perfectly and take advantage of those two doubled pawns on the C line. But then that human element that you're talking about comes in, where for white, the compensation of a destroyed pawn structure lies in activity on the king side. How are you going to handle that? And will you be accurate enough, precise enough? Never easy when there's a heartbeat involved on the board.
Absolutely. And I think it all comes down to who's going to be more accurate, I think, in the next 5 moves. That's what's going to decide, I think, the fate of this game. So let's see. I mean, right now, Divya is thinking, which makes me slightly worried for her, because if you don't play accurately here, then things can really take a wrong turn here for Divya, but let's hope that doesn't happen. But one thing is for sure, she's going to lose that pawn on c4. She's going to have she already has a double bishop advantage. But let's see what she goes for. It is a bit surprising to me that she's thinking this early on, though.
And it comes down to those two central plans we were talking about, right? Whether she was prepared for an early c5 or some other ideas. Because this is so committal as white, the line that Divya has chosen. After doubling those pawns on c-file, creating that weakness, you suddenly can't have a strategic approach in the position. You have to look for ways for activity on the other side.
I mean, if you look at Divya's eyes, it's clear she's trying to remember something and not think over the board right now.
Also, it's looking towards the king side.
Exactly. Also, I think like from her body language, she's definitely trying to remember her preparation more than she's trying to think over the board right now. So I'm sure she has looked at this. She's just trying to remember what she had checked. And if she's unable to remember it, then she'll go back in that thinking pose and be like, okay, I don't know what my preparation is. Let's freestyle and try to find the best move.
No, I think there are two sort of moves in this position. There's d5 and then there is knight g3, right? If you play d5, then the black knight on b8 remains on b8. You cannot play knight c6 there. So that means the knight cannot come to c6, the knight cannot go to a5 where it sort of targets the c4 pawn. However, if you don't play d5, then black can play knight c6. So maybe what she's thinking is, should I play d5 and remove that knight, that possibility of giving up that pawn on c4, or should I play d5? Yeah, basically that's probably what she's thinking about here. Because d5 is also a committal move, right?
It's a very good point. I mean, because if you play d5, it also does allow black to play this move pawn to e5, and then the bishop on c8 opens up. So there is obviously a trade-off that you get there. You get your central advance of the pawn, but you allow the black bishop to open up. I predict knight g3.
Yeah.
I think it's more flexible. I think Divya will go for knight g3.
It really feels like the move you want to make, right? You also keep the center, as you said, options open, but you're also eyeing that h4 idea, or maybe just bishop to e2, develop your bishop, finish castle, then look at perhaps pushing the f pawn in the middle game. D5, but the more she thinks, perhaps that's what's going on in her head. I mean, she hasn't, if you're very well prepared, is this where we start questioning that? Is this the moment, or do you think still in safe opening preparation territory?
It's the nerves. I think maybe it's also about calming her nerves, right? Because she might remember some stuff. She's going, okay, I don't need to play quickly. One mistake and you're out of the World Cup itself. Let me calm myself down. Maybe I want to go deep into my calculation. What options does my opponent have? She's trying to remember everything until she's 100% convinced she's not going to play.
Also, by the way, if you are in and around Goa, you can come and see the players playing live. There is a spectator zone inside the playing hall, so you can come to Goa and buy tickets on bookmyshow.com to come and see the players playing live. I do see some spectators walking behind the rope there.
And guys, while Divya is having a think, we've narrowed it down to closing the center with d5 or continuing with development. Should we check out some of the other games, some of the other action? Because some of the world's best players are here in Goa. Yes, day one, but we still have top grandmasters fighting it out. Sahil, where are you taking us?
I looked at SL's game, and apparently the G pawn has vanished off the board. Can someone explain? Is it like, maybe it also has a buy today? What just happened?
That's insane. And the H pawn is missing for white.
Yeah. How did this happen?
This definitely happened as a trade on g4 is my prediction. Somewhere black went g5, g4, and those pawns got off the board.
Yeah.
So playing with the black pieces is Swane Rasmus, a German grandmaster, very, very strong. He comes from a family of chess players. I think Friederike Swane is also one of the top grandmasters, also playing in this tournament. Here, Swane playing with the black pieces goes for the crazy move. Can you show it?
Yeah.
G5.
Wow.
Pawn to G5. How can we explain this move? The point is that if you take knight takes G5 instead of bishop C2, rook to G8 could have been a concept at some point, hitting the pawn on G2, which would be hanging if the knight moves. What a brilliant idea played by Swane in the opening.
Yeah, I think there might be. I think that's the game of SL, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That game.
Yeah, SL, yes.
I think that's the game.
I think we're getting it updated. I think we're getting the names updated on our screen. But regardless, crazy position.
Yeah.
After this G4, what happened?
And this is prep. This is prep. You really want to avoid grabbing that pawn. Even if you think it's correct, your mind will tell you, okay, let's not do this. It's only 2 games. Let me play it safe.
And I've worked with SL Narayan in the past. He's a good friend of mine. He loves these dynamic positions. He loves to create imbalance on the board. And by playing G5, G4, he's saying, yes, I'm playing with the black pieces. And I know that it's a 2-game match. But if I win with the black pieces, the match is essentially over. Because then he just needs to make a draw with the white pieces.
And he is a huge favorite on paper, more than 200 points rating gap. And you really want to capitalize on that. You don't want to let go of chances just based on the color. And he's created this massive imbalance already. What are the chances, Harshit, that we might see black's king, castle, queenside very soon?
To be honest, I think that the Black King is going to stay there.
In the center?
He's going to stay there in the center because it gives Black so much flexibility. The Black Rook from A8 can go to C8 and potentially put pressure on the Bishop on C2. The Black Rook on H8 will come to G8, and suddenly the rooks on the edges of the board have found open files from themselves to do a lot of damage on White.
So, the question is not कि SL का king कहाँ जाएगा, the
White
white
का
king.
कहाँ जाएगा?
And you know, sometimes जब कोई नया idea लाते हो, तो if your opponent deviates a bit, you can get confused. And Queen B6 after a 2-minute think apparently was not the best move played.
But it still looks like very much he's in prep phase. And I mean, right now, the best move for White is D takes C5. And honestly, if I was playing as White here, that move would not occur to me. I would not play that. It's not a natural move to me. I would play D5 or something like that, just trying to keep my superiority in the center. And maybe that's what he's banking on.
I would also think twice before playing D5 because that does allow Black to double down on that knight on F3, right? D5, the knight jumps to the center of the board, and you need to have a response to that.
Exactly, because the knight on F3, we can show that after pawn to D5, the Black knight will jump into E5, and you cannot capture that knight on E5 because the queen on D1 is going to be on pre there. By the way, after Queen B6 Serge, I really liked your point that White is not wanting to take the pawn on C5 because in the opening stage of the game, what we have been told is the person who has good center is usually better. Here, it seems like with the pawns on C3, D4, E4, White has a very good center, and you don't want to break that central control by taking the pawn on C5. And I think this is what SL is banking on.
Exactly, and on top of that, we are also taught that if there is tension on the board, you shouldn't be the first one to resolve it ever. And D takes E5, the D4 pawn is the tension. You are breaking two rules of chess, right? First, you're giving up your central superiority. Second, you're breaking the tension yourself. That doesn't feel natural to me.
And that's a great point because Queen B6 comes with a threat. Let's not forget, Black is actually threatening to take the D4 pawn. It's hanging right now.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why, like you said, the top move is to resolve it with pawn takes pawn. It's not a human move to make, but it's what the engine suggests, or your other suggestion of pushing the D5 pawn. Because otherwise, how are you defending it? Bishop E3, Queen takes pawn, alright. You don't have the option to defend that pawn.
I think the idea is once you take on C5 and Black takes back, you can play Knight A3. A move even Magnus tried recently, I think, on the first move. So I think the idea is quite unique.
Wow, Sahil, wow. You just had to remind me on the first day itself. Wow, wow.
Well done, Sahil, well done.
But still, I think it's definitely difficult, and White is right now calculating all the
Okay,
possibilities.
but we got to tell everyone what this is about.
Yeah, I have no idea.
You don't know? So, Title Tuesday it was, Sahaj? Oh, you don't want to talk
I
about
think
it.
I need to wear my
forgot
sunglasses
about it.
again, or just...
Yeah, I think this is the moment you put on your glasses. So, Title Tuesday, Sahaj goes on to play, and the first round, he's matched up against Magnus. When Magnus plays Knight to A3.
Oh, on the first move.
On the first move, because apparently on take, they were showing that this was the chat move that Magnus had to make that day. He had to play Knight A3 and he decided to do it against Sahaj.
You see, I would believe that if it happened only once. This has not happened just once with Magnus. He has played Knight A3 against me twice. And I have lost both of those games.
But you know,
I
no
feel
shame, no
it's
shame in losing
somewhere,
Magnus.
this is a bit intentional. I don't know, somewhere, when he played Knight A3, I was thinking to myself, not again. Come on, I just came to play. And yeah.
But it's, I mean, honestly, I think in the bigger picture, it's still awesome to have a fight. I was actually following that game, and I think you really put up a fight till a certain point.
Yeah, until move 6.
And
Then it was all downhill from there. So thanks, Magnus.
So after Queen B6,
So yeah, let's discuss the game. Queen B6, great move.
Also, guys, by the way, there are 24 Indians playing in this FIDE World Cup, right? 8 out of those 24 have got a first round bye and come into the arena from round 2. So you've got 16 players here. We've checked out Divya, we've checked out SL, both fiery games actually to start with. But I want to also point out that we've got other players fighting it out for whom this is such a massive opportunity, Harshad, and such a big platform to play, to have this chance to play in this prestigious event.
I mean, you're actually just 8 rounds away from getting to the finals.
And to the candidates.
And to the candidates. It's not just the 2 players playing in the finals, but also the person who gets the 3rd spot who qualifies for the candidates. As you said, 24 players playing amongst Indians, and we just need 3 of them to make it to the finals, and they're going to potentially be challenging Gukesh.
Yeah, and also let's point out, the big three are missing from Goa. There's no Magnus, no Hikaru, no Fabi, which means that the field is wide open. This could be truly anyone's World Cup.
And also, when the field is wide open, you usually get a player we don't expect. We saw Abbasov qualify last time. We also saw Matthews Bluebaum do it in the Grand Swiss. So it's an opportunity, as you said, Tanya, for anybody to actually stake a claim to that candidate spot.
But then now that you mentioned it, I think the knockout format of the World Cup is so special, and I think this is the reason why every top chess player loves playing here. I mean, Anish Giri has already qualified. Gukesh doesn't even need to play here, but they're all here. Pragg as well. He's already in the candidates. But they love playing the FIDE World Cup just simply because what an exciting event it is. It's the only top-level, over-the-board knockout event that we have. What's at stake is super high. And because of this knockout element, jahan pe one mistake, one bad day, and a top favorite gets out, it just is the reason why you have players like Abbasov make a deep run, find themselves in candidates. You always have these Cinderella stories in these tournaments. We had Fedosiev in 2021 who made it to the semi-finals. He was a mid-seed. And I think that is the real element, the real storyline in a tournament like FIDE World Cup. Are these unexpected winners?
I mean, I think there's so much pressure playing in the World Cup, and as players, we love that pressure. Yes, it's very difficult in the moment, but we want this pressure during the game to be able to perform, because when you have a lot of pressure, usually we get these surprises, because top players are more prone to making mistakes when they are under a lot of pressure.
And also, let's not forget, those youngsters are now absolutely ready to take down the top players. Yeah, we saw Gukesh lose to a couple of youngsters in the Grand Swiss, so they're absolutely ready. For example, we saw, I think Gukesh also lost to a couple of them in the Grand Swiss, in fact. So they are ready, they want to qualify to the candidates, they are motivated. And for example, it is Gurel, a very, very strong youngster.
I think we should check him out.
Yeah, let's check his game.
He's been so exciting to watch Sahaj over this last year.
I'm just happy that knight a3 is off the board. I saw that arrow was there for like the last 10 minutes and it was... But yes, by the way, Edis Gurel, there's a good chance if he qualifies to round 2 and round 3, he will play Gukesh in round 3, I believe. So,
and these two have a bit of history between them.
Yep, a very recent history, I would say.
They met at the Grand Swiss.
They met at the Grand Swiss, where Edis, the young talent from Turkey, was playing with the white pieces against Gukesh. It was a very tense game, but actually it was Edis who came out on top. Gukesh was having a tough event there, but Edis Gurel does have a better score against Gukesh recently, and I'm sure if they meet in round 3, Gukesh is not going to forget that. We all know how Gukesh likes to take revenge, and I'm sure he's awaiting that exciting match.
Absolutely.
But this game, who is he playing?
He's playing against Igor Efimov, a grandmaster from Poland. And the interesting thing is that whenever white goes for a setup like this, it is usually black who is thinking. Because white is doing all of these funky things with knight f3, e3, and delaying d4 for as long as you can. But if you look at the time, it is Efimov who has about 15 minutes less, which is a bit strange to me. So where exactly did his prep go wrong?
I would say it's just a youngster playing very quickly, Sahaj. When your opponent plays very quickly, you feel the pressure. And now b3 played, by the way, on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Efimov is trying to play something which Edis does not know, because the youngsters are very well prepared, and that's why he goes for this move b3. And I think what white wants to do is to go bishop b2, bishop e2, short castle, and just play very solid.
Yep.
I mean, at some point you're going to throw d4, right? Or are you going to go queen c2 and g4? I mean, we've all fallen victim to that setup at least once in our lives. Come on, let's be honest, guys. I mean, it is still possible.
And unfortunately, we don't have cameras, I think, on this board. But yeah, let's remind everyone, it's Igor Efimov playing with the white pieces. And he's a grandmaster. He's 65 years old. He's playing against the Turkish super prodigy here, playing with the black pieces, the 16-year-old Edis Gurel, who's been so much in news. Huge favorite in this match. Almost a 300-point rating advantage to Edis in this one. And I think he wants to maximize his chances with the black pieces as well. This kind of an opening just signals, I want a game. This is going to be a long fight.
Yeah, I mean, if black gets bishop d6, e5, e4, I mean, I'm a bit biased because I play this with black.
I want a quick game.
I think black is definitely very happy if he gets e5, e4 and gets to put his knight from d7 to e5. Exactly, and launch an attack.
Wow. You know, I would not be comfortable in this setup as black until white castles. Because that g4 it's just hanging. And I have lost to, I think it was Grandelius Nils in the World Junior Championship, very similar setup. And he was playing bishop b2, I played bishop d6 and some normal moves. And he just played very innocent looking queen c2. And I went castle, okay, this guy's just gonna castle himself. But then he threw g4 and I was completely busted there already.
And I think we should just inform everyone that we are fixing the board names, the clock times. We will have all of that up on our screen very, very soon. I believe you've got cameras on the top 12 boards here, Sahil.
Yeah, and you know what? We do have cameras for Divya, so we can do a quick check on
Let's go
Divya's
back.
game. Because she did play knight g3 after a 15.5-minute thing. So that's a deep one. And now knight c6 quickly played in 50 seconds by her opponent, and Divya is now again thinking.
And there we go. We have the names and we have the clock as well.
And we have the players.
And we have the players.
Most importantly.
Knight g3, but it is Kurkolos who has been playing very quickly, played knight c6, and Divya has thought for more than 15 minutes now.
It really makes me feel that this black's counter plan of c5, knight c6 was perhaps not the major opening preparation that Divya had in mind.
And I have a question. So, Sahaj and Harshit, so how does White come up with a plan here? Because we have a lot of imbalances. So if Divya is thinking, what's her thought process right now?
For me, what comes to my mind is to play bishop d3, castles, and f4. Like, I would really love to get this plan in to try and, you know, get a very strong center and potentially even get these 4 pawns on the 4th rank with c4, d4, e4, and f4.
Maybe Sahaj has a comment on the f4 move.
Yes. You know, we have this running joke that the f pawn is the golden pawn and you should not try to touch it as much as, you know, as little as you can. But I think in this case, it makes a lot of sense because you're doing it for dynamic purposes, because you want to create an attack. I think f4 is an inevitable move in a position like this, because if you keep the pawn on f2, then black is just going to, you know, circle down on that c4 pawn and very soon just, you know, just capture it because you just don't have enough defenders. So bishop d3, f4. The only thing I think that I would do differently from you, Harshit, is that I would not castle. I would just remain, keep the king on e1 and just try to go f4, rook a2, rook f2. Just save that extra move and just try to attack as quickly as possible.
I love that idea. Tanya, what do you think? Bishop d3, rook a2. Do you like what Sahaj is cooking?
It's a very cool way, the rook left, to actually get that into the game and then try to push pawns. But the more Divya thinks in this position, I mean, there's already a big gap on the clock. I think you're also looking at other moves, right? Firstly, where do you want to place your bishop? Is it going to come to e2 or to d3? That's the first question. Do you want to push that h-pawn or do you want to block the center? We can safely say that she's out of opening preparation because you don't spend this much amount of time if you're just recollecting things. So she has some decisions to make. Meanwhile, for Karthik, I think he wants to go b6, bishop a6, knight a5. You know, there's one plan that black usually has in these positions, which is to target that c4 pawn. You want to get to that pawn as quickly as possible. So developing that bishop to a6, getting that knight to a5, and white has to be quick enough to counter these ideas.
I mean, you can argue that you can play bishop d3 and queen e2 and okay, 2 pieces are defending c4, but black has this hidden resource that you can put your rook on c8 and capture the pawn on d4 and you have another major piece targeting the c4 pawn. So that can be quite dangerous and you just don't have enough pieces on the queen side here. So Divya would have to attack as fast as she can, but looking at her time, I feel like something has gone wrong. I'm not sure what it is though.
I think trust the process. I think she's still trying to remember
What's
she
the
prepared.
process?
I mean, she's trying
lay the process out for us.
She's trying to go back in her memory and try to recall what she prepared here. I think that's the process here, and she understands what to do. Maybe she has a couple of plans prepared. Does she really want to play rook a2? That's apparently one of the main moves here.
Oh wow!
And does she want to play bishop e2, bishop d3? As you mentioned, Tanya, all moves possible. So 3 potential ideas. Even e4 has been tried in this position. So maybe she's trying to recall her prep.
But you know, Sahil, I feel that when you try to remember things and you don't remember it clearly during a match, it can be a very dangerous thing because you can misremember things. You can think, oh, in this position I was supposed to play this, but it can be a completely wrong idea, like altogether. So the fact that she's thinking so much in the previous move, she spent 15 minutes, and let's remind everyone it's 90 plus 30, and there is a 30 minutes extra after move 40.
Yes.
So she doesn't have a lot of time, you know, as she did in Grand Swiss. In Grand Swiss, it was a completely different time format. So here, I'm not sure if it is good for her.
I mean, Divya is a fighter. I mean, I saw her in Prague where she was playing against like these grandmasters. She had such a difficult event. And then I asked her, Divya, like, I used like, how are you dealing with this psychologically? She said, no, I'm just so happy that I can play these strong players because like, this is what I want to do. I want to play against strong players so I can improve and one day become as strong as them so that I can beat them. And I think Divya is definitely going to take this as a challenge to come up with an interesting fighting idea because right now it feels like Stamatis is very comfortable.
I'm really glad you brought up that tournament because that was truly one of the events where it showed that mindset that Divya has, the champion's mindset, where she doesn't get bogged down by the score. She takes everything as a big learning thing and fights back right on the next round. I mean, that's exactly the tournament where in the last round, she defeated the opponent she's playing today. After a tough tournament, she defeated a grandmaster much higher rated than her. And we've seen what a comeback she had during the year after a few shaky tournaments, winning the World Cup. And the way she did it, so impressive. Her performance at the Grand Swiss, coming here, fighting it out in the open section, I think a true trailblazer.
No, for sure.
She was beating Gukesh. In that, let's just remind her, there was one moment where it was a -3 position, something like that. And I mean, that's super impressive. She also took down Dr. Amin Bassam as well.
I don't think anyone wants to play Divya.
Yeah.
I think in your mind, you are okay playing maybe even somebody who, let's say, is 100 points higher rated than Divya because psychologically, it's just not an easy situation to be knowing that you're up against somebody who is so hungry to fight for a win every single game.
But let's not take anything away from Kurkulos. He is qualified to the World Cup. Only a few players in the whole world of chess have qualified to this tournament. He's playing with the black pieces. He's actually higher rated. So even though Divya is having a great run, she's in a very hot form right now. I think Kurkulos is telling himself, I am a stronger, my rating is higher. I have more experience than her playing chess for a longer period of time. And I'm sure he's going to try and win this match. Especially if he wins this game with the black pieces. Kurkulos becomes a big favorite to win this.
He is the third highest rated player from Greece currently.
Wow.
Has had a couple of good runs himself. He is on paper the higher rated in this tournament. And well, opening so far, it looks like he's the one who's better prepared despite facing the surprise, or at least more familiar Sahaj with the position.
He has more time on the clock than he started off with. So,
Yeah.
I mean, despite being surprised on the first move itself, so I think he has handled it really well. And if he knows this setup, then I think the next few moves are just pretty straightforward. B6, bishop a6, knight a5, take the pawn on c4, and you're good.
Bhai, talking about straightforward moves, Essel's opponent has played a so straightforward move, and that is d takes c5. I wonder what white will play on the next move, like if we had to take a guess.
Could it be a move that you might have faced, against the world number one, recently, on maybe the move number one?
Oh, please don't do it. Please don't do it. Can we just move to another game? Is knight h3 the move here, really?
Yes, that is.
Wow. No, he's going to go knight b2. I'm telling you. Rojas is a...
But the problem with knight d2 could be that you just, you're demotivated by that rook coming to the d file, pinning that knight. So
Yeah, but I'm also demotivated after seeing knight a3, so...
By the way, that's a very good point, Tanya. That after knight bd2, black can castle long, and suddenly the rook on d8 puts pressure down the d line. I think that's why it's very important that you place your knight on a3, heading to c4, which hits the black queen.
No,
on b6.
knight d2, central.
not allowing the black king to the queen side. Because yes, you can go rook d8, but in the other line, you also do it with a double purpose, right? You also get your king to safety.
Absolutely.
So knight a3, Sahaj's favorite move. Will we see it on the board?
Please no.
Okay, what about if he plays knight a3 for the next 5 minutes? You have to,
I'm gonna wear these sunglasses
Yes.
because I think I need some place to hide for
just in
sure.
shade.
There's too much shade.
Before, when we're throwing shade at you for that move.
By the way, chat has a question. Why don't we see Gukesh in action today?
Great question.
Yep, and chat, I think many of the players have a bye in round one, so the top players, the top seeds have a bye for round one. You will see them in the next round playing against the winners of this round.
And they're going to be playing on November 4th. That's when we're going to have the second round. Because on November 3rd, all the players who have made a tie in the classical segment with a score of 1-1 will play the tie breaks on November 3rd and then the round 2. will start on the 4th of November.
So top 50 seeds of the tournament will start from round 2, as you mentioned. And it's also very interesting that in this tournament, though according to FIDE ratings, it's Vincent Keimer who's the highest rated player. It's insane. It's nuts, absolutely the kind of year that Vincent has had, right? He's gone to world number 4 currently. Anish being world number 5. Crazy things going on in the standings. But Sahil, still, Gukesh is the top seed in this tournament. And the reason for that is, as world champion, you get top seed.
And he was Gukesh's second. Let's not forget that.
Yes.
That's a very interesting dynamic. So your second is now higher rated than you. So it's going to be, if he qualifies, he already understands how Gukesh prepares for the world championship.
We have a big update, by the way, a big update from the playing hall because Swane Frederique has gotten a full point because his opponent could not make it to Goa, which means Frederique Swane is going to move on to round number 2 because he has he has gotten a bye against Orlando Husbands.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're not sure if it means that he's qualified. Maybe he shows up for round 2, but it's but it is official. Yeah, we can see it. His opponent has not shown up, so that's officially the first win from the World Cup.
Another husband to not show up today is Sagar Shah. But he will be joining us. Sagar and Amrita are on their way back from covering the Clutch Championship, and they'll be with us from tomorrow, I believe.
From tomorrow, yes. But yeah, it's unfortunate, obviously, for Orlando, who qualified for the World Cup but could not make it to Goa, which means Frederique Swane is going to have a few more rest days heading into the second round.
Absolutely, that's 3 rest days. That's going to be amazing. And yeah, if we can just show anything besides that knight a3 on the arrow, it would be amazing. Every time I look at the screen.
I love how he's also highlighted that square there, marked an arrow on it, just in case you missed it the first time around.
You know, actually, Sahil made a video on this as well. It's just that it is insane. Wow.
I mean, it's always fun to, I mean, you never see 90. It's unique. You have to appreciate it.
Except twice against Elva Magnus.
Yeah.
Now I've prepared this knight a3.
Have you actually sat down and prepared an
Oh, yes, of course.
What's your first?
I don't want to lose 3. That's a hat trick. I can't lose 3 times on the same opening. No, that's not possible. No, the best move is e5. See, when I lost the first time, I played d5 on move 2. But then I learned that e5 was good. It was better. So I played e5 and I got into a winning position. But then I lost after that. So now I need to do some deeper analysis. Yeah,
okay. Looking
it's the
forward
analysis.
to that one. What is happening on the SL board? Because that's the one. Oh, we don't want to go to. Sorry about that.
By the way, one more important game is the Pranav game here. He's playing somebody who's, let's say, 400 points lower rated. He has the white pieces, so he would love to get this win under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, but Pranav is definitely an underdog in this event. He's a dark horse because his rating does not do justice to how dangerous he can be. He's around 26-30, but I do think that he's someone who can make a deep run in this event. And actually, if I had to pick someone to make a deep run amongst the Indians, I definitely will choose Pranav as someone who can do it.
He's also had a lot of experience playing the top guys in recent times, especially in online chess. And I think we can see with his over-the-board performance what a long way that's gone in giving him the confidence to face the best. So I think it would be awesome to see him do that long tournament here at World Cup. I think it was Vishy's interview that I found so interesting, and I think he gives such a great perspective on this tournament that the World Cup cannot be looked as one single tournament. It's sort of multiple mini-match tournaments. Every time you win one, you reset yourself. You need to reset yourself. You only have 2 classical games. One mistake, one missed opportunity, one bad day, and you're going home. So every bits of the World Cup, every single match is a mini tournament for each of these players.
I love that perspective because I didn't think it like that.
Yeah.
I always thought of World Cup as being one of the longest events, but you can actually
Exactly.
break it down and think of it as a few small events.
I think it's the longest for all of us. Yeah. We'll be here, chat, in Goa for the next 1 month.
I'm just happy that Pranav's knight is on c3.
By the way, there seems to be some error. I think somebody said one game is over, but I think that's not the game.
Oh.
It must be a DCT typical error that we
No,
see.
so it's very easy. If we go back, it was queen takes d1,
And rook takes queen.
Yeah,
rook
something
takes
like
d1,
this.
and I think this is the position that we
Yeah.
have. Raja Ritwik, another player who has qualified to the World Cup from India, he's playing against Kazibek, and the ratings are actually very, very close. 25-43 for Kazibek, 25-41 for Raja. I think this is one of the most level-headed matches that we have in round 1.
And Kazibek Nogibek also reminds me that Nodibek Abdusatro will be joining from round 2 as well, and he's also one of the very big favorites to have that deep run in this tournament to make it to the candidates. He still hasn't booked his spot. There are so many big names fighting for only those top 3 finishes.
So that actually brings me to a point, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, everyone, but if you could just pick
You're
one
not
name.
really sorry, let's be honest.
I'm not.
No, you need
I'm
to
really
put that
not.
out.
I'm
You're
not
not sorry at all.
Just let's just say one name, and it can't be the same name. Okay, I'll pick Arjun. Who do you guys?
Okay, Vincent.
think-
Vincent, I'm taking.
Like to win, or what is it? To win
Kind
the
of.
World Cup?
To qualify for the candidates, Arjun for me. Oh,
I love how you put the question
And you
then
cannot
the first
reply.
answer.
you cannot copy my answer.
And
So
we can't copy your answer. Arjun, it's you and me. Do you want to go first?
You can go, it's okay.
Okay, so you were saying
Arjun.
Arjun makes it to
Vincent is
candidates.
gone.
Kaimer makes it to candidates. Okay, because Anisha's already qualified, I'll take Nepom Neshe. I'll take Jan to do a
That's very good because I'll take Nodirbek.
Okay, done. Yeah.
Oof.
So let's see who gets this right. I'm actually hoping Sehaj gets
Yeah.
it right for
Yeah.
sure. I think we all want that. Guys, what do you think? Who do you think will make it here in the top 3? You got a few of you joining us.
Sorry? Nodirbek, yeah?
No, Nodirbek.
Let's go.
Nodirbek.
Lot of Nodirbek fans here.
Come on, where is the love for Arjun? Come on.
Oh, I mean, Arjun, though, you have to put also Jan Nepomniachtchi, any?
Of course.
I mean,
Of course.
only 2 times World Championship challenger, some pedigree there.
And Ian, of course, gave an interview. Yeah, he was very intense. He really wants to qualify for the candidates. And it's been 3 candidates. You've seen him there every single time. It would kind of feel empty without him, to be honest.
Actually, my second guess would be Hans.
You know what? I will say one thing. I would love to see him make it through the candidates. Whatever, one's opinion might be, like him, don't like him, agree with him, disagree with him, you have to admit, like, he's there with a vengeance. He brings on the entertainment, the drama. He wants to play for the wins. He's outspoken. It would be awesome to see him there.
Yeah, I think I love his energy that he brings on and off the chessboard, and I think Hans would definitely be great to have in the candidates.
Make it very entertaining.
Chat has an interesting name. What do you think about Arvind?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, Arvind, yeah.
I mean, super strong. I think he's in the world top 20 currently. He was in the world top 10 very recently, has had a phenomenal year. And I think he's one of those Indian talents, prodigy stars that sort of goes under the radar a little bit because there are so many big names constantly.
Some might say that he was Pragg before Pragg, yeah? Because
That's deep.
because he, I remember the first time I played Arvind, he was some 8 or 9 years old, and I had a rating of some 2500 at the time, and he was 1900 at the time. And I remember, okay, it was some school championship, something like that, and I was playing with the white pieces, and I was playing very casually. Okay, it's a 1900 player. I'm just gonna play some moves, and before I knew it, I lost that match in like 2 hours with the white pieces. So that even in that moment itself, I knew that Arvind is a very, very dangerous player. And of course, he's proven it so many times over the board.
I think one of the fondest memories that I have of Arvind is that when the World Championship was happening in Chennai, between Anand and Carlsen, there was another tournament happening, Chennai Grandmasters. And while Magnus Carlsen became the world champion in 2013, it was Arvind Chidambaram, who was just 13 years old, coincidentally, who went on to win that championship and kind of showed the chess world what he's capable of. I mean, we also saw recently in Pragg Masters where he defeated the likes of Anish Giri. He reached a rating of 2750. He dropped a little bit now, but we all know what potential he has. By the way, we also have Harshavardhan.
But before we move on to that, totally irrelevant info, but I'll still give it anyway, that Arvind is also really good at pickleball.
Wow.
Ooh,
And how do you know this?
interesting. Why do you?
I played in his team a
Not
couple
how,
of
but
times.
why do you know this? By the way, you guys should switch to SL Narayan's game because something very interesting has happened there.
Oh wow. I mean, we know self-roasts are common, but this is pretty nice.
No, you had that arrow for at least 10 minutes of this commentary.
Yeah, but Knight is like, I have to go there now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been pushing me there for so long. But now, how does Black tackle this? For example, the best move for White here is H5 already, which is rather unorthodox.
There's no way h5 is happening.
Yeah.
I wonder if the idea of h5 here is that you want to try to get rid of white's active bishop, the dark squared bishop on c1, by placing your own on h6 and trying to trade off that piece at some point. Because otherwise, I mean, you could put it on g7 as well, but does it really have hope on the diagonal? Also, knight c4, that's clearly what white wants to do next.
And queen c7 maybe, just preempting that makes a lot of sense.
I'm not so sure if I like SL's position so much here. I feel like the next few moves are so, it doesn't feel logical. None of black's moves feel logical. Like h5 is a strange move. Queen c7 is another recommended move that I see, which I would never play in a million years. And by the way, I think there is a nice tactic if you play knight e5, yeah?
Knight e5, we can ask a question after bishop to a4 check.
Actually, it's not working.
Yeah, we can ask it after bishop a4 check and knight fd7. What do you think white should play?
Yes. Anyone here can answer this question. White to play here.
I mean, let's make sure it works.
Yeah, it's... Here, white's move, if this was to happen, bishop check, knight blocks the check, white to play here. Do you have any suggestions for us?
Yes, white to play and get a big advantage. But your queen is hanging.
Your queen is hanging.
Sorry?
Let's have that.
It's knight. Then queen will take our queen, like bishop will
Sacrifice it.
take. Yeah, then we will take his knight
what?
from queen.
Uh-huh.
And then king moves.
Then king will go side. Then pawn on f7 and
Lot of
we'll get the rook.
ideas.
Very nice. What's your name?
Tirth.
Very good.
What's your name?
Tirth.
Tirth. Super fine.
Wow.
Very well done.
He sacrificed his queen and we already see such cool ideas of sacrifices early in the opening. That's the best move. Knight takes e5 followed by bishop d7. Gives white a big advantage.
You know, I was just checking the engine here, and after king takes d8, white's best move is bishop f4.
Oh la la.
And black's best move is bishop e2.
That is beautiful because king takes bishop, queen takes pawn check.
Oh.
On b2.
That is
crazy.
insane.
Beautiful.
Crazy move.
But imagine,
Wow.
if you don't play bishop e2, you're dead lost.
Because you don't have a square for that bishop's ahead. That bishop is actually trapped. E2 is the only square.
Bishop h5 because rook h5 is hanging. I thought that the pawn was on h2, but yeah, wow. This is
What an
crazy.
incredible line. So
Amazing.
I think after knight to a3, SL actually has to be very careful to not get into trouble. And I think that this is why he's taking his time here. Knight to e5 would be a grave mistake. Pawn to h5 is the move that Tanya recommended. That's the best move.
Too much credit. It was the move that was the top engine move that Sahil mentioned. But I'll take it. I think h5, the only way somebody plays this move, or it would even come to mind, is if you want to trade off the dark squared bishop. Because most of us would think about putting it on g7, but the idea of bishop h6, get rid of that bishop, you need to put h5 on the board.
I like this idea of bishop to h6 because we want to get rid of that bishop on c1. That's the most active piece that
Yes.
white has currently. Let's get rid of it.
Also defending b2.
हाँ, निकालो उसको.
हटाओ उसको board से.
But इसमें problem ये कि knight c4, you go queen c7 and then bishop g5. Then you have to be okay with the fact कि bishop f6 के बाद आपका पूरा pawn structure टूट रहा है, which doesn't feel normal. I don't know, nothing feels normal about this position.
Yeah, I mean, Estelle has to be careful to not get into trouble with the black pieces. By the way, we do have Divya on the board, and she's still thinking from what we can see on the camera here after knight g3, knight c6. She's down to 56 minutes now, and I'm getting a bit nervous for her.
And having played alongside Divya, watched her play, I will say one thing. She does not take time at all if she's confident or is in her prep. She's somebody who puts pressure on the board, uses the clock as another piece to put pressure on that as well, and combines these two elements. So definitely, I think she's feeling a bit unsure. She takes a decision, by the way.
Oh, she goes.
Puts the bishop on e2.
uh-huh.
That's the square that she's chosen. Once again, for Corculus, Harshit, I think the plan's pretty clear, right? Bishop nikalo, knight aage lao, c4 attack karo.
And he plays it. b6 खेल दिया उसने एकदम फटाफट, and white has
Bye, bye.
castled.
मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रहा, why did she choose bishop e2 instead of d3? Like, what's the like bishop on d3 is definitely more active. Does she plan to go bishop f3 at some point, or
Maybe she thinks that pawn to d5 could be supported by the queen on d1, but the Indians are not at all happy with what Divya has played, because bishop a6, knight a5 and rook c8. Sahaj, the idea that you mentioned, doubling down on the pawn on c4, seems to be giving black a very comfortable edge.
And Harshad, after bishop a6, the best move for white is to play bishop d3 to
wow.
correct your mistake.
That's too tough.
That is very tough.
Impossible.
That is hard because you've just placed the bishop on e2. It's not even a move that you'll consider in your candidate moves, even though this tournament is a pathway to the candidates.
Yeah,
but it just doesn't come to your mind, right? Because abhi bishop e2 khela hai. The idea could be queen e2 to defend that c4 pawn, at least for another move. But it's just one more defense, and once the knight comes forward, rook comes to c8. The thing is, right, Harshad, in these openings, you often have to just forget about that c-pawn and go on a big offense on the king's side. But Divya, the way the pieces are placed, it's not going to be easy to get that.
Exactly, and the bishop on e2 is not really eyeing the black king on g8. If the bishop was on d3, I think the bishop could have potentially become a rocket after it goes on b1. The queen goes on c2, you know, setting up that battery there. Now, on the other hand, this idea of knight a5, and one might ask, queen a4 se kyun nahi baja? Let's say that white plays a move like queen a4. The problem is, black will play knight a5, and let's say you play a move like rook to d1. Now, after queen d7 or queen to e8, one of these moves, we get rid of the defender of the c4 pawn, and after this, black is just going to win that pawn on c4 much, much better for black.
Bishop a6 on the board.
On the board.
This is a thematic plan for black in these structures. Bishop, and it starts from that move 4, bishop takes knight, where you've doubled up these two c-pawns. It gives you a direct target, and Corculus here, he's sticking to plan.
I mean, she has to attack now, right?
This looks very, very, very troubling for Divya, because if this match doesn't go her way, she has to play game 2 with the black pieces in a must-win situation.
That's going to be tough.
That's going to be very tough. So this is something to worry about. And also, she's half an hour down.
Yeah, no, I can definitely feel the pressure for Divya right now, because, you know, she's one of the, like, all the eyes are on Divya, right? All the players, all the spectators are, like, very curious to see how Divya will do in this tournament. But in the first round with the white pieces, she has found herself in some trouble here, because black's play is so easy. And we talk about this so often, that it's so easy to play with black. Tanya, you can explain how this concept of easy play sometimes gives the opponent such a big advantage.
And see, this is it. Divya
E4.
knows that she can't just sit. She can't just go on the defense of that c4 pawn, because, like Harshit was saying, easy play for black, easy moves to follow. Knight lao, rook lao, pawn takes pawn, win the c4 pawn. Divya has to go on the counter here. And I think this is where it starts, because that dark squared bishop is the one piece that's unchallenged on the board. Bishop to g5 ideas, f4, f5, f4, e5 coming in. Divya is going on the attack.
Absolutely. And ab mujhe samajh aaya why the bishop is on e2. Because if the bishop was on d3, then you could take the pawn on d4.
Oh.
So there was a plan.
Uh-huh.
Trust in Divya. Let's go.
Trust the process.
Trust the process.
So let's see what she has in her mind. Knight to a5. Does she want to just go all in with f4?
F4 by golden
Really?
pawn. Let's go.
You know, I really want to,
Wow.
this is the 4-pawn attack.
4-pawn attack.
Love it. But can we just demonstrate what Sahaj mentioned about the difference between bishop e2, bishop d3 on the board? Because I think that's a very key point here, Sahil.
Yep. So, for example, if you go bishop d3, at some point, I think there could be pressure on
Same
that.
move.
Yeah.
So b6, let's say, happen. You go short castle, bishop to a6. And the difference here is now you can't play e4.
Yeah, because then you would lose this pawn and knight just takes on d4.
By the way, even this is not that bad, right? We go bishop to b2, we go f4. I mean, yes, black is up a pawn, but white also has some amount of counter
But I mean,
play.
optically, you are giving up a central
Yeah,
pawn.
true.
Yes.
I agree.
I would much rather give up one of the C pawns because they're already doubled.
Yeah.
And at least central majority to hai mere paas.
And you'd do this in a training game. But here in the World
Yeah,
Cup,
yahan par
you'd
nahi.
rather just put it on e2 and go with the same plan. So this is what Divya had in mind as you guys just broke that down. And now we've got e4. And this is when suddenly I think Corculus has to start feeling it a little bit. Because he knows ki, bhai, she's coming. She's coming for the right side of the board.
Can you play a sample line here, Harshit? How could that go, for example? If you go, let's say, 5 move deep.
Okay, so knight a5, everyone agrees, right? We want to
Yes.
put pressure on the c4 pawn, which is the weak pawn. The pawns are doubled, and when the pawns are doubled, we obviously can take advantage by attacking them. So knight a5, we are thinking that Divya will just forget about that. She will go pawn to f4, sacrifice that pawn, because if you take that pawn with the bishop, Saj, what do you think white will go for? f4, bishop c4 maybe?
Actually, bishop c4 or knight c4 is not... Okay, knight c4, there's queen f4 and you lose, I think, a piece. Bishop c4 is too much of a committal move. Here, actually, the best move is pawn takes pawn. Actually, bishop c4 gives Divya a huge advantage already. Wait, c takes d4.
Pawn to f5. Opening that bishop on c1 and then bishop g5. If this happens, I think...
This is insane. Sacking pawn after pawn, yeah?
I mean, this is the guy she sacked her queen against and won the game. I mean, ye to sirf pawn hai.
Wow, still, yeah, allowing this to come to c3.
And she gets up from the board. Divya plays e4 and gets up on the board.
Amazing. Amazing,
Not
guys.
played. Not
And you know, when these 4 pawns are coming towards you as black, if you flip the board, it's not easy when you look from black's perspective.
No.
They're just coming up the board. This pawn feels like a compensation, but at the end, you still have to handle the attack.
And that pawn only counts in the end game. But God placed the opening and the middle game before the end game. And before that, there will be attack to be answered on that king side and f5, bishop g5 idea. Can Divya also start with getting the bishop out first, or does she have to be super precise getting the 4-pawn attack?
You mean bishop g5 before f4?
Yes, and then push. Also threatening knight h5. I want to get that knight h5 move in.
Ooh, I think I know the difference, because now after h6, bishop h4, the pawn on f4, we don't have that pawn on f4 controlling that g5 square, because now after g5, as you pointed out, Sahil, the bishop on h4 is trapped and white is completely losing here. And that's why, by the way, I love when you flip the board, because when we are white, we are thinking about our problems, our pawn on c4 and all of it. But when we are flip the board, now we are like 4 pawn mujh pe attack kar rahe, ye kya chal raha hai?
Yeah, they can't see the bar, they don't have the engine evaluation, they are facing real-time problems. And when you see this incoming, you know suddenly, a pawn won't matter, as you mentioned, Tanya.
Yes. And we've been sort of talking and doubling down and tripling down on this idea that in this opening, white doesn't care. You have to not go on the defense of that pawn. Your plan cannot be to get your queen, get your knight to defend, to protect that pawn. You just have to go for black's king. And that's what Divya is doing. And it's also a bit psychologically difficult, right? Your opponent has been thinking all this while, but then suddenly e4 on the board, she gets up and leaves. And now you have to be the one in the tank trying to handle these ideas.
Sometimes you would consciously think for longer to give your opponent the illusion that, this is not my prep. Oh, I have no clue what's happening in the game.
I'm guilty of doing that.
Right? So do you think that's a possibility? She knows what's happening in the position?
I'm sure she knows the concept of sacrificing the c4 pawn exists. It took her a while to, just figure out everything, but now she goes for e4. By the way, we have this very nice update on our stream that we can now see the bars of all the players playing below on the screen there. Not all, but as much as we can. I think we have 8. Yeah, I think we have 8 bars of the top 8 Indian players playing. So you can follow what's happening on those games as well.
And if we keep Divya's camera, but we switch to the game of SL, H5 was played. So SL is on fire. He finds that insane move, and now knight c4 most likely from the a3 square.
I mean, this just goes to show how good these players are. I said that h5 is never going to happen because it's like a move. I'm thinking about a move in the center of the board, maybe something like rook d8, as we mentioned, knight e5. But h5, and he realizes that he has to get rid of that bishop on c1 by playing bishop at 6. By the way, Kurkolos plays immediately. He plays this move knight to a5. So while we are analyzing this game, Kurkolos is saying that I don't really see it. I don't see what
he literally doesn't care, Harshit.
literally don't care.
It's a race. Kurkolos is going for material while Divya has to prove her attack. And who's going to be faster?
And once you play bishop a6, you're all in. You're going for that pawn. Your plan is clear. You cannot back down.
Fully committed.
You have to go in for it and just pray to God you hold that attack.
It's, I think, very hard to not play bishop a6 in this position, right? What else is black supposed to do? Like, I was thinking this possibility of e5, for example, for black. But once black plays e5, I can just play d5, and now f4 is even more dangerous because now you are not just threatening bishop g5, you're also breaking the center as well, opening up the f file, putting that pressure on the f6 knight. I think it looks super scary from black's perspective. Knight f5, I think, a logical move, and now I think f4, is what we're expecting.
I think so. I think f4 has to be played.
There's a huge time difference though. Do you think that's a factor in this game?
It might not seem so right now, but I think it will become a big factor in the next few moves because again, we're pointing out there's no balance, there's no easy way out. You can't bail out in such position. Divya is about to give material for the initiative against the Black King. So a lot of big decisions to be made. So I think, Sahil, that's a great point that even though we're just on move 11, there's this deficit on the clock and she still has 53 minutes, which looks like eternity or might sound like a lot of time. But in these kind of positions, the way they develop, it is going to play a big role here.
She needs to make it to move 40. That's
Yes.
where she gets the extra 30 minutes. But she's a long way from move 40. By the way, maybe we can keep the camera of Divya and check out the other Indian players. Harshavardhan has a very, very interesting position. He's playing against Mustafa Ilmaz from Turkey. Harshavardhan is an underdog in this match, but I've seen him recently playing Hogofen last week where I was playing in Netherlands. Very, very talented, very motivated player. And I think here he has just pushed his pawn from G2 to G4 and he has announced that he's going all in.
Ooh, rook takes c3. Rook takes c3. And the question is, in how many moves is it going to happen?
And that's such a great point because it's an exchange sacrifice, super thematic in this position. It's something that Black always has on their radar. Rook takes knight, destroy the pawn structure, get your queen to a5. At the right time, break open with d5, opening up that bishop, attacking a3. How quickly is it going to happen? I would say, if allowed, if white doesn't have a way to capture that knight with a piece, we might see a rook lift, rook h3 at some point, trying to laterally defend that knight, stopping that idea. But if that doesn't happen, I'd say in the next 3 moves, he goes rook takes knight.
I completely agree with you. In fact, if you play rook h3 in this position, I can still go rook takes c3. Because rook c3, there is knight e4.
Wow.
That's
The center
scary.
pawn.
That is very scary, I think.
That is scary.
So my question, if you had to pick a side in this position, white or black, which one are you choosing?
I'll choose to be a commentator.
I like black actually.
I will for sure choose. I mean, I play Natchdorf with black myself. And now after rook c8, especially now that you mentioned all of the ideas with d5, with queen a5, I'm like, okay, give me black here, rook to c8, and
And then Harshit will come for white's Raja.
Oh, wow. Nice.
You see, I'm very comfortable in these positions if your bishop is on b3, not on f1. Because that bishop acts as a nice attacker on the king side and also a good defender on the queen side. Then rook takes c3 doesn't feel as dangerous. But now, after rook c3, your king is basically powerless. It has no pieces close to it that can defend. So, yeah, I think a big moment for Harshavardhan here. By the way, he also played in the Chennai
Grandmasters.
Yes, he also played in the Chennai Grandmasters. He qualified. I actually played him in the qualifiers as well. It was a very, very fun game. So, I think quite a promising player.
So Harshavardhan is in, I mean, I wouldn't say trouble, but he needs to tread very carefully in order to not get into trouble.
And somehow it's one of those positions, right, where it feels like Ilmaz's king in the center is still safe. The drawback is the rook on h8, not in the game, but the attack for white still takes a few moves and rook takes knight is a massive threat on the board. Queen a5, b4, another big idea on the board. So Ilmaz on the attack in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a complicated game and we have a lot of players and also P. Iniyan is a very, very strong player who has the white pieces and has a huge time lead against his opponent right now. What are your thoughts, Saj?
What is this? This is some Slav?
Yeah.
I mean, just optically speaking, I really like Iniyan's position because you have more space. However, black's knights on e4 and c4 look a bit annoying to deal with.
What were those 4 pawns? We spoke about the 4 pawn attack in Divya's game, but here we have it on the other flank of the board.
Yes, exactly. And I think it's working out really well for him so far. Yeah, I really like white's position here. I just want to remove these 2 knights from c4 and e4. Or just a c4 knight and then I'm happy.
Maybe Sahaj, like if we came up with the way to remove one of the knights, what could be that move we could play here?
You
to
should
remove
play.
one of the knights.
I think you should challenge this knight on c4. I think what can challenge? Which square can challenge? Maybe b2. Like knight c3, knight d1, knight b2 looks like a very strong. There is a move that's I feel like it's a bit illegal to show, but I don't know. I feel like that's what I would go for. Or knight b2 also looks very interesting. What do you think, Harshit? Knight c3 or knight d2? Which plan? These are the only 2 options here, by the way.
By the way, f4 on the board.
F4 on the board. Let's
She's
go.
gone for it. f4 for the score. F4 has arrived and Divya has made her intentions clear. Ye pawn rukne nahi wala hai. F5, bishop g5 coming in.
Yeah, she's like, I don't care about the c4 pawn. Tujhe pawn marna hai to maar le. Main f5. I'm going for the king. She's going for the attack. And you can, by the way, guys, play Guess the Move on chess.com. There is a special offer going on right now during the World Cup, Tanya, where the players who sign in from, they have a link in the description and they can choose their favorite commentator. If they use that link, they get 1 month of free, membership, upgraded membership that they can use.
1 month premium.
1 month premium.
I think that is something we all could make use of in the month of the World Cup, where there's so much chess happening. You can analyze your games, you can do puzzle rush, get stronger, play against each other. So no better month to get that 1 month premium.
Absolutely. And we also have an offer from ChessBase India where they are giving a 10% off on the premium chess sets that they have. So the link is also for that in the description. And
they are super nice, by the way. I have one of them. They're super nice.
I need to get one.
What? Well, 10% off.
Yeah, exactly. This is the perfect time. So I have to get one.
Maybe you should click on the link.
Alright, so let's go to Divya's board and take stock of the position. F4 played, Divya giving up that pawn on c4, and the thing is, right, the next move is not a very difficult one. Now, I would be thinking about f5 or e5. Does e5
He's just taken
knight
on
takes pawn? Oh, he's gone for pawn.
He
takes
takes
pawn.
d4.
And that's the best move. And now, apparently, you can just even go f5 if you want to. Like
Oh, what a
e5,
moment.
multiple options possible. You could just take back as well. But then, you might see rook c8, the move you mentioned, Sahaj, putting pressure on that c4 pawn again.
I would be very tempted to play e5 to kick that knight out and then take on d4.
You mean straight away? Because, but if you play e5, then you're taking away the option of playing f5. See,
Committing.
f5 is good because then you have bishop g5. And I don't know, I don't think committing is a good decision here.
What?
What?
Clip it and ship it.
By the way, cd4 was the best move and Stamatis has been playing very quickly. And yes, we have been, emphasizing how white can go f5, white can go e5, but black is like, I have 30 minutes time advantage. I'm going to be up a pawn.
Yeah.
Yes, you have an attack, but
Okay, Grandmaster's in the house. Break this down. Why was pawn takes pawn important before taking that c4 pawn? Why was this the best move? What is the reason that Corcoles had to find this?
I'm guessing because if you took bishop takes c4 before, then after f5, if you go pawn takes pawn, then I will have some intermezzos. Like I don't have to capture the pawn back. But if I capture the pawn back immediately, then you have to play c takes d4. And now you get into the same position where you have simplified. I'm guessing that's the reason.
That makes a lot of sense actually. Because in that particular position, we had looked at it earlier that white could just go all out for the attack, right? You go f5, you go bishop g5, you basically don't care about your queen side at all. But now she has to.
and she took back. She did take back the pawn on d4.
From a 4-pawn attack, it's become a 3-pawn
And
attack.
he
He's gone for
immediately
it.
takes it.
Yes.
Wow.
Kurkulos is not taking any time. He just takes the pawn on c4 and asks Divya, where's the attack?
But Harshad, it's not a good move. It's
Yeah.
not.
The bar just went up slightly,
Yeah.
right?
The bars are catching up with...
They're in Goa. They usually do. They always catch up.
And she takes back. Man, they're playing so fast. Bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, all on the board.
And here, the dynamic is of the dark square bishop that Divya has, right? It is the unchallenged bishop. It will never be traded off. You want that piece on g5. You want that piece to come out and pin that eternal pin, which then you can't do anything about. Also very tempted to just go f5 in this position.
Yeah, I mean, e5 would not be something you want because then the black knight will jump into d5. And let's say after knight d5, you play a move like queen to g4, which looks very tempting. Guys, can you spot what black has?
Anyone here? Black
Black
to play
to
in
play.
this position. Any suggestions?
It's my favorite move, but one letter is different.
No, it's black to play.
But what you say, if white's move knight h5
It's
would
the best,
be the killer
exactly.
move.
So
That's
queen,
the idea.
knight e3.
Well done. Who was that?
Rakesh Kulkarni.
Well, he clearly has a diamond membership, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, knight to e3 hits the queen and the rook.
By the way, f5 played
Played.
on the board.
Let's go, Divya. Let's go. No?
And how does black defend now? Because the answer is not easy, right?
Well,
How
this is
does
a big decision now because black needs to play this move pawn to h6 in order to stop the white bishop from going to g5.
From Goa being to G5. I got you. So we have bishop G5 as a threat. We have two moves here. We have H6 to stop bishop G5, but it's a committal move.
And he does not play.
You could
he
also
plays e5.
Why is he playing so fast? I mean, this is the kind of position you want to sit for 20 minutes and she's coming for the king.
No,
And he
I'm
plays it
telling
so
you,
quickly.
he's
knows
playing
this.
on a time. He's playing on a time.
And it's too soon to do that because you could be lost in the next 5 moves, Sahaj, with the attack. Bishop G5, Knight H5 idea. And the thing is, after Bishop G5, if you go H6, I think White can trade Knight H5 and go F6.
Yeah, but knight e3. This recurring
There's
idea
always
of
knight e3
hitting
though,
the
yeah.
queen and the rook.
So you just go Queen G5 in this position and Knight E3 is annoying for F6.
Yeah.
Do you think Stamatis is still in his preparation?
No.
No.
No chance, yeah.
But he's playing the best moves.
Okay,
How?
let's
First, you have to also play you have to prepare against E4 to start with. In D4 to figure out that Divya will go E3, A3. Huge risk on that and move 60. Harshit, no, big call.
maybe like he has looked at it, but not against Divya. He has looked at a similar line, but
What do
not.
you guys think? Is black in preparation?
It's
Any thoughts on that?
I think everyone is just
Everyone is in thought.
not Stamatis. I love how Stamatis is playing. I've become a fan of him. He's just playing fast and asking all the questions.
I don't know. I just feel that he's, on purpose just playing fast just to get her in time trouble. Because if she gets in time trouble before you hit that 40 move mark, that really increases his chances to win. So, and he wants to, it would be great if he can finish this off on day 1 itself, right? Because on day 2, Divya plays with the black pieces. It's going to be really difficult to win with the black pieces on demand.
Chat online saying they do think he could be in preparation. Some people are in favor. Maybe he's just a specialist in the opening. He understands it really well. But because he's playing the best moves very quickly.
What is chat saying? Are they more for prep or more
They're-
has to
they're
be
saying
over the board prep?
No
over the
chance
board.
they're saying.
No chance I'm with you. This is chance pe dance. There's no chance that this is prep. I want to just point out one dynamic in this position. So black has an extra pawn, right? If pieces get traded off, queens are off the board, Corcolis is going for the win. B5, A5, that's a passed pawn that it's going to be very hard to fight against. So all of Divya's attention has to be on the middle game. Now, one way to do that, and I did have a peek on this, the best engine move, and it's kind of understandable, is to block the center. You go D5, so you get a free hand to eventually start rolling on the flank. You want a center block. You don't want activity. Next, to follow up, maybe the idea of bishop G5. Maybe the knight gets out of the way, and G4, G5 is what we're going to see appear on the board.
It only makes sense now that you explain it, because I personally wanted to keep the tension on the board, but now that you mentioned that, now I can just go for H3, King H2 and G4 at some point and completely lock down the center. I like this concept.
Long term, just keep the boards on the board. You don't need to rush with it. As long as you have this dark squared bishop and the potential for a pawn storm, Sahaj, there will be compensation in the position.
I think it's a great point. And I think it also adds on to your point that if you don't play D5, then black can always capture and take that square on E5 for his knight. That's just only supporting your point more and more. So I think it's a great point. D5.
Will she find it? Will she play it?
Looks, once you explain it, it feels easy, but what do you think, Sahil?
I hope she plays it quickly. Because
Yes.
if you look at the clock,
Good point.
45 minutes, she might play the second best move, but I hope she plays it very, very quickly. Otherwise, this is a complicated position. She will need that time later.
Do you think if you guys wore your glasses, then that'll send good
Yeah.
energy for Divya?
Laser
Definitely.
glasses.
Laser focused glasses.
Let's do it.
Let's do it together.
Okay.
I feel like Anil Kapoor in
Massive
Welcome.
FOMO for me. yahan pe,
No, no,
right?
no, no. Oh, D5 is so natural to me.
Once you wear these glasses, it all makes sense.
Why are we thinking so much?
Has to be
Great.
D5.
Let's go.
Okay, but she's thinking about it. The thing is, if I didn't have this peak at the engine, it would be very difficult to think of this move.
Yeah.
But
Time is ticking
Tanya,
down.
how did you find the move without the glasses?
I just looked here. I got the all-seeing eye here, so.
Actually, there's also a lot of developments in the SL's game because he has put his king on the queen side. He has long castled.
Oh wow. Queen e2, queen side, knight c4, queen moves back, and now bishop g5.
You have to wear it till
You
Divya-
can-
No, you have to wear it till Divya finds it. That was the
Yes,
deal.
yes.
See, Divya's thought process just got broken now because he was wearing it and she was thinking about d5 and then he took it off and now she has to think
It's
again.
connected, yeah?
Of course it's
So you have to
connected.
look- and she has to look at the center of the board.
Yes.
Okay, so we have SL's
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
We'll keep the camera on Divya so we
Yeah.
can see when she makes the moves. Ye kaun se glasses hai yaar? Dude, this is so cool.
Cool, no? I feel like Anil Kapoor from Welcome right now. Did it like this, no?
I would not flex that, but yeah.
So you can have them on and off aise.
Yes, and this is a chess stream, guys, clearly.
Crazy.
But yes.
Do you think your chest strength goes up depending on which one you're wearing?
I mean, I have an excuse now. I couldn't see the board if I make blunders. That's the only advantage
Oh.
of these glasses.
Yeah, now that's a good explanation then that you have. Harshit, you might not be able to use it. Okay, let's get back to chess here. So, SL's board, h5 khela tha, has got the king to safety, queen side, and I like that. We were talking about this move, right? Rook develops king to safety. I'm still liking black's position here.
Only
I like the
because of this
dynamics.
move, bishop to h6, that we have been mentioning, and you pointed out that get rid of that bishop on g5 because the white bishop on c2 is blocked by its own pawn on e4, which kind of stunts its mobility. And I think that's why getting rid of that
Yes.
bishop on h6 is a great idea for black.
Also, then that f4 square, your queen starts feeling more safe on the dark squares. You're not worried about moves like bishop f4 in the future. Ideas of queen e3, bishop f4. Actually, that might be something that white is setting up. Queen e3, attack c5 and bring that bishop to f4. So it might be the moment that black has to capitalize on and trade the bishops right now.
The question is, bishop h6 सीधा खेलना है या knight d7 के बाद खेलना है?
See that?
That's but you can also play knight d7 and
But
then
then,
bishop h6. No?
why should castle? I was wondering, keep the white king in the center somehow for as long as possible.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah, that's a good point. And also a very interesting thing, looking deeper into Sahed's idea, after knight d7, the point is queen e3 is met by f6. And bishop f4 can be met by e5, I want to say. Driving that bishop away, and then it's going to be black's bishop that gets full control of the diagonal.
Bishop h6 in so many tempos.
Very
back to back.
instructive idea there. f6,
Amazing.
e5, putting the bishop back to g3 and then getting our own bishop on h6, getting control of that beautiful diagonal there. And I think this is why if bishop h6 or knight d7 is played by SL, he's going to be very happy.
And Divya, okay, she's still in the thing. You think she's getting ready to, has she made a decision?
She's a bit nervous. She's like, I have to make a move, but on the other hand, I cannot make a mistake now because the stakes are higher now that I'm down a pawn. I have to be precise to have my compensation.
You have to be a bit worried though, right? The clock is 40 minutes now against like double the time. That's insane.
Okay, if not d5, we've been talking about Divya's board. D5 is the top move in this position. Block the center and then slowly focus and build on that right flank. Build your kingside attack. What else can be going on in her mind right now? What are the other natural moves here?
We need to.
Attacking the knight makes a lot of sense.
If you play b5 then bishop g5 or something, that seems decent. Because another thing is, once I play queen e2, then I can play bishop g5 and bishop h4 because there is no knight e3. See, that's where I'm gaining that tempo. That's another move I think that is quite
By
interesting.
the way, after h6, bishop h4, g5, does everyone know of
Let's
this
ask,
special
let's ask.
rule
We
in
should ask.
chess?
What do you guys think? What's the difference here?
h6, bishop h4, g5, and now white has this special move.
White to play here, guys. Yes.
Exactly.
A streamer's favorite move.
Streamer's favorite, you can play en passant because now f takes g6, a move which we cannot usually play, but we can play here when the black advances its pawn 2 squares immediately. F takes g6, and this gives white a big advantage, of course. So you have to be careful to not blunder this.
It's one of the very special moves in chess and often forgotten. Has it ever happened to you in a game that, because it can, right? You can just miss out on it.
En passant, no, I have forgotten that I could castle once. This has
I
literally
think that has
happened.
happened to me
Like
as well.
it's like move 20, move 25. You automatically think कि king तो move कर ही गया होगा, and then you forget that you can castle. It has happened to me so many times.
Actually, एक बार मेरे साथ क्या हुआ कि I was playing a game in a tournament, and I moved my, like he gave me a check, I moved my king once, and then it came back that square,
और तूने castle कर दी.
castled and he did not notice, and I'm serious.
And the game went on like
And the
that.
game went on. I mean, it was very like it was long back.
Okay.
But this
Was
happened
it a
in
friendly or
no,
was
it was a rated game. And like,
What happened in the end, Arjun?
I think I won, but I mean, I was 1500 or 1600
But लेकिन
or.
फिर game तूने ChessBase में कैसे डाला?
Sorry, no, exactly. I
type
came
कर
back. I came back home and like, okay, I moved my king and then I castled. I'm like, oh shit.
Wow. Yeah. And you know, sometimes the opposite of that happens. And this I've seen happen so many times, especially in online chess as well, where you forget that your opponent can castle as a defensive resource.
Yeah. It happened to my former coach that White's rook was on b7. Okay? White rook on b7. Can you like highlight that? White rook on
Is the
b7.
square.
White rook and black could castle with a check.
Oh.
Literally, it was like 20 of us analyzing, the position, and one girl, Isha, and Isha Karvade, I'm sure you know, she just dropped in there. Black castle kar sakta hai na?
She's a very strong player. Isha's an international master.
You are just one castle and white is dead loss. You're losing a full rook, and both players forgot.
Yeah, I think that happens a lot. But on passant, coming back to the board, the position. So very interesting that once the pawn is on f5, वो resource नहीं है. So now bishop g5 with the ideas of knight h5 become real threats.
And कहते हैं ना कि chess is a move of one tempo. Like if you just get one tempo more in chess, life is so easy because bishop g5, knight h5. If white can get both of these moves in, it's
Game
over.
over.
White is winning.
Wait, d5 खेला नहीं है चश्मा.
नहीं खेला.
No, d5. I think she'll not go for d5. That's why.
d5 खेलेगी.
खेलेगी. So you think she will go for
अभी तो
d5?
चश्मा पहना.
I don't think she will play d5.
Harsh.
I also don't think she'll play d5.
Any other ideas that we have?
Anya, give me. You are the decider.
I don't think she'll play d5. No.
Or the not decider, because if I say d5, then it becomes 2v2. I think she goes for d5. I think Divya plays d5.
Look at this crazy line. Bishop g5 आता है, h6,
Okay.
bishop h4, knight e3, queen कहीं भी रख दो, e2, f3 doesn't matter. Knight f1 and knight h5.
Mamma mia.
Oh.
Full rook sack.
And let's just show.
Wow.
Let's just
No,
show this till
there is no
end.
d5 on the
Checkmate.
board. No d5 on the
Let's
board.
play pawn takes pawn.
ED.
Okay.
Finish
Bishop
it off.
f6.
Bishop takes knight.
Oh, we could have
And
asked
after
it.
Now
gf6.
we'll ask. Guys,
Very tough question actually.
Yeah,
White
super, the
to play and
toughest
win.
of the day.
Very. Let's see if you guys can find it.
yeah.
Queen to g3.
G3,
Almost correct.
G4,
G4.
Queen G4, and then King Hata.
Very good.
ऐसे खत्म होनी
Nice.
चाहिए game.
But what a crazy line this is. And
Amazing.
knowing Divya, I think she's definitely going to go for it. And I think
Might
she's.
get tempted.
But we would love to see this, right? We want to see this over the board.
But Black is not forced
Yeah,
to
yeah,
walk
of
into
course,
this
of
checkmate.
course, of course.
So what happens? What is Black's best defense? Because you're right that Divya could potentially get into this variation and want this. This is very Divya chess. Go for the direct line.
I think she should go for bishop g5. For
This is
d5
forced.
is no bishop g5. Let's go.
This is borderline forced. After bishop g5, h6 is the only move for black. And bishop h4, knight e3 is the only move for black.
Okay, let's say you move the queen. And
Let's say-
what's the defensive resource here?
Yeah, so knight f1, knight h5, and now apparently black has to play king h8.
Wow.
Too
This
tough.
is really difficult.
And look at this. After rook takes knight, even in this position, Black doesn't have a big advantage. Now, engines are super materialistic. The fact that it sort of remains level means that this is solid compensation. In fact, if anything, White is still pushing down an exchange here.
I mean, it's an eternal pin. You can never move the queen on d8 because then the f6 knight is hanging. And now I can just plan a move, simple move like queen to d2, hitting that pawn on h6. And I think this looks really promising. I mean, I would choose white for sure, for sure.
I've changed my mind. Divya's not going d5, she's going bishop g5.
Same. But the only sort of downside is that 34 minutes only she has.
Yeah.
ऐसी positions where you need to keep your time. You need to keep your time, because a lot of dynamic lines, a lot of forcing moves.
But she looks pretty calm on the cam, no? And that's also one of her qualities. Oh. Now you can see better.
Now I can see it. Yeah.
She doesn't look too nervous about the clock situation. She's sort of calculating these lines. To me, this just feels a very direct, D for Divya approach in the position.
But you know, when Divya won the Women's World Cup, she did not back down. She always went for the critical choice. I think she will go for this. The time, as you mentioned, Sahaj, will be an important factor. But yeah, I love the position. This is such a crazy position. Like, black is so much material, but can't do anything. And at the end, goal क्या है? King तक पहुंचना है. बाकी यहाँ पे 4 queen लगा दो. King मिल गया तो बात खत्म.
Just an observation. Divya at least 15-20 minutes से तो सोच रही है, right? वो अभी भी बैठा हुआ है उसका opponent. कितने carefully सोच रहा है देखो. I'm sure he sees it.
He is.
He sees it.
And I love कि now that we don't want D5 on the board, all three of you have taken off your dark glasses.
Yeah,
अब D5 नहीं
नहीं होने वाला
चाहिए.
है.
अब Bishop G5 चाहिए. What does our chart think? Will Divya go for the more sort of slow control but the best move in the position, D5? Or is she going to go for this straightforward attack on the king with Bishop G5? Chat क्या बोल रही है?
Lot of
Chat, let us
supporters.
know.
No, she goes for a third option.
What?
She goes for
Queen E2. A move that Sahaj had earlier mentioned, attacking the knight on C4.
and also stopping all the ideas connected with knight to e3.
Yes.
So maybe now, when black protects that knight on c4, she now wants to go bishop g5, bishop h4. Does seem smart actually.
Very smart. Because now you've kind of eliminated this tactic of knight e3 winning the exchange while keeping all your threats intact. Knight h5 abhi bhi aa raha hai, and who's going to stop knight h5?
Oh yeah, after b5, bishop g5, h6 is actually not a good move anymore. Apparently, you need to go pawn takes pawn, which actually, in retrospect, doesn't feel that
Natural.
knight h5 है ना मेरे पास.
Exactly. No, the queen e2 may be a good practical try by Divya.
This is getting very fun.
And look at Samatis. He leans back in his chair. He's like, okay, I know that I have to take my own time now to figure out how to navigate because bishop g5, bishop h4.
भाई मजा आएगा इस गेम में बहुत सारा.
भाई कुछ भी हो, कोई भी जीते, मजा तो crazy है ये गेम में.
एक घंटे का difference, by the way, almost.
But you know, Sahil, that does make sense. When you're down a pawn, you have to be Divya needs to be so precise over the next few moves. And it's not a position you can play on intuition. It's not a position you can play on feel as white. You have to calculate every single idea in the position. Like she saw bishop g5, undoubtedly, realized कि उसे knight e3 allow नहीं करना है. That's how she came to the conclusion, I'll start with queen e2.
I think that's a good.
By the way, while this game is very exciting, we have our local hero, Leon Mendonça, who's from Goa, one of the top Indian talents playing in this tournament, has a very stable position. He's playing against Shixu Wang from China. Leon playing with the white pieces is definitely going to try to put some pressure. He's a big favorite. All the fans in Goa are surely rooting for him.
I have a question, Tanya. So this is a typical situation, right, in round one, where you have one player who's stronger, has the white pieces. So do they feel like extra pressure कि भाई आज जीतना ही है, otherwise कल जीतना मुश्किल रहेगा black से, and I have to go all in, and they might overstretch a bit.
You know, these guys, they have so much sort of experience playing in this stage, and I think that's been one of the reasons why we have this golden generation of these young players coming in. Whether it's been through online chess or over the board, they're playing against the top guys continuously. They are big stage player. And let's also point out that chess has evolved so much from being, well, a library room game to having that e-sport vibe in it, where we've got live audience now, we've got spectators. The India versus USA match, Harshit, you were there, by the way. Incredible stuff, incredible job by you there. You know, that these players know that they have to deal with the stage pressure. They have to deal with all eyes on them. It's sort of become part of their DNA now in their preparation. Coming back to the question of having the one white, when you get your practical chances, you take them. They don't want to let go of it, but I don't think it's demoralizing कि अगर draw हो गया तो it's some very big issue. They'll fight back the next day. But I think they're very used to this pressure situations, Harshit.
Has this ever happened to you guys? Like where you're in a must-win situation, and how did you personally deal with it? Like many a times when you have to get your norms. In chess, we have titles. So just to explain a bit about titles, I think the first is Candidate Master. Then we have, which is the rating of 2200. FIDE Master is 2300. International Master, the second highest title in chess.
There's also Women International Master.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so women.
Which starts with 2100, I want to say, no?
2200.
2200.
And then woman grandmaster is 2300,
Yes.
just like FIDE master.
Yes.
And then international master is 2400 and grandmaster is 2500. So these are the
Say something, Sahil?
एक टाइटल भूल गया.
कौन सा?
Sahil, is there something we have forgotten?
कौन
Is
सा
there a
टाइटल
special
भूला
title
हर्षित
जो
का?
हम भूल गए हैं, बोला
एक
नहीं
सेकंड,
हमने?
नाइट ए3 भी लेटर एन है. लेटर एन है. जस्ट
Oh, national
कौन
yeah,
सा टाइटल है वो?
in
Oh,
the
national है. Oh, अच्छा.
in the US.
अच्छा अच्छा.
You know, when I had the NM title, I thought I don't need the CM title, but इसी moment के लिए I got the
अच्छा,
CM one
अच्छा,
as well.
Oh, अच्छा
So
अच्छा.
now
great.
you are CM, Sahil?
And NM both.
Oh, wow.
Two titles.
नीचे लेकिन एनएम लिखा है.
Yeah, so you were talking about the title, sorry.
Yeah, so I mean grandmaster is the
Yes.
highest title that we have in chess, and then I'm not sure where I was going with it.
That these are the titles which you score in.
Ah, yes, and then usually you need to, I mean, many a times you need to beat someone in the last round to get these norms.
Yes. So that pressure situation that you might
Exactly.
have for that final round win. I mean, I think for me from recent history, what I can remember is that has happened, whether it's been trying to get my norms or even tournaments where that final round determines the result. But again, I think you have to, as a professional player, do your best. It's never easy to that block out that noise, focus on the job at hand, jitna kar sakte ho, give your best. And you know, at the end of it, it's a game. I mean, it's easier said than done, but I think the more you keep thinking about it, the worse your play is, Sahaj.
Sahaj, has this happened with you? Like last round you have to win?
I missed my second and third grandmaster norm collectively around 10 times. So
Wow.
each time I had to make a draw where I lost, and once when I had to win, I made a draw. So I can remember so many moments where this happened, and each time, you know, the match itself wasn't difficult. It was the moments leading up to the match that was very difficult to deal with. Yeah, and I think your nerves, I think, is I think getting a good night's sleep, which was impossible for me each time. I was not able to sleep because wo pressure, I think,
It's very tough.
is very tough.
We hope Leon does not get in that situation as he's placed his pawn to a5.
I think वो pressure ना तब तक नहीं आएगा जब तक आप tie breaks में नहीं पहुँचते.
Yes.
Like second round में भी black से भी आप you can play on.
Exactly, especially when you are more than 200 points rating gap, you have a feeling that you will get your chances in every game. So while he'll push with white, Sahil, to your point, but it's not a must-win situation in any case right now. Too early for that.
Yeah, I think Leon has I think what we can say about this position is that Leon has a stable, like, you know, he's playing for two results kind of a position, because it's very solid. One very cool moment that happened in Iniyan's game, if we can go there, I mean, he found an insane idea, because he played knight a3, black took the knight on a3, and here we obviously expect white to recapture on a3 with the rook or the queen, but this move, knight e5, we call these moves as Zwischenzug, intermediate move which now hits the pawn on c6, but I mean, he's down a whole piece right now. What's the idea?
Black just defends the pawn, doesn't he retreat the knight, and that was apparently a mistake, and now white just grabs it, b takes c5, and after b takes c5, Iniyan seems to be clearly better.
Yeah, after bc5.
But you can also capture with the d pawn as well. But okay, b pawn just feels more stable.
Yeah.
Like you can just double up on the b file, and just that entry point can be b7 or b8 later on. And c6 ka pawn bhi itna weak ho gaya, right?
It's honestly looking like a beautiful position for white. You've got the space advantage. Your bishops are more active than its counterparts. Black के pieces में कोई coordination ही नहीं है. सिर्फ एक वो लौता knight आगे आया हुआ है. बाकी सारे pieces are still in the back rank.
एक को आगे भेज दिया है.
ऐसे, you know, like the lone warrior, which itself is not stable, because f3 is always in the position to kick that knight back as well. Just overall, you look at the position and you see that white's the only one who's pushing here.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, want to take you very quickly to the game of Erdogmus Yagiz Khan, because there is a beautiful moment incoming.
Insane. Let's go.
Let's have it on the board.
Oh.
Okay, everyone, can you
Black to
guess
play.
Black's best move here? Black to play.
It's too good.
It is insane.
And 10 moves it took, yeah? 10 moves. That's it.
Completely winning if he finds this.
Can we quickly go through the moves once just to
Yeah,
understand?
let's do it.
Exchange
French.
H3 was a bit queen f3.
मतलब normal खेल रहा है white अभी तक.
Oh, he
but
played h3 and then
now-
h4, yeah?
Harry, the h pawn goes to h4, rook e8, but he has.
Honestly, I'm putting out a petition for the FIDE World Cup in Goa. It's going to be Harshad the H pawn. Let's all just agree on that.
साहिल को फिर S pawn दे देंगे.
तुम्हारा भी ऐसी है भाई.
ये तो भूल गया मैं.
Can you guys find it? Black
Okay.
to play.
So black to play.
I am also trying to find this. This is oh.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
The thing is, we can ask and then think. Yeah.
Yes.
Any guesses?
Oh, I think you made it on the board. I think it's on the board.
He played it.
It's been played. He didn't
Oh!
And as promised.
Erdogmus goes for knight to e5.
Let's go.
Okay, for this one.
Yes.
As the
Let's
first
go.
brilliance.
Knight e5 deserves it.
Yeah, he
Oh
does.
yeah.
Let's go.
The first brilliancy of the FIDE World Cup.
Yes,
Move of the
true.
day. Move of the day.
Let's
But
go.
what's the
Amazing.
point? Let's try to understand the point of the sacrifice. D takes e5. It's a piece sacrifice. Knight takes e5. Now the black knight attacks the queen on f3 and the bishop on d3. Let's say I'm greedy. I take another pawn on d5. What's happening now?
Big
I think
question.
there is bishop e6. You have to play queen e4 and then f5.
But can't you instead also go bishop g4? I was thinking initially the idea of bishop g4, putting pressure on f3, also threatening knight takes bishop. I don't
Oh
know.
wow.
Maybe there's multiple. Yeah, that
Bishop
actually
G4
looks
is a
really good.
very
Multiple
cool
ways,
idea.
I
I
think.
think bishop e6 also.
Yeah. But bishop e6 just feels
Direct. Again,
cleaner.
attack the...
Clean.
Yeah.
So
Clean
bishop
direct.
e6. By the way, queen d4. Let's see if the spectators are
Awake and
Awake.
sharp here.
knight f3. Let's go.
Well done.
It hits the king and the queen, and black is completely winning. So bishop e6, and Erdogmus is going to win his first game with the black pieces.
The first result of this tournament might come from this board.
Yes, yes.
I don't know if there's a record for the shortest World Cup game or something. This has to be a
95 is
contender, right? 10 moves. If I
genius.
could resign.
Can you give it 5 more exclamation marks? Honestly, this move deserves it because it doesn't instantly win, but it sets up all the pieces for black to come out beautifully. Well done, Sahil.
Wait, what? So much excellence, it's linked with other squares.
By the way, I think
The
even
night, Your Excellency.
I think even Magnus went on to say that Erdogmus is one of the biggest talents that we have seen recently, and I think this is the reason why. Knight c to e5, sacrificing in knight on the 10th move.
Harsha, tell me one thing. Was there a difference that he needed to be precise with which knight? Knight g5, do you think it might allow additional resources maybe in the position with h7?
To be honest, I think both moves win. But this is so practical, right? He does
Yes.
not want to allow any bishop h7 intermezzos or something. He just goes for the most forcing line.
Amazing. Okay, so what happens in case of that? Pawn takes knight, knight
Yeah,
takes
let's-
pawn,
let's
bishop
just-
takes pawn.
Bishop h7 now.
Yes. King takes bishop, and now queen h5 check was my idea.
But it just feels like black made 5 moves and white did not play anything because look at white's pieces.
And,
And
short
also,
castle.
Tanya,
Black to play short castle. Another question for our audience here.
Oh,
Just
what a
crushing, just
great
crushing.
question. Maybe he can play c6, yeah?
Best move in the position.
I feel like
G6
Actually,
is a great move.
It's a great move. It wasn't the one I had in mind, but it's
G6
very
is a very good
strong.
move.
Very close,
It's
very close.
strong.
Yes.
Bishop g4.
Bishop g4.
Exactly.
You said it.
Oh yeah, but G6 with a similar idea, right? You've got knight f3 check coming in, but I think bishop g4 is stronger here.
Because queen g5 again runs into this cute tactic of knight to f3 check, and we are forking the king and the queen and completely winning for black.
Wow, that's likely going to be the first result. Do you think white resigns or he plays on?
I would want to see this
No, he will play for
I
sure.
think he'll
I think
play.
because white also needs to understand why he's losing, right? Because maybe Erdogmus understood he's winning, but it's not very apparent.
And also I think for Abu Janda, I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly, but most probably I'm butchering it right now. But it's such an opportunity to also sort of play against Erdogmus, you know. He very well, I want to say present, but also is the future of chess in so many ways. You know, you mentioned what Magnus spoke about him, what a year he's had taking down so many super grandmasters. He's all of 14 and his rating, he's I think 26.
50 or something.
60 already, 2660 at 14. That is insane. So to play against such a youngster, I think he'd want to continue this game as much as possible.
And chess is one of the few sports where one can be 15 years old, playing against someone who's 50 and still be much, much better being so young. Because usually in all the other sports, like we talk about, but one can be 15, have a lot of experience. By the way, d5, knight e5, queen e3, there is a brilliant idea for black to play. It's a bit hidden. It's a bit hidden, but it's still related with a fork.
Let's think.
Let's go. Yes. Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Bishop to
Amazing.
c5.
Beautiful.
Banta hai.
Oh, by the way, we will stay on this, but Corcolis has made his move. He's gone for b5.
b5.
So we'll stay on this for now, finish this line, Sahil, and then we'll go back.
Yeah, I think the bishop is basically hanging, but if you take it, unfortunately, it's
Knight
again
d3.
the same fork, and the queen is not escaping.
Beautiful.
And also, yeah, I mean, there are so many tactics that I'm getting excited.
You want to say queen d2 as well, right? After bishop c5, even queen d2 loses on the spot in that position.
Yeah.
It's this knight and all the mighty folks
And if
in
knight
the world.
d4, there's just one more pin. Knight takes d3 because the rook on e8 pins that queen on e3. You cannot even take. This is just
No, I was
finito.
doing knight f3 check just to flex. It's a double. I know it's worse, but still, it's still winning. Wow.
Yeah.
We are at move
Black is still
13.
winning.
We are
Black
at
is
move
winning.
13
Wow.
in this position. How has Erdogmus, all his pieces, just managed to come at the beautiful spot?
Oh, we have the camera.
Oh!
Look at Erdogmus. Let's go. And his opponent is like, what just happened?
Guy, this is over. I don't know if he continues or not.
I think Erdogmus was like, okay, I saw everything, so can we go?
So
can
what
we-
do you do? He can play queen e. No, queen e3 is possible. Yeah, queen e3 is possible. No.
Now?
Straight. बहुत dangerous लग रहा है देख के, but
Bishop g4 still?
knight को छोड़ दो.
Forget about that knight.
Stick it in the next move.
Because d5, I can still capture back with the knight, and knight f3 remains such a lethal threat. Especially because my rook on e8 also hits the queen on e3. Too good.
I think Erdogmus of dinner सोच रहे हैं क्या करना है. The game is basically.
He's having his opponent for dinner.
He's literally having all the pieces on the board. I don't think he's hungry for dinner after this 95. And also, it's such a cool way to start the World Cup. A game like this with the black pieces, right? In 13 moves, you get 95 in. और क्या ही चाहिए?
I'm genuinely curious कि वो resign करेगा यहाँ पे कि नहीं, because he just gave an expression that okay he missed that and now it looks like he's about to resign.
I'm wondering what is Erdogmus's bracket looking like on his path? What is his? I don't know if there's a way
Who
to
is the unfortunate
next
victim
few
next?
opponents that will fall in line. For Abu Genda, he is from Libya. With this, I think he knows he's the underdog, the dark horse in this match. We were talking about who are the few players we'd love to see have that deep run in the tournament, and I have to say, I would love to see Erdogmus go down that path.
But I think it will happen for sure. He's just.
But do you think he has it in him to even make it to the candidates already? I mean, could he? What is the potential for that?
I mean, if he has to have a really special. By the way, d takes e5 happened, and immediately knight takes e5.
Yes, of course.
He has an insane team helping him. I have to tell you, I don't know if it's very public, but he has.
It's about to be.
It's about. No, I'm not going to tell because I'm not sure how public it is. But yeah, he has a lot of strong players helping him.
On the team,
No, no.
Harshit Raja,
No, no,
is
no.
that why you're not giving this away?
No. I mean, but it's.
I mean black का राजा थोड़ा safe लग रहा है
Yeah,
देख के.
he has a very strong team, like very, very strong.
Yeah,
Very
hello.
strong team for Erdogmus.
Knight
Like-
e5, knight e5.
What a move, guys! Okay, but no, I agree with you. I think Erdogmus, the way he's been playing these past few months, the skyrocketing that his rating chart has shown, his quality of play, and just how cool and confident he is over the board. This is going to be a long month for him in Goa, and we would love to see that happen. I
Yeah.
mean, him and the candidates would be incredible.
Yeah.
Erdogmus is going to win this for sure.
Yeah.
Divya, the opponent, has played this move pawn to b5, and she's thinking now. But I think she needs to speed up. She has to put the gear in sports mode right now because bishop g5, bishop h4 is very natural. She has to go for it. No other idea.
But she has 29 minutes. Like you whatever you play, just play. Just
Agreed, but also I think the next few moves ahead she will make them. Maybe I'd give it like 2 to 3 minutes, but again, you got your queen on e2, the pawns are there. The only thing that you can maybe thinking about is d5, but अगर d5 खेलना था वो previous move में हो जाता. not allowing queen b6 check ideas, these additional resources. Bishop g5, knight h5, screaming to be played on the board right now.
But it's like, agar wo crucial moment 5 move ke baad aata hai, I don't want us to have 10 minutes on the clock because
By us you mean Divya.
Yeah, us I mean Divya.
So not biased.
I mean, no, of course not.
I want to get your opinion on this game.
Let's go.
That's Karthik's game because
another
Brilliancy.
Whoa.
And there's one more apparently, and that's
Knight to G5.
What's up with players not caring about their knights? Give them away.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Where's the glasses?
Okay.
Oh, yes. Knight to G5.
Well done,
Let's
well
go.
done.
Who is it? Garcia Pantoja. Playing against Karthik Venkatraman.
yeah.
Garcia Pantoja, 200
Garcia
points
Roberto
lower rate. But
Wow.
what's this move? Knight to G5.
So
लग रहा है गई.
And you have to take it apparently.
Okay, by the way,
Queen h7 mate
what's
hai.
the threat?
the idea is you take it with the pawn, I want to say, and then rook h1.
Yeah.
Exactamo.
Because the king is on g2, perfectly set up to bring the rook to the h5. And get this, black can stop the checkmate on h7. Let's have that. Pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn. Rook h1 jab aayega, you'll have g6, but who's going to stop the doubling up of the rooks on the h line? You know, you have ideas like g4, queen h3. You also have ideas like rook h2, rook h1.
And by the way, can I please show this? Let's say if you go knight b4. Okay, I was getting too excited.
No, I have it. Knight b4, queen f3.
Okay.
Queen f3, black plays king g7, white to play.
Oh my
Tell me you
God.
see it.
Oh my God.
You have to ask. You guess this one.
Please tell me you see it. Come on.
It's too good. It's too good. Queen to f6. Oh man.
And there's no way to stop the
Bishop f6, bishop g7.
G6.
Oh man.
My rook h4, rook
Double.
h1. Rook
Double.
k
No, gf6 and even bishop h6, bishop g7.
Does that work as well? That is crazy.
It's 2 mates.
Oh, this is too beautiful.
Insane.
I mean, I just want to look
Bye.
at that position for the next 5
I
minutes.
need another sunglasses
Yeah,
for
I
this.
can't
I
believe
need like a few of
This is
them.
a chess player's
Stunning.
dream, no?
Literally, bhai.
This is stunning.
H g6.
Okay, can we have that one more time? That was
Yeah.
too beautiful. Slow motion. Slow motion, guys.
Knight g5.
You have to take because
have to
I'm
take.
threatening
Is-
queen h7.
Yes,
g6
g6
maybe.
no. That's like a way
Uh-huh.
to.
नहीं g6 बोरिंग है थोड़ा h5 दिखाना है बच्चे
G6
बढ़िया
guy.
थी यार वो।
G6.
हाँ।
You take, your threat is simple, rook h1. Black has to play g6, right? There's no
Yeah,
other option at some
post.
point. Now rook h1.
Yes.
Apparently the best move is already knight e5.
But knight b4 is what
Yeah,
we want
knight
to see.
b4.
Knight e5 attacks the queen, knight b4 also attacks the queen.
Yeah.
You know,
Huh.
it's
And you're not even giving up a piece.
piece.
you're not giving up a piece.
Now
Of course,
queen
makes
f3.
perfect sense.
Idea is I want to get to the h file somehow.
So you go king g7,
King
threatening
g7.
rook h8.
Yeah, rook h8 idea.
Oh.
And now, white says,
Oof. Right.
White says, oh my queen!
Oh no, my queen!
and queen f6. What a move actually. Wow.
Hey, you need like 3 brilliancies for this, like 3 exclamation marks. Crazy.
I have them.
Okay, so
And if gf6, king g8 also rook h4 or rook h3
that does
also
work, right?
also
You could
wins.
just double. But bishop h6, bishop g7 is so flashy. Queen f6 खेलने के बाद you want a bishop
Oh
checkmate.
no. Bishop
Assist.
f6. Wait. Bishop f6, gf6,
Yes. King
g8, rook h8 check.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rook h1 check and then bishop
You know, we're
h6.
having too
Too
much
much.
fun. This is too much.
Is it working?
It's
Tell me it's
working.
working.
It is working. It's working.
Let's go.
oh my
Let's go.
god.
You've given up a queen, you've given up a rook, you've sacrificed
And
the whole house.
The thing is, after you give up a queen and a rook, you're not even giving a check. You're
Yeah.
just playing
Bishop
bishop
g7.
And then you will set it up again with bishop g7.
Yes. Crazy.
So much fresh.
So much pressure.
I can't take this. This is too much.
But this is bad news for Karthik, yeah, who's under a lot of pressure now. with the black
Karthik,
pieces.
हाँ.
Yeah.
So
And
knight g5, I think, okay, if we are rooting for Karthik, I don't think he should take on g5
No.
even though it's very
it's
beautiful.
checkmate and one queen h7. So if you don't take, then
G6.
Sahil's other move is the
G6,
only
only
option.
move.
G6, yeah, you have to play that.
Knight h3 maybe to hit the pawn on h6 with the bishop.
And then what does black play? King
नहीं
g7.
h6 but g5 h5 है को ना
One, Sahil just wants to give the piece. Yeah, h5.
अब तो उस मोड में आ गया ना नहीं white से सीधा h5
So you went directly, okay, just don't go in all in, yeah? This
h5 क्यों नहीं कर रहा मैं why not
bishop g5.
Bishop G5. अच्छा, Queen G7 aa raha hai.
Queen suddenly is laterally coming
Queen
to defend.
G7
Let's
okay,
point
that's
that
a-
out. After pawn takes pawn, the black queen is defending
Coming
everything.
into the defense. Yeah.
Yes.
That's a bit unlucky. Yeah.
So knight G5, G6. We expect knight to H3, I think, hitting the pawn on H6.
Also rerouting it to
F4.
F4.
It looks so beautiful there, right? Knight
Yeah.
to F4. I think Garcia Pantoja has found a great idea with H4, Knight H3. This definitely puts Karthik under big pressure.
Also, after knight F4, you have these knight takes G6 types of ideas, which is, yeah, just going to seal the deal.
Okay, this is tough for Karthik actually, very tough.
And Karthik Venkataraman, he is a two-time national champion, 2024 winner. That's how he qualified for the World Cup. Really strong grandmaster and even a rating favorite. So feeling big pressure right now against Garcia, who's 2502.
Yeah.
Lower rated, but he's on the attack right now. I'm really liking the position. And the way he set it up, right? Queen on D3, bishop on D2, moves the king to G2, sets up the sacrifice, now rerouting the knight, the pawn on H4 ready to go up to H5. The makings of a beautiful finish.
Absolutely, and you know what, talking about pressure, there was a position which you really liked, Harshit, and that was this one. And it's kind of taken the natural contour here, and now bishop x6. I think this was very left, right? Rook c8. You're ready for rook takes c3. And now bishop takes g5, simply bishop e5, and now suddenly after bishop g2, already like black is breaking through with b4.
See that, I think I think white's pieces are placed perfectly, just that bishop on G2 is bad. If I could just pick up that bishop and put it on B3, I think white has very good chances to play. I mean, probably white is close to winning here. I actually did a course on this, yeah? Very, very close to winning here. King on B1, bishop on B3, just play F4 and somewhere bishop takes E6 happens.
And the problem here is, right, it's the Sozin bishop, right? And I know you're a Sozin attack player, so bishop on B3 is where you want it. It just feels like black is faster suddenly. Queen B6 is actually threatening B4, which is coming with huge power. Then all these ideas of rook takes knight eventually in the air as well. The question here is, will white be in time to get F4 in?
And I think that was the key moment, because instead of bishop G2, he could have just played F4 and just one slow move like bishop G2 can give black a big lead in the race on the attack here, because pawn to F4 asking a very direct question.
Which has only one answer, I think.
Yeah,
you have to take the knight.
But the thing is that once you play bishop G2, I'm just not going to give you the time to play F4 anymore. Like I'll play B4, attacking your C3 knight, you capture, and then rook C4. Oof. And you cannot
What
just
an
for
idea,
everyone,
rook C4.
You cannot move the knight because I'll take your queen and your pawns are doubled. And then I capture the B4 pawn.
Two good sides.
This is like GG.
This is incredible. And it also shows, right, Grandmaster understanding here that always a recapture is not what you need to go for. It doesn't need to be a hand move. You can have these beautiful intermezzos in the position, in between moves. Rook C4 is super strong here.
So Harshavardhan playing with the white pieces, you know, is in trouble. I mean, he decided to play a very exciting game, go for a fight against Ilmaz, but I think that Ilmaz is a big favorite to win this game right now.
And everyone in chat asking about Gukesh kahan hai, Pragg kahan hai, Arjun kahan hai, Sagar kahan hai. वो सब आएंगे. Let's just remind everybody that 206 players playing in Goa, the top 50 seeds, join the arena. They come into action from round 2, from November 4 is where we're going to see them. Right now, we've got 156 players who will be playing, joined by the remaining players only from round 2. They get a direct seed into round 2. So the advantages of being top class.
By the way,
Grandmasters.
if Divya wins today,
Yes.
she faces Nihal Sareen in the second round. What a matchup that would be.
And speaking of Divya winning today, I mean, that is a game for all 3 results.
Yeah.
And Divya is the one who's on the attack.
She's on the attack, but it can go.
19 minutes for
Oh,
Divya now.
man.
What soch rahe hain? Okay, so B5 played. The thing is, bishop G5, you're looking at 8-6, pawn takes pawn. Are you ready to give up the D4 pawn as well? Black's knight jumping onto E5 after that. Divya thinking, will they be in time to defend?
But she just has to go for it.
Will there be time to defend? Not for Divya.
Yes, on the
19
clock.
minute ही है भाई. 19 minute is
Yes.
not enough.
19 minute की कीमत.
So, kya jano?
And let's keep in mind कि 40 move के बाद extra time मिलेगा. So we still have what 24 moves to go, and she has to play.
Make a move.
No, I mean,
90 minutes.
There are
have to
24 Indians playing and 24 moves left.
Wow, Zed, well done, well done.
What do you... It's not a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence.
It just happens.
It's definitely not a coincidence at all.
It's not a coincidence.
This
It's
is
just...
very deep insight.
Exactly.
Grandmaster level insight.
But yeah, I mean, I like Divya's position. But again, like if he does not play fast, we were saying that 1 hour, 30 minutes is a lot of time. She only has 18 minutes left. And once you get below the 10-minute mark, it's very random.
Gukesh became world champion at 18. Divya is only 18.
17 पे क्या चल रहा है भाई वो बता दो मुझे जल्दी से.
It's not a coincidence, guys.
Magnus and Fabi played the World Championship in 2018.
Okay, I'm losing track now.
Okay, let's come back to the chess. B5 played, she needs to make a move here. Okay, either bishop g5. If not bishop, the only thing that would worry somebody, have stopped someone from playing bishop g5 has to be pawn takes pawn. You're down an exchange, you give up a central pawn. If you're not checkmating, you're lost. So if she wants to not go for this all-out approach, is there a calmer move that keeps these threats but doesn't give up the
I mean,
d4 pawn?
at this point, just because she has such little time left, I think she should just go for something direct. Because if she goes into and she takes d5, I don't like this move.
Oh, that's...
Do not like this capture.
This just gives a beautiful square.
Why would queen d4 check है ना मेरे पास? D takes
And
e5,
also-
D takes e5 के बाद.
Also, knight e5, knight d7 is always an idea. Just, you know,
Why queen d4 check just looks very nice to me because your e4 pawn is also under attack.
Yeah. I mean, pawn takes pawn. Do you have time to go bishop g5 here?
I mean,
That's the
Queen
big
d4
question.
check है ना मेरे पास.
Okay, and then king h1.
अब मैंने सोचा नहीं but
कहाँ से check दोगे? B6
but at
knight.
least the pin is,
D4 or
I mean,
B6?
also queen b6 check followed by rook d8 because we don't have the pawn on d4 which was allowing black to have this eternal pin.
So no knight h5. So
Not-
basically
yeah.
what you're saying is कि कोई threat नहीं है bishop g5 का. And that's the point. Honestly, pawn takes pawn is a
Yeah.
very strange decision after this very long think.
But you know, when you think for more than 8 or 9 minutes, there is like I mean, it's not an official rule, but
Long think, wrong think.
yeah, long thing, wrong thing. If you think for more than 8 or 9 minutes, there is like some certain statistical, like someone made
Yes.
this analysis, and I think she thought for 20 minutes. And the more you think, the more you doubt your calculation, I think. And that's why at some point she had some problems with bishop g5. She's like, okay, I saw bishop g5, d5 doesn't work. Let me just take the pawn on e5.
Like
And
a panic
Yeah,
reaction.
exactly. Let me just take the pawn on e5 because I thought for 20 minutes. She looks at the time. I don't have time. I don't know what to do. Let me just take the pawn.
Yeah,
It can happen.
That's a
It
great
can happen.
point because let's say you have two options. That option A you spend a few minutes, option B you spend a few minutes, and then you cannot decide कि कौन सी move अच्छी है, कौन सी move खराब है, and then subconsciously you just go for option C
Yeah.
because it looks nice.
That's why I
That's
never
it.
liked MCQs. Like I was very
me
bad.
neither.
Chad is
I
saying,
like MC though.
Chad is saying Divya will have a comeback opportunity for sure, but at the end she will have black pieces, right? तो उससे और मुश्किल होने वाला है. When you know you have to strike with the black pieces, कोई equal सी opening खेल दी white ने, it's not gonna be easy.
Yes. And the thing is, again, it just brings back this point that you're talking about, sort of a panic reaction of pawn takes pawn. That's when your confidence starts getting a little shaky. Anytime you go into these long things, your brain is fogging up, you feel like your calculation, you don't have a direct path onto it, you're missing ideas, you're double thinking. Yes, Arjun?
Yes. Ah.
Yeah.
Because Ding had very little time on the clock, or? Oh.
Yes. Were
Very
you
good
following the
Country
match?
is still the same, no? This
Like,
Gukesh and India are coming.
I was like what? I was not watching the match earlier. I forgot about chess. But
Okay.
after Gukesh won, then I was like, okay, now
You're
I
like,
should.
now I
start."
have. You know, it's funny because that is also in some ways Gukesh's story, right? Where Gukesh was one of the first tournaments that he went to was the World Championship match in Chennai, Magnus versus Vichy. And that's where I think the inspiration grew. He got into the game and eventually went on 11 years later to become the world champion.
Yeah. What's your name? What is your name? Prithviraj. So hope maybe we can see Prithviraj at a big stage playing at some point. But great observation, Prithviraj. Thanks.
Do you have a favorite player here? Who?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
You also Gukesh. Yes. I wants to go to the local favorite.
Leon? Yes.
Let's jump over. I think we did have a look at the opening, didn't we?
Yeah, I think this is where we left it after A5. We have rook a c8, knight c4, and b5.
Where are you?
As we are scrolling through the games, okay,
Yes.
we've got it here as well.
Yeah.
Oh, his opponent.
Oh, by the way, pawn takes pawn on the board by Corculus. So the idea of, again, opening up that queen with potential checks to unpin. Divya, a little bit in trouble on the board and the clock in this one.
This one is really difficult, I think. You have no, as you mentioned, right? So if the queen can move, then there is no actual counterplay you have, and black can just start pushing the pawns at some point.
Yeah, pawn takes pawn. You know, the thing is, even as a panic move, she's really given her opponent a very strong defensive resource of allowing this check.
Exactly, because I mean the whole compensation lied in the fact that black had this eternal pin
Yes.
with the knight on f6. Divya is in some trouble. Let's quickly check Leon,
Yeah,
the
let's go
local
to
heroes
Mendonça.
game, because his opponent has apparently made a mistake with the move pawn to b5.
A bit of a committal decision, yeah? Sahil?
I just don't like committing to these big decisions so early on.
So when should you commit then?
I think black just had to play the waiting game right now because after
okay.
knight to e5, the c6 square suddenly has become very weak. अगर bishop पीछे गया तो वो घोड़ा c6 पे घुसेगा, and if you give that bishop, then the light squares are weak. Sahaj, I think being a
Would
Catalan
you-
player, you would love this, no?
I mean, I wish I was a Catalan player. I have suffered so many losses against Catalan. I absolutely hate it with both colors. But yeah, I mean, for white, it feels like a dream position. Yeah, complete dream. Like knight c6 incoming. That bishop on g2 is going to be strong, you know, forever. And black's queen on a7. That looks so out of place.
But it's absolutely key that you stop c5 right now. I mean, you give black one move, c5, and black has solved every single Catalan problem that ever existed in this position.
Yeah.
So, Tanya, big decision for Leon.
And that's what shows that there would be a big difference if he played c5 or did not play c5. You know, he has to stop it. So plays knight c6 or not in the position. It's what will decide if white has an advantage or not. So for Mendonça, I think it's very critical to find this move.
For sure, and he will find it.
I think he will find it. I think after knight c6, Leon is going to have a very comfortable position, and the key is to always have a piece on c6, to never bring the piece back. If you want to exchange pieces, you can just replace it with the other knight on f3.
Oh, clear path.
Yeah.
So,
There's the bishop.
I have a question.
Yeah.
He will
C5.
definitely play knight
What
c6.
will you do?
Oh,
What?
Yeah,
what
definitely he will play knight c6. He will
Yeah.
play knight c6 for sure. You think he will not play knight c6? Oh, 100% he will play knight c6.
Yeah, because c5 otherwise. Yeah,
Yeah,
then he will
because
send it.
c5. I mean,
Tanya,
we are
will
in
you
Goa,
color
I
your
get
hair
it, but
blue?
why do I have to do this? I am saying that c5 has to be stopped. I am on Mendonça playing knight
Knight
c6.
c6.
For
It
sure.
has to
So
happen.
if
No
it
doubt.
doesn't, Tanya will color her hair blue.
Still, I'm not shaking hands on this, but you know what? I will do it.
Really?
Oh wow, you will do it.
Like temporary hair color.
Okay.
That's
Done.
fair.
It's a round 2 mein bahut maza aayega chat.
So would you prefer that he doesn't play knight c6?
No.
Now yes, of course.
Wait
He
1
will
second,
play
I'll just
knight
go and
c6.
tell him.
He will play knight c6. Leon, bachalo. Okay.
Okay, question for everyone in the everyone in the audience. Knight c6. What is this type of move known as?
A fork.
But you are stopping c5, no? So
Oh. So
You're-
when you stop an idea of an opponent.
when you stop an idea of an opponent, what is it called?
That's a very good question. I'm sure chat.
It's an advanced principle of chess. I'm sure you've heard about it before. What do you think?
We put him on camera. We put him under so much pressure. You know, ये जवाब है 1 crore के लिए.
It's called prophylaxis. Prophylaxis. You know this? Exactly. Yes. And by the way, knight c6 players, Tanya is safe for now.
That was a scary 5 seconds, but knight c6, we believe in Leon. And it's also the understanding of this position, right? You have to, at all cost, stop c5. All right, so
Chat
Leon
knows
looking
it.
good. Yes.
Chat knows it. Everybody mentioned prophylaxis, so that's amazing. Meanwhile, Karthik has actually gone for g6, so he did not have the I would say, the guts to take that good decision. Knight h3 now, and h5 played.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that white never gets h5 on the board. h6 pawn ko bhi bachana tha, so just stopping all these ideas. But h5 does create long-term dark square weaknesses, right? The cheese hole concept here.
Exactly.
Where your king's going to be weak for a long time, Harshad.
Also, f3, g4 at some point could be an idea for white, just trying to break open the king side. And I think Garcia is definitely going to try and put a lot of pressure with the white pieces.
Guys, please switch back to Leon's board because something beautiful is just about to happen. We are about to see another brilliancy being played. Oh, blue arrow ne dikha diya. But look at this move. Just sacrificing the queen, knight to e5. What a move.
Wow. And he had to see this then when he started this process after b5. This is where he had to see this queen sacrifice. That's insane.
And the reason you say that is because if the queen moves, once again, black gets that dream move in, right? You move your queen away and you've got c5 breaking free.
Yeah, so knight e5, and if you take this queen, simply knight takes, and suddenly the queen on a7, as you mentioned, is so weirdly placed. The bishop is hanging.
Yeah,
then the
you're
rook.
losing the queen. There's no square because the bishop and g2 only have queen a8, queen b7, and knight takes bishop doesn't just win the whole house, but the bishop on g2 will capture the queen as well.
Literally everything is hanging currently for black. So it's white's buffet. He can pick up any piece.
What a tactic. Knight e5 he'll find.
Knight e5 is, I think he'll do it.
You know, had you put the turn your hair blue on this move, it would have been very...
No, knight e5 is
Will you
Knight e5,
color your hair blue if he doesn't play knight e5?
And played, look at
Yes,
this.
I will do it, I will do it.
Brilliancy on the board
Okay.
and sunglasses. Let's go.
Yeah, this one deserves it as well. I think knight e5, the blue sign we've got on the board.
By the way, Divya made a move as well.
Rook b1 played.
Rook b1.
Rook b1 played, and I have a bad feeling for this game now because Divya had a few chances to go for this move, bishop to g5. She should have just completely forgotten about the pawn on a3 or the pawn on e5. Just go bishop g5, knight h5, and launch the attack. Now rook b1, it just feels a bit slow.
And the thing is, right, when you're down material and suddenly you have to play on the other flank, a move like rook b1 will feel aa jati hai that white has lost the thread somewhere. And if you've given the exchange, and this happens very often in attacks, I think at some point you have to stop yourself. You have to fight your own mind to care about material. You can't suddenly start thinking my pawn on d4 is hanging. You have to go all in for the attack. Now, black has so many options, you could just give a check, make sure bishop g5 is not a big threat on the board. There are ways to defend that pawn with a check as well. You could continue with development. I just am not seeing attacking possibilities for white anymore.
To her credit though, like rook b1 is still a move that threatens something.
The b5 pawn.
The b5 pawn, of course. So if black plays queen b6 check is a bit worrying to me. But let's say if you play a6, you're kind of in the same situation where you can go bishop g5, knight h5, and you can still continue the
But
attack.
there's still queen b6 check unpinning. This is the problem of pawn takes pawn. Or queen c4.
I have queen c4 always. That's what I was getting
So maybe
to.
queen d4 check to unpin.
Yeah, queen d4 check is I think the bigger worry for me. That I really don't like this check.
It was that pawn takes pawn. After that 20-25 minute think, opening up the position for black's queen to come into the game.
And also, let's not forget, she has 22 moves to make in 12 minutes.
Yeah, I think if it all comes down to this move d takes e5, I think, which was definitely going in the wrong direction. By the way, can we quickly check the game of Denis Makhnev versus Diego Flores? Because Diego Flores made a huge inaccuracy. Because if we just go back a few moves, Sahil, queen d3, and yes, at this exact moment, black played queen d6, an unthinkable mistake. Unthinkable mistake.
Wow, we have a
What
blue
white to
arrow.
play? Oh,
sorry,
this
sorry.
blue arrow.
ये blue arrow को बंद कर दो.
Actually.
Because
Bishop
this is
f4.
beautiful tactic. But let's ask.
What a blunder.
Let's not make the move.
Knight
yeah.
takes f4.
Piece जा रहा है हर्षित. Bishop f4, knight takes bishop. What happens? White to play.
Prithviraj, knight takes f4.
Channel your inner Gukesh. Knight takes bishop. White to play.
You can make it on the
Maybe
board.
let's have that on the board. What's the problem?
White to play.
Think about it.
Very good.
Very good.
Queen queen to h7 is checkmate, and I think this is what Diego Flores forgot about. Bishop f4, and white is completely winning now.
Because the bishop on c7 is hanging. If you can't take knight takes bishop, you have to move the queen, and bishop takes bishop, loses on the spot, resign.
So he sacked the queen, yeah? He
This
sacked
is
the
what
queen.
pressure can do to you, Tanya. He just played queen d6, forgot about this tactic, and now, of course, white is completely winning.
I don't know why there's a bar showing black in this. They should show full white. He's totally winning.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're just a queen up.
Yeah, you're a queen up.
Huge,
For
huge
only
mistake.
2 minor pieces.
Yep.
And that's not enough at all. And to imagine that Flores, he's a 2563. 2563 is his rating. He's a grandmaster. And again, to your point, this is what happens, you know, one off move, one off day. And suddenly, you're looking at just an elimination from the whole tournament.
True, true. And of course, he will have the white pieces luckily in the next game. So we'll get a chance to fight back.
Also, he was the higher rated player
Yeah.
in today's match, but to lose like this with a one move blunder, it's painful.
But talking about one move blunders, Erdogmus' opponent has still not resigned, and we have seen bishop e6 on the board. So he's still choosing his square for the queen. So which fork we are going to see here? Queen, we saw multiple, knight f3, knight d3, I don't know, even others, bishop g4 as well.
Queen d4 runs into knight f3, that's losing on the spot. You have to stay connected to the bishop on d3. Queen e4 is the
f5,
move. F5.
queen e3.
Bishop d5, hitting the rook on h1 and also threatening knight f3 check.
Wait,
Castle, knight f3.
still,
This is so lost.
Knight f3 anyway, right? Game over.
Game
Busted.
over.
No, Erdogmus.
Tata bye-bye.
Yeah, Tata bye-bye.
No, wait.
Nice to meet
Question
you.
for chat. Okay, instead of knight f3, play knight g4,
Oh my god.
queen d2,
Oh my god.
black to play and win.
Oh my goodness. What a move.
Oh,
nice.
that is
What a
beautiful.
nice.
What a
This
move.
one, if somebody finds in our chat, it's
Question for
it's
chat.
too awesome. Chat or here, yes. We've got some, we can maybe pass on the mic. It's not easy, I'll tell you that. So, yes!
Yes.
But what's queen takes pawn?
h4.
Yes.
So
Amazing.
beautiful.
And pawn takes queen?
The rocket bishop goes to h2.
Bishop h2 checkmate. What's your name?
Amansa.
Mansi. Super. What a
Super.
beautiful finish. I mean, ऐसे finish हो game तो मजा ही आ
Yeah,
जाए.
this would be insane. Yes, I would love to see the game
And I
finish.
think-
we might see this. He's not resigning at least. Yeah, we might see this happen.
But he won't play knight g4. No, he'll go knight f3 check. That's the
I'm
last
sure
thing.
our
that's
online chat would have also
Thoda
gotten
help
queen
chahiye.
h4
Yes,
'cause
I'll-
this is
Everyone.
such a-
Queen
Everyone
h-
got queen.
sack the
Yeah.
queen.
Super sharp. Super sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah? Well done, chat. So Erdogmus, he's got this one in the bag, is what it looks like. I don't think he's moved, by the way, from this pose. He's been leaning back and sitting like this for the last 35 minutes. Since we checked in last, queen e4, are we going to see f5?
Immediately.
Wow.
Immediately. He just does it. And then he'll just lean back again. Done. Job done. Next.
Thank you.
Shout out to Ariana Grande.
Such an aura move, right? Okay, whatever you are calculating, I've seen it like 1 hour back. Yeah, just chilling now, nothing to think.
Aura se yaad hai, we haven't checked Fausti's game yet.
Oh.
We should check how Fausti is doing because he has a very
Oro has
complex-
aura. That is
Exactly,
true.
it's the Oro, and he has a very complicated position, I would say, and I'm not sure who is better here. Like it does say White has a slight advantage, but I'm not so sure.
By the way, Faustino Oro, for the ones who don't know, he's very young, and he's also streaming online, if I'm not mistaken, in Spanish. Amazing player, amazing streamer. I love watching him. He's very good in blitz, and I think this is a great opportunity for him to showcase that he's also very good in classical.
It's called the Messi of chess.
The Messi of chess.
Faustino Oro, he's been incredible to watch, just like Erdogmus, over the last year or two. He played in Vaikanze as well. I think he was in the B group.
Yeah.
He's on track to, that's on track to becoming the youngest grandmaster in the world. Already 2500,
Wow.
And he has 1 GM norm in his bag.
So needs 2 GM norms.
GM norms,
He's
yes.
made the rating already. And what the record stands at 12 years and how many months currently?
3 months. It's Mishra.
Already Mishra,
3
right?
months or 4 months. 12
Yeah.
years and 3 months or 4 months.
I mean, it sounds like he'll do it, yeah? Very likely.
He has about 10, 11 months to
Wow.
make 2 norms.
So he's less than 12.
And he can do it here.
Yes.
He can make a grandmaster
make.
norm here
He's
as well.
3100 on in bullet.
Oh.
In blitz.
So I have a question. What do you think is the youngest grandmaster possible? What we'll see in 10 years from now?
I'm not. Every time there is a youngest grandmaster, we think इससे नीचे तो possible ही नहीं है because but I think 10,
Currently it's
11.
Mishra,
Can
right?
it be
Yeah.
9?
No, I don't think so.
I mean-
I think it's just
But
not
that's
possible.
the thing, right, Sahaj? If 5 years ago somebody said that chess will have a world champion who's only 18 years old, would have been so hard to believe. You know, we had Garry Kasparov do it at 22, Magnus do it at 23, and then 18. And you wonder if that record, will it ever be broken? Could you have a younger world champion? I mean,
Could
things
you have
are
a
possible.
3-year-old rated player?
Yes, that, just getting my head around that is crazy.
Man, can we quickly take a look at Ronak's game? Because Ronak Sadhwani is playing with the white pieces against Daniel Barish,
Oh, let's go.
and Daniel Barish is much better with the black pieces. This could potentially be the upset of the round here because Daniel is much better.
And Ronak is the stronger player by almost 400 points.
Wow.
So, couple of mistakes. First was, I think, d4, rook c2, and now queen e3. And suddenly black is just winning.
Yeah, look at the way all of Black's pieces in the last few moves, tempo after tempo, have come into the game. Now you have this crazy bishop on e3 attacking d4 with a nasty pin on that d2 knight. The d3 pawn is a monster piece. If I'm white, I want to get rook c3, rook d3 in as quickly as possible. But Black's going rook b8, rook b2.
Yeah, the d4 pawn is also hanging, f6 is also coming. Tanya, I'm very scared for Ronak right now. I mean, he's a big favorite, but
How did he get himself into such a big mess with the
Yeah.
white pieces?
No, you know, Daniel is a good friend of mine, and he's amazing when it comes to opening preparation. So my guess is that he caught him somewhere in the opening.
Yeah.
He's you can call him a specialist of sorts, Barish there.
this queen g6 move was missed by Ronak because he missed that queen g6 also protects the bishop from coming into g5. Bishop g5 came in next, and after this it was all black.
And this is super direct, but even without queen g6, it felt like the position, something's gone wrong for white. It just feels so shaky, and now this, and you know, you pointed out f6, the moment you say it, it almost feels like white's king is in a checkmating attack. f6, pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn, the other rook coming on to e8.
That's over.
That king is getting checkmated in the center of the board.
Now the question is, maybe black, you know, because we saw him exchanging queens, which was not the best idea. Maybe he might just take the pawn on d4, hoping for a risk-free position, and maybe that gives Ronak a chance to strike back in the endgame.
I think for Ronak right now, he should just draw this game somehow.
How?
Somehow, like bishop d, let's see, bishop d4, knight f3.
Takes on b2.
I'm just down a pawn.
C5 or rook c7? Rook c5 probably, yeah.
Okay, push that pawn.
And then I captured d3. Okay, now it's more or less
And
okay.
then you defend that pawn, and then you go rook c. But can you actually take it? Because there'll be a pin.
You see, if we compare this exact same position with black pawn on f6 and white pawn on e6,
yeah.
it looks much better for black.
Yes.
Because that pawn on e6 can be taken, and I think that's why Barish has to play f6 first.
Tough one to
This
find.
goes to show.
No, I think it's with just, if you compare those two positions, I think f6 is a very natural move here.
What does it go to show?
No, this just goes to show, even if you are a favorite, you have to be on your A game. You cannot just relax and play as if you are going to win without any efforts, because here it's possible that Barish wins this game with the black pieces, and then suddenly Ronak finds himself in a must-win situation which no one expected.
No. In first round, being almost 400 points ahead of his opponent. I mean, it feels like a busted endgame. Did he go bishop
He
takes
did go
pawn?
bishop d4.
Okay.
I mean, which is obviously good news for Ronak because
Yes.
f6 was much stronger. I think it's possible Ronak holds this. He's still not, like, you know, we're still not in a territory where it's like borderline loss. It's still just much better for black, and I think Ronak can still manage to hold this.
But this game is kind of, you know, it's a symbol for the World Cup, right? 400 rating point difference, and you're beating a strong grandmaster like with the black pieces. That's insane.
I think first rounds mein hamesha I think I feel the stronger players are more takeable because they are not feeling in the zone just yet. Because वो tournament just abhi shuru hua hai. In round 2, round 3, I'm talking about open events. Like then it's much harder to take them down.
Because they find their rhythm. It's always
Exactly.
you get the biggest upsets in those first 2 rounds. Simply people finding their form, getting locked into the tournament. First rounds are infamous for these huge upsets, and we might be seeing that on Ronak's board. Meanwhile, Divya's opponent, we've got some progress there.
Yeah, we have some progress there. We also have Pranav's camera. So I was thinking maybe we could check Pranav's game
Let's
as
do
we have him on camera. Pranav.
Ooh, this was the position. He was like much better here.
He's playing with the white pieces.
Yeah. Bishop takes 94. E5. I think black broke with e5. That really simplifies the position. And now this is the... Oh, bishop b4 is the only move.
Oh, that's not easy to play, I think.
Yeah, another game where suddenly the lower-rated player is just kind of fighting and giving it, his everything.
Yeah, not easy, no? For Pranav, yahan pe, bishop.
Okay, let's say, let me just understand. Let's say white plays a move like pawn to a4.
So you don't want to play bishop
No,
b.
just to understand what's the problem with pawn to a4. Like a natural looking move.
Okay, first tactics, right? The queen is overloaded. Can I go bishop takes pawn and attack that bishop on d3? Is that a threat on the board?
Wow, Tanya, you're so fast.
Very sharp.
Took me a while actually.
Very sharp. Bishop takes b2. Because if queen takes b2, the bishop on d3 is hanging. Nice.
And then the knight on e4
That's
is
very
attacked, so
nice,
you don't
actually.
even have time for a5.
That's very nice actually. Oh, actually, if I go rook b1, then there is queen a3. Just to adding on to your point. I think there is queen a3, or I'm not sure. I think.
I like that.
right.
Is it working?
There's bishop c2 apparently, which
Oh, okay, come on. I was kind of happy because rook b2, there's rook d3, and it's a nice tactic there, but yeah.
But then maybe you just come back. Is that the point? You just come back with your bishop?
Yeah, just bishop. But
Because
that
on
looks,
e5, it starts looking a bit shaky.
maybe let's not, I mean, just practically, I don't know, it feels dangerous to take on b2.
And you know,
Just your point here, Tanya, after a4, can I not just go knight takes a4? Why is that bad?
Oh.
It's the same thing. They're working.
ये वाला pawn नहीं, दूसरा pawn.
Exactly.
Because pawn is a pawn. And actually,
Wow.
this one doesn't even open the b file. So मुझे ये better लग रहा है.
Yeah, I think you can take, but again, rook takes d3.
Yeah, just rook takes bishop and you're a happy camper here. No, this is good.
and Pranav is a very practical player. He'll always play very fast. And even if, I mean, I've seen many positions where the engines will be like, okay, his opponent is much better. But because he has so much more time than his opponent, in the end, he'll find some tricks. He'll trick his opponent and win the game. Buddy Pranav is very tricky.
Absolutely, bhai. And now, by the way, let's switch back to Divya's board because it looks like she's in deep trouble and she has 10 minutes on the clock and she has only, she has 21 moves to make.
10 minute is just...
10 minutes.
And h6, I really like this move by Kurkolas. He's like, you know, white had this chance of going bishop g5 a few times, and he's like, now I'm not going to give you that chance. Where is the bishop on c1 going to go? It has no good squares.
No good squares. It's also stuck to defending that a3 pawn. Can we go back to that moment? Because I think that moment where
Yeah,
the
this
center
one,
pawn,
right?
it was here. For those of you joining us, you know, Divya sacrificed an exchange, going for the attack on the king side. And here had this huge opportunity to continue with the plan of bringing the bishop out, pinning that knight, advancing with her own knight to h5 after pawn takes pawn, giving her huge chances in this game. Practical chances. Very difficult to play and defend this with the black pieces. But instead that move with pawn takes pawn, and suddenly all of black's problems were solved because black has the ability to unpin with a check with the queen.
By the way, rook b3,
Rook b3.
on the board.
Okay, rook left. Do you even rook left? Coming to g3 in some positions?
Okay, how natural is knight d6 here? Because that's apparently the only move for a
Only move.
for a winning advantage.
Everything else?
Is like -1. So knight d6 is the clearly winning move. Otherwise, Divya gets some compensation back.
Why is that the case? First, let's try to find out. For example, let's say you give a check with the queen. I play something human, queen b6, rook d8, what happens?
Yeah, let's say queen b6 if you play, for example.
Oh, it's not a check. I completely forgot that
The
white
king
has
is on-
moved king to h1.
But because your rook is here, suddenly knight h5, the rook is swinging to the king side, and to be honest, I would rather be white already.
Yeah, I mean queen b6 knight. So I mean this variation does goes to show that black cannot be careless. He still needs to be precise.
So basically, what you're saying is that after playing a move like rook b3, white has this
He
ever-long
played.
threat of bishop
What did he
h6.
play?
He hasn't played yet.
He played rook b6.
Rook b6. वो कह रहा है rook b3 copycat chess. मैं भी rook b6 आके knight को भी defend करूँगा. And after knight h5, basically the rook laterally defends the h6 pawn. It's quite a nice defensive move, no?
In fact, once he played it, then the engine realized it's the best move in the position. Like, what a beautiful moves. Just defending everything. f6, h6.
Is it safe to say that Divya is objectively lost here? Like, अगर दोनों players best moves खेलेंगे यहाँ पे तो still Divya would lose, or do you think it's too early?
Objectively, yes, because the computer is giving a huge advantage. But chess is not about objectivity, it's about practicality, right? So I think practically there are still chances for white. You've got threats like knight h5 at the right moment. I don't know, do you go immediately for that idea, or can you build the attack? What else can Divya do? Objectively, I completely agree with you.
But
though.
look at Divya. She looks so nervous.
Yeah, because clock, no minute.
Because the idea was knight h5, right? What happens now? How does black defend after knight h5?
Just move. Knight h5, something, play. Because you cannot afford to lose on time. You just have to play. Knight h5, I like this. Go rook g3.
But knight h5 maar ke, don't I have knight d2 here?
Knight?
Whoa.
I was thinking, no, knight h5, queen h5 maar diya maine, and then knight d2. I was thinking then just take away the bishop, and that takes away all of these possibilities of bishop takes h6, and now black should be winning here. But okay, the bars doesn't seem to like it as much, but I thought once you take away the bishop, no more attacking possibilities, yeah?
Bar's next two moves. If you can guess, I'll give somebody a diamond membership. The next
Oh.
two moves.
Okay,
Wow.
wait. Okay, first
For white?
move, something to do with f6, but you have g6 there, so I gotta take away the rook, the queen. थोड़ा help करना.
Only Sahaj.
It has to be both of us.
No, only one diamond membership. Can't give two now.
Okay, my first move is h4.
Okay, and second?
The second move, h4 मतलब सही है.
मैंने ऐसे कुछ confirm नहीं किया.
We shall
I know
inform
you.
on that.
I know you. Second move is
Each.
टिकू बोल रहा है ना तो कुछ crazy होगा. h4 होगा and a4.
A4 क्या move है यार?
Unfortunately, that's wrong.
Uh,
The move is h3 and king h2, which is like, as white we want to attack, but suddenly you're just sitting calm, playing
so h4 was correct technically.
Almost correct, yeah. That's insane.
Okay, we'll give you a premium if not a diamond.
Yeah, कुछ तो दो यार. कुछ तो देना
For
चाहिए.
10 days only.
Oh, by the way, there is this offer going on.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
if you choose your favorite commentator in the description and sign up, you get 1 month of free upgraded membership. So do check out that link in the description.
Yes. And generally, I think no better month to go premium than right now.
Than
You're going
November?
Yes, November, because this is the month of the World Cup. Going to need all the chess help that you can get to step up your game. Go do those puzzle rushes, go analyze your games, the post-game analysis, all of that. So this is the big chance. And I think we've got the link in chat. So favorite commentator you
Also,
said?
let's not forget Magnus's birthday is also in November.
Yes, cannot be a coincidence. So you were saying that they should click on my name and then go and claim the
Yes, my name.
premium
Yes, my name.
Yes. बिल्कुल सच, Dave.
Oh, she played a4?
Hey, Divya सुन रही
What?
है.
No, I mean, I thought you were joking.
I thought you were joking.
Divya is.
Oh, but no, he said knight h5 के बाद h4, which was...
नहीं, we ignore that.
Oh, we ignore that.
Oh, wait, but
But it's
does
a
she
bad
think
move.
like this is not possible?
Wait, da4 is just hanging.
Yeah,
out.
exactly. Does she think this is not possible?
Oh, because after rook takes b6, the knight can capture back.
No, I thought
Yes.
maybe she forgot this was hanging.
No, rook takes rook, knight takes rook.
Yeah.
Knight's not attacked. Queen takes knight, like you said, can't take because the rook's hanging.
Is it just a free pawn? Did Divya miss something?
He doesn't take it. He buys the bluff. He quickly plays
Wow.
e6.
He's definitely playing on time, for sure.
It is not a bad strategy because
But suddenly, of course, Divya gets a chance to come back in the game. But of course, BA4 was a free pawn, a mutual blind spot.
pawn takes pawn was just felt like lost. Because that is not just any pawn. That pawn is 3 squares away from becoming a queen.
You know, it's very tempting when your opponent has 6 minutes. You just don't
Yeah,
want to
play
give them
fast,
time.
Play
Yeah?
fast. Okay, so 6.5 minutes for Divya.
Okay, if these guys played 100 games from here, how many games does Divya save?
That's a good question.
I think not
Opponent
many.
is the same guy, or
Of course, same position, same opponent, of course.
I would say like 15-20%.
But do you think she
times
can
will
win?
save it.
Do you think she would ever win from this position?
With that time, no.
Win to
Yeah.
zero hoga, I think, right?
I also think it will. Because
That time,
Very
no.
tough.
If you
Also,
switch the times, then yes, I will say.
Let's say how many she saves. How many does she save from here?
Maybe 10%, I would say.
15,
Maybe not.
20%, I
Also, I would say 10 also seems quite high given the opposition.
I feel that if you play the first 50 games, then you will have a very good understanding of the position.
Like
on
your
how
opponent, your opponent will also
नहीं वो
have-
MIB वाला वो ऐसे
Yes,
करेंगे
but
हम
then
लोग.
I think objectively you're not lost yet. So you'll have a very good understanding of how to save the position in the
नहीं
last
वो
few games you will
हर
save.
गेम के बाद वो MIB वाला वो स्वैप कंप्लीट मेमोरी वाइप कर देंगे हम लोग. तो you have to start from scratch.
ये नए rules ला रहे हो.
नहीं वो तो obvious है ना भाई.
ये obvious है. MIB के वो आपका memory wipe obvious है.
उससे
ये
ज्यादा
कैसे
कोई
obvious?
obvious चीज बोली नहीं है.
नहीं,
क्या- कितना
पहले से
obvious है?
context नहीं है मतलब
अच्छा,
पीछे का.
अच्छा,
No, I think it's a very difficult position to save, to your point, and it's the material deficit, the clock deficit. You know, in ऐसी positions में, when you're on the back foot, okay, she takes the pawn on b5. You're looking for ways to hit the crazy button, the chaos button on the board. You want to find counter chances regardless, but वो मिल ही नहीं रहा. Suddenly, इतने trades हो गए हैं, open lines है, black is on perfect defense. कि where is the chaos coming from?
yeah. I mean, she desperately needs to change the character of the game, as you were
Correct.
saying, Tanya. Can we go full screen on this game? Because 5 minutes, 30 seconds for Divya, 48 minutes for Kurkorkolas, and this is going to be super exciting to watch them on the big screen here.
It's so real, like unreal to kind of watch these players battle it out in real time with cameras. Like it's always fun. The tension, you can see it on their faces. Like online chess is also a lot of fun, but sometimes over the board chess, you can kind of feel your opponent sitting there. You can feel their like influence.
Less than 5 minutes on her clock now.
And we have to like ignore the placement of our clock and the players. It's Divya, even though she's on the white side, on our screen. She's the one with less than 5 minutes. But also the clock is not her biggest problem, Harshit. It's what's on the board as well. You know, she's down a pawn, she's down an exchange. And the pieces are not placed in a way that you can see the makings of any attack.
Maybe you are just looking for moves like knight h5 and bishop h6. Like you're just hoping that it works somehow. You know, I also think of this this new format in chess, and Sahil, you know this, that a format where you can take your own pieces. And if white could play knight takes f5 in this position, Harshit, that would be amazing, no? Knight takes f5 is such a beautiful move because you are just creating so many attacking chances that pawn on f5 is the culprit. I
If
feel
white,
here.
oh, and
Guys,
he gets up
this
from the
is the
chair.
first time, Harshit. This is the first time that
And look at Divya. Look at
Gukesh
her.
has
Look,
left.
you can see her facial expressions. She's like, she was very nervous, and then she closed her eyes. She told herself, "Okay, calm down, calm down." But you can see it from her expressions that she's visibly nervous.
18 moves करनी है. 18 moves करनी है to reach the 40 move mark for that 30 minutes to be added.
Game नहीं चलेगी 18 move, I think. This is gonna end early.
Less than 3 minutes now, if I can see correctly. 3 minutes 20 seconds for her.
She's frozen. She's not making a move, but it's so difficult to even find a move that keeps the game going in this position. And look at that, she almost gets ready to make a move, then goes back.
Yeah, she looked at the clock. She knows she has 3 minutes, and that's a very clear sign when someone is not very happy when they look at the clock and look back at the position.
3 minutes is not enough, especially when you don't have any direct moves possible in the game. Like moves like h3 or h4 doesn't feel natural here. But
Because
whatsoever.
follow-up nahi hai.
Exactly.
H3, H4, the G pawn is still not moving forward. In fact, white's king will come under pressure.
Also, look at this move. Queen a8 is such a beautiful move for black because then somehow you put pressure on the e4 pawn Rook can also go to d8, and somehow that e4 pawn becomes weaker and weaker and weaker, and there's no clear plan for Divya.
पर पता है इसमें सबसे stressful बात ये है कि Queen A8 is not the only move that you have to find. The ideas are easy, like you say. Queen हटाओ, Rook को center line में लाओ. Your everything is defended. You feel like your position's under control, and as Black you can make moves faster.
E3.
She takes out her bishop, attacks the Rook. Bishop out on the board. Can
Now
Black
the question
just
is,
trade?
can I take?
Yes, why
But
not?
I don't have to take though.
But you're up materially. You want to trade off as many pieces as
But I
possible.
like my knight on c4,
You like
right?
it?
I mean, it's a beautiful knight. I think it's a way more active than your
Bishop
bishop.
is the last thing that can kind of take on
Yes,
h6.
I
Ready to
would take.
remove all counterplay
I
whatsoever.
would take knight takes bishop. Oh, blue arrow also says best move in the position simply because Sahaj, you don't want to allow any tactics.
You know what a very funny thing is that if Black was to play rook b8 here, White's best move is bishop c1 back.
Oh, repetition. Awesome.
Repetition incoming. So I mean, it just Black can play anything here and it would still be winning.
I can guarantee you rook b8 nahi hone wala hai. You want to, will you color your hair blue? अगर rook b8
क्या
नहीं
trend है
हुआ.
भाई ये blue
Blue
color?
is
Blue arrow, blue for brilliancy. on
I
our
will
chess com.
color my hair black, okay, if it happens.
ये क्या था?
But I mean, we also have to say how
Harshit
well
karega, Harshit
Kurkov
karega. He told me.
Yeah, if he plays rook b8, sure. If Kurkov, sorry, I'm not able to. Yes, and Ardatis. I mean, he has played so well this game. The whole game. I mean, Divya did manage to surprise him in the opening, but he was very calm. He kept playing fast. He kept making very logical and strong moves.
Right.
And I think
कितना time लेगा वो for the next one? You think he'll instantly in the next 1 minute make his decision, or will he give Divya some time to think?
Someone knight takes e3 is so simple. You can just play b4 next, double up on the b file. कोई counter play नहीं है आपके पास.
guys, do you think he'll save? कुछ chances लग रहे हैं या you think Stamatis will take it? I think. I mean.
लेगा वो. मुझे लग रहा है कि knight takes bishop. You know, it's the one piece that's giving you nightmares. Like Sahil, you said bishop takes pawn sacrifices, 8-6 pawn tender in some positions. Otherwise, you have to find a good square for the rook. If you keep it on the 6th rank, you lose the b5 pawn. So you have to retreat with it to either b7 or b8, and it doesn't feel right to do that.
He'll keep it simple. He'll
Maybe
take
he
it.
doesn't go rook b8 because then bishop h6 थोड़ा
He
ज़्यादा.
Takes
He
it.
takes.
I think most human move.
Yeah.
Most human move. in the
Your hair is
position.
safe.
By the way, also the knight on g3. I mean, it was at some point going to be a catalyst in White's attack. Now it's sitting on the corner of the board. Black has a passed pawn on the b file, and we say that knight. You know, whenever knight endgames come, knight endgames are like king pawn endgames. The pawn deficit that White has is going to be too much to come back from.
Yeah, that's a big pawn. It's a clear passer in the position.
And also now I don't really like my pawn on f5 because it makes my pawn on e4 weak. You know, suddenly White's attack has completely faded and it seems like Black is just in great shape to win.
Yes, so many pieces liquidated, vacuumed off the board, one passer, no attack in the making, misplaced pieces for Divya, and no time on the clock. Still 3 minutes, and how many moves? कितने moves हैं?
16 moves और
16 moves करने हैं.
Black के like तीन moves एकदम they are so natural, like rook queen d6, b4 and rook c8 or rook b8. They all just feel so natural to play. The question is like which move order is he going to go for? Does he play
I mean,
b4 first or does he go queen d6 first?
I am personally tempted by queen d6 because I don't want to allow the white queen to jump to c5 somehow. Just like b4 queen c5 somehow I don't really want to
Yeah.
allow this. You know, you hit my b4 pawn and e5 pawn. That's why I think
That's
queen
I-
d6 looks very logical to me.
I think that's very fair to say. Even though अगर queen c5 आ भी जाता है, then I have queen b8 also.
Ah,
That
nice.
guards everything.
Nice.
You are right. I would still play queen d6 though.
I mean, he knows that he can take his time now. अगर time advantage use नहीं किया तो फिर time advantage का क्या काम का? So he's thinking very experienced play. You know,
Yes.
he played fast when he could. Now that he has a winning position, he's taking his time.
और पता है उस moment में जल्दी खेला जब he knew he didn't want to give Divya that much time to navigate the attack. So he put pressure on her. She wasn't able to find those right moves, and now that Black has a winning position, a player of Corculus's caliber knows that I'm close to getting this point. Huge point with Black, to start the World Cup. So now he slows down a little bit, doesn't rush his decision. Knowing when to think and when to play fast is a huge skill in chess.
And I think so far, day one, we can already see so many games where the lower-rated players are kind of better or pushing the stronger players. So the upsets are not going to stop. We saw Magnus crash out in round 3 in this format. And even if you see the big names, Gukesh coming in, Anish coming in, Pragg, Arjun, like, we cannot be sure they'll make it to round 5, for example. We'll keep seeing upsets, and they might only increase in number as the rounds go on.
This game, however, it feels like Stamatis is going to use his experience to bang the first point. Yes, we have a question.
To say like 3 things. First, audience, chat, are you listening?
Give us a yes chat if you're listening.
Let's go, chat.
Let's go. Hearts and chat.
What are they saying? Are they saying yes?
They
Yes.
are saying yes. They're saying yes, Prithvi Raj. Let's go.
So now everybody start chanting Divya's name. Start chanting.
I love his energy.
Yeah, I love the
He's
energy.
like, we are in
Let's
Gukesh,
go.
so let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Now second thing.
Yes.
Promise if you meet Gukesh in this tournament, please tell him about it.
Yes, we promise you that. We promise. And in fact, I'm sure we'll have Gukesh at some point even join us during commentary. So you should be here when that happens. And then you can also meet him yourself.
In second round.
We don't know when, but we'll try our best to get him.
Okay. And I want to tell the last thing. When I was at home, I watched ChessBase India live on their live stream. I used to dream of like being live on that. I dreamt of watching it and being there. But I thought when I came here, I thought that I'll just be watching it. But now I made
You're
it
live on ChessBase India right now.
Yeah.
The dream come true.
I think that maybe 1,000 or million people are watching me right now. So I can't believe it.
It's
That's very
great to have you here.
That's very, very cool. What a story.
That's so sweet. I think we need hearts in the chat for
Yeah,
sure.
so sweet.
Let's go, chat.
That's very sweet. I'm sure we'll have you many, many times on this stream. And you will get to see your hero Gukesh as well in this tournament. And if anyone is in Goa while the World Cup is on, you can get the tickets. I believe they're live on Book My Show. And get them. Join us here in our fan zone for commentary. You'll get to watch the players as well. There's a huge moment in Indian chess.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole stadium is going to await Gukesh's arrival. He's going to play the second round on the 4th of November. So do get your tickets for that day. Meanwhile, he has not made a move yet. But Andy Woodward is about to win his game against Himal Gusen as well, which means that some of the Indian players are struggling in the first round.
Wow,
Yeah,
this is-
completely losing.
Yeah, this is just completely.
By the way, Andy Woodward, I have to tell you guys about him. He's a young junior from United States of America. I played him 6-7 years back in Charlotte for the first time, and he was so well behaved. And he's so like when I was analyzing, I barely managed to win when he was 21 or 2200, and then he also defeated me a few years later. Now he played in the US Championship. He defeated Hans Niemann. He's one of the most rising stars from USA, and I think in the second round he's playing against a very strong player, Alexienko,
Yes.
and I think that it's not clear whom is going to be favorite
And
because Andy is too good.
And he was just one win away from making it to the candidates.
In the Grand Swiss.
Yes.
What
in
a
the Grand
tournament
Swiss.
he had. That was his breakout
He
performance.
defeated Aronian.
Yes.
It was insane, I think. So, yeah.
I think that was the tournament the world took notice of Andy Woodward.
Yes, for sure.
And he and then, like you said, went on to prove in other events as well. So big World Cup for this youngster.
Yeah. And Tanya, I think it's been so great to commentate here, I think, with all of you guys on such a big event. And I think I just want to touch upon briefly on a tragedy that happened in the chess world recently, that Daniel Nowitzki passed away. And for me, I think he's always been was always an inspiration. Like when I started getting in the content game, I saw him commentate. Like he felt like a guy who could make chess fun, even if when he's inside that 64 square metric, right? He didn't need anything. He was such a great commentator. Was an idol for me. I just want to kind of bring that into limelight here because he was just a great role model for me. Any thoughts, Tanya, on that?
I think it's honestly hard to put it into words. I still feel that it's not real. It still doesn't sink in. I think Daniel just an incredible player, the best chess commentator, and above everything, just the person that he was, always so kind. It just really feels very, very heavy. Even the days pass, but it doesn't. The emptiness is still there. I remember during the pandemic, watching Daniel and Robert commentate on so many events, and it was the best time to watch the two of them as a team, as an educator, as a commentator. I think just unmatched, and the amount I would watch and learn and could only dream of, of trying to be anything like that and being inspired by him. And then I remember when I actually got the opportunity to work with him, I worked with him in tournaments in Oslo a few times, online many, many times. And he was also there in Weissenhaus for a few days earlier this year where we met. And I can tell you that everything that you've heard and read about Danya is true, and even more. He's even more amazing than that as a person. Everything that he did in the chess world, the amount of I think lives that he touched, the people he got into the game, it just feels very unfair and just very sad, and I still can't quite get my head around it. Yeah, it was working with him, getting to know him. I remember the first day in Oslo, he and I went out for a meal, and it was the first time I was talking to him, and I was kind of shivering because he was somebody I looked up to as an idol, as an inspiration with everything that he was doing. So I think that memory will be with me. I spoke to him a few times, and then one always feels like, could they have spoken more? I think the chess world is definitely, it just feels very heavy still. And I know that you played with him, right?
Yeah.
Many, many years ago.
I mean, obviously, he has done so much more for chess than we deserved. It was more than what, I even knew him on a personal level. I moved to the US, and he was always one of the best players. I played a lot of over-the-board blitz and bullet with him. He always crushed me. He always crushed everyone. And he was always a beacon of light, lighting up whichever room he went to. And he's so far away, but he still feels so near to my heart. So yeah, it was very hard. It was very hard when I got to know. It's very hard now to talk about it, but I think we should all just appreciate what he has done for chess and, remember the good things.
I think one of his biggest qualities for Danya was that whoever he met, whoever he spoke to, he made them feel like they were the most important person in the room, like you mattered. And I remember speaking to him so much about commentary, just being inspired and learning from him. And he always gave me so much confidence, and he had this incredible pun game. Sahaj, whenever he would commentate, his command on the language, how he would educate, how entertaining he made it, I think just unmatched in that energy. And I used to tell him after our broadcast that, Danya, I know I missed out on a few puns while we were commentating, but I'm still getting used to the Western puns and I'm not that good. And he would just make me feel like I haven't messed up anything. And he was so good at that and so genuine about things. And that is just an amazing human being.
Yeah, I think I didn't have the privilege of knowing Daniel personally. I wish I did, but I always knew of him because we are the same age actually, and we played. The first time I played him was in World Under 10 in Belfort in in France. It was many years ago. Actually the day it happened. Actually, all I did was just look at that game again and again, just to relive that memory, and him being a commentator and an educator, I always wanted to be like that because in many ways I sort of looked up to him, and yeah, it was a huge shock in that sense. I hope yeah, it's very difficult.
I think Sal, Daniel Naroditsky, he touched all our lives, and even people he didn't meet, millions of them, got them into the game. And we are here for the FIDE World Cup. I know we'd have him commentating on the event, but he's probably watching from somewhere. We're doing what he loves the best. Chess was truly Daniel's happy place. And I think we're about to take our first break, and we all will keep him in our hearts forever. And I think we're going to go into this break with a tribute to Daniel Naroditsky.
That is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium premium chess set. It is 96 standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high-class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high-quality vinyl board with notation, the ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherized finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India premium chess set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level. Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back after that short break and the tribute to Daniel Naroditsky. We'll all, of course, miss him. And coming back to the World Cup, Tanya and Harshit, it's been a tough event, I think, for Indian players and also for the higher seeds in general, right? Everybody is struggling. We have some certain seeds kind of, smoothly, steamrolling their opponents, but of course, a lot of upsets. We start with the Divya game, maybe, and we can have that look, but the game has not changed at all. And the time situation is still the same. सिर्फ 3 minutes है 15 moves करने के लिए. I mean, even in an equal position, you would say it's very difficult.
Oh, and look at that last move. Corculus has played. Rook and the queen lined up. There's a threat on the back rank. Queen D1 ideas.
And immediately she played something, H3.
Hanji.
I like this. I like that she's playing quickly. She realizes that, she needs to spare some time for a situation where she needs to make a forcing decision. H3, creating this luft for the king on H1.
Yes. Also stopping knight G4 ideas
nice.
at the right point. So you want that pawn on H3. Queen D1 threats a stop. If I am looking at this position, I would be also considering Queen D2 to try to trade queens off the board. The rook on B6 can't be picked up, luckily, because queen takes rook comes with a check.
Yep.
That's a brilliant idea. You just want to get rid of the queens. The rooks on the 7th rank are very strong. And I think Queen D2 is trying to put your rook on D8, on D2.
As white, what does Divya do now? Like, if I can grab this pawn somehow, then I'm back in the game. Any chance I can put pressure?
Okay, let's just try to go. Okay, it's black to play now, but I think rook CB1 next for sure is what Divya will want to play.
And I just realized that while Queen D2 is attractive because you're up a pawn, you want to trade pieces, it might have counterplay with the white rook jumping onto C5. The pawns that are weak on the 5th rank, suddenly Divya might get some hope in that position.
That's a very good point actually. Queen D2 might be a mistake because after queen takes D2, rook D2, rook, we can even throw rook C8 check, just, why not putting the king on H7 and now rook to C5, the pawn on E5 and B5 are both falling. The engines say that maybe black is still doing really well, but practically this does seem to allow some chances for
some
Divya.
counterplay.
Every pawn exchange brings you closer to a draw. You never know in these endgames, and for now, I think, the time difference makes it so easy, right? You have so much time on the clock. You can calculate all the little details in the position. So it's still very, very unlikely that Divya comes back here.
And is there any other game with intrigue? Oh, wow. Look at this game between Harshavardhan and Mustafa, look at the last move that he has just played. If we can check the live board, it's crazy. Rook to c8,
Huge
not
threat.
capturing the knight on d4. He could have just captured the knight on d4. He's like, I don't
Crazy.
want it.
Because वो कह रहा है वो knight हटा ही नहीं सकते. B3 pawn hanging after rook c8. This is that same instance where a recapture is not always forced, Harshit. Incredible stuff, right? अगर ये knight आप हटाओगे कहीं भी, let's say you go knight f3, not so many squares, you defended. Anyone here, black to play in this position? How would black respond?
Exactly.
Yes. Game over.
Knight takes b3. And what if I take with the c pawn? It's pinned. It's pinned from the rook on
computer
c8.
will not allow you. Hold your hands and not let you make that move.
And also the rook on h3 is now unable to protect the queen on e3 because the knight on f3 has now blocked, is kind of, come in the way.
Guys, can we do one thing? We know that 8 out of the 24 Indians participating in the FIDE World Cup will join in from round 2. So 16 Indians are in the fray today. They are fighting it out in round 1, game 1. Can we do a quick overview of how each of the games are going for these 16 Indians?
Okay.
We can do that. I think one by one. I think
Let's
first
start.
is, I think it is Raja Ritvik, right? Is one of the first players. But unfortunately, this game is already gone, so we don't know what happened here because we have the position. Yes, we have it now. Ooh, this is,
So quick evaluation, bar is level, endgame hai, material balance, and white has a 4 versus 3 on one side, black has it on the other side, but doubled pawns, beautiful knight for Raja in the center of the board. I think fair to say that this is equal.
This is equal. The rook on d8 is also nicely placed on this open file. I think we can probably assume this game is going to head towards a draw, which would also be a good result for Ritvik with the black pieces. So this game around even right now. Let's go on to the second Indian board. Maybe we can check Ganguly's game.
Yeah, we haven't had a look
exactly.
at that one. Let's do it.
Ganguly playing with the white pieces against Ahmadzada from Azerbaijan, young talented player, and talking about him, he has just made a big mistake. Bishop to g4. He thought that if I take the bishop with my queen,
Bishop's hanging, rook takes bishop.
and this is fine for
Because
black.
e5, rook d1.
Nice. That's a great idea. We should show that. If pawn to e5,
Forking the queen and the rook in this position. If e5 is played,
here.
then rook takes rook.
and black gets 2 rooks for the queen, and also the bishop on h6 stops white from going with queen f4.
Yeah, no snaky maneuvers to checkmate.
But bishop g4 is a mistake because white can start with e5.
Attacking the queen.
Attacking the queen, cementing our bishop on d6. After queen e6, we can probably play something like pawn to f3.
Bishop
Bishop
f5.
has to go back. And we have a beautiful knight there, a bishop there on d6. And now maybe we can try to trap that bishop on f5 with queen f2.
Oh, that is beautiful. g4 you want to go, huh?
Oof. Pawn
Too
to
strong,
g4.
Harshit, too strong.
And the bishop has nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Even if you move your queen, the point is you can go queen c4, creating a square for the bishop. The moment you kick that bishop out, knight.
Where will the knight go? Bishop e6.
Let's
say.
have that on the board, g4.
G4.
Bishop
e6.
And now, white to play.
Knight e4. Exactly.
Knight e4, and you were talking about bishop on d6, knight on f6. Bhai, kya hi jodi hai?
It's a party.
It's a party. You're in Goa.
Yeah, so I think Surya looks like he's going to win.
Yeah, Surya
That's a great win there. Next, we can check out, I think we've checked Divya once, but I'm going to guess this one is difficult. Any chances here for Divya to hold?
What?
I mean, we're hoping that, but the position. Oh, so it's
Wait, what?
gone into an endgame.
Okay. I
Yeah,
think
queen
there's again
d4,
some-
rook takes d4, rook c5.
Oh, this
This
happened.
has happened.
This is
Yeah,
what we
yeah.
were discussing with queen d2, but same idea. Rook c5
c5.
खेला है. Double attack.
I mean, 94 looks so logical, right?
No, but the rook end games, you get very
Yeah.
good chances to draw.
But knight takes pawn.
By the way, they say that rook end games have the highest drawing tendency in
Probability.
end games.
C5 played, by the way, on the board, but it,
No,
Yeah.
it's but the rook on d4 is missing.
yeah.
And now Kurkulos is thinking. some practical chances. I mean, if Divya manages to save this game, I think tomorrow the momentum is going to be with her.
Yes. Because she was the one who was pushing for the initiative. Then from a worse position, surviving it, you're feeling more confident. While your opponent is like, "मैं ये नहीं convert कर पाया."
And he takes on e4.
He does it. Knight
This is
takes
very
pawn.
surprising.
Wow.
And now I would be so tempted to take on e4 and take on b5.
Absolutely.
Because 4 versus 3, technically in a rook pawn endgame is a draw. But there's a difference here. I think that f pawn is too far advanced here. This is a big weakness. And black can maybe stop g4 first, Harshit. You go h5, and then suddenly after defending e5, you go rook f4, rook f5.
You said it so casually, Tanya, but h5 is the only
Only move in
winning
the
move.
position. Yeah.
Everything else draws because once white gets g4, 3 versus 4, technical draw.
Yeah, and also apparently instead of knight e4, you also have rook e5. And if knight g3, simply rook g3, that's another version of the same.
This is, with 2 rooks, if there was only 1 rook, I would say black has a good chance with that rook on b6, pawn on b5.
And she does it. She plays rook takes e5, the best move
e5,
played by.
Divya finds the best move, guys.
Wow.
Let's go. She's fighting back.
She's fighting. I mean, this is the only way to get back in the game, slowly. I mean, she needs to just have small victories. Now, if she goes in the rook endgame, I think it's already a small victory for her because knight g3, rook g3. And as you said, with 2 rooks, rook e8 check, suddenly some counterplay.
Yes, exactly.
By the way, we have a...
Sorry, I just want to point out, knight takes knight, rook takes knight. Just to follow up on Archit's idea, b4, let's say you go. You can give a check on e8 and just imagine if Divya finds a way to get the other rook on the 8th rank, there'll be a mate on h8.
Okay, right now there are no squares to do so,
Unfortunately.
unfortunately. But yeah. By the way, we have a question in the audience. Yes.
England, really happy to be here in Goa for a wedding and happen to be next door to this.
Wow.
It's been amazing. England.
Are you getting married or?
No, I wish. But,
What's better, an Indian wedding or watching chess at the World Cup?
nothing compares to this, obviously, your commentary. My question is, England invented football, but we've been struggling a very long time to bring the Football World Cup back home. What chance has Michael Adams and England of bringing the Chess World Cup to England?
The Chess World Cup?
Can England win this or not?
To win. You want to go for it, Tanya?
Okay, who's the top? So I know Mickey Adams playing here.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so he will be joining in from round 2 as well. Oh, he's playing today? We should check on his game. I think he is definitely somebody you'd be rooting for. I would think that Mickey's the top rated
seed,
player
yeah, top
from
seed.
England who's playing at the World Cup.
Vitigov is also
Oh,
playing.
yes.
And Gawain Jones.
Okay, so you've got big names here playing. What are the chances of them making it to the candidates of winning
It just
the
reminds
World
me
Cup?
of the song, It's Coming Home.
It's coming
home.
It's coming home. It's coming. That's the most people have ever sung to.
Yeah.
But if it's coming home this time, then that means to India. No, but you've got 3 very strong contenders. Definitely, I think these are players who we can see go deep into the tournament.
I think Mickey, to be honest, is so experienced. He's definitely someone I can see making a deep run. It's going to be difficult to bring it all the way back to England, but it'll be close, I think.
It's a big trophy.
Yeah.
As well. Follow-up question. India's got a massive culture of meditation. Do you think there's anything that meditation can give chess players to improve their game?
That's really cool that you bring that up because the world champion from India currently, Gukesh, so many times, and not just him, but a lot of the Indian chess players, we see them before the start of the game, sort of going into that meditative zone. They close their eyes, they do the breathing exercise, just getting locked into it. So it definitely has something to be said about calming your nerves. Chess is so much about not just the moves on the board, but your psychology, the ability to stay calm in a high pressure situation. And I think these breathing techniques and sort of taking that time out in these critical moments to bring your mind centered is something we see the top guys do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's one player called Arjun from India. He's, I think, the highest rated player right now. And he did something called as inner engineering by Sadhguru. And it has helped, he has publicly said that it has helped him a lot in his chess career. So I think like if someone who's India #1 saying that, then it clearly says that there should be a strong correlation between.
Let's not forget the former Indian man, Vidit Gujarati.
Vidit also, of course.
I mean,
Black Lotus.
every game, before the game, he'll be meditating for at least a minute. His clock is running down. He knows how valuable the time is, but he never misses the meditation. So definitely helpful.
What did you say your name was? My name? Yes.
Gabriel.
Gabriel, you said you were loving the tournament. Just want to use this opportunity to tell you that you should go on chat, click on your favorite commentator, and get the 10% off on the free membership.
1 month free.
1 month free. The 10% off is for the
chess set.
the chess set. But get that free membership on Chess.com, and I think your love for chess will grow even more.
I'm on chess.com already.
But are you premium?
Gold.
Gold.
Okay.
Since 2013.
Wow.
Well done. What's your Chess.com? How are you doing on it?
I'm about 2,900.
No.
I'm joking.
I was like, I need to take some lessons from Gabriel. Yeah.
Please, there's an empty chair here. Join us.
2,100.
Oh, nice.
Oh wow, that is strong. That
Very
is
strong. By the way,
Okay.
Now
Adams
it
is
makes-
winning. In the meanwhile,
some good news for you.
Yeah.
Come on, England.
And it was a draw till the last move. So when we started talking, like that's when the
just
buzzer came.
after he asked the
You are
question,
lucky
he was
for it,
like,
clearly.
The energy I'm giving.
Yeah.
And the two of you have been giving the best answers here for every single move. So now we know.
Yeah.
So Mickey doing well. I think he's one of the most experienced players in the field. A long time, absolutely. He was also England #1. I think many times champion.
and by the way, actually, okay, let's just see why he's winning here. Queen 8 check, King H7.
H7.
Bishop E3, I want to say.
Yes. Queen E5 check.
Oh, because the B pawn is just unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
And that queen on e5 centralized, white will not be able to set up any perpetual checks. Black's king is safe, and you just start marching up the board.
Exactly. The queen, in queen endgames, the queen being centralized is such a big asset. As you said, Tanya, and I think Meki is a big favorite to win this. In Divya's game, Stamatis made a mistake actually. He played the move pawn to b4. Divya had the chance
back.
to equalize.
Oh, and she...
If she played
misses
rook e8 check, the variation which we were talking about to find some counter, she goes rook b3.
makes it passive.
Rook
Not
B7.
passive, Divya. She had to go check and activate her pieces.
You know, honestly, even though the engine says black has a big advantage, of course, black is up a pawn, I do think that practically she has chance. I mean, her position is better than ever before in the last 6-7 moves.
Yes, this is actually the best position she's had in a while
Yes.
in this game. The two rooks give you chances to hold and fight against the pawn, create counterplay. One big counterplay idea will be to time f6 for Divya at the right moment.
But she has 2 minutes to figure out what she wants to do here. She has 2 minutes.
Okay, asking the question again. So out of 100 games, how many does Divya hold here now? Has the number increased?
I mean,
Yes, it's increased
For
for
sure,
sure.
for sure.
For sure it's increased. I would say it's probably gone up to 35%
Yes.
of the times, 35 games that she saves.
Great chances. So other Indian players we want to check out.
but we should definitely stay through
Yeah,
this
let's-
because 1 minute 35 seconds. She plays rook a5.
So just holding the position,
Holding
keeping
on.
the tension.
And now Stamatis is thinking, yes. So we were trying to, of course, take a look at all the Indian players and see how they were doing.
Yes.
Buddy Pranav seems to be in a very good position, by the way. So maybe we can try to see how Pranav is doing. He did play bishop b4.
Wow, Queen E8,
Queen E8.
Knight came in, Bishop dropped back, and King F1, yeah? Wow, only move in the position
So good.
found. Ooh, King B8, and suddenly,
And look at the white bishops. Yeah, one is looking towards the king, one is looking towards the queen.
Crazy. Snipers.
oh wow,
Sniper
Knight
bishop, Knight
A6. What a move.
And we also have the camera. And he has 4 minutes.
Now Queen E5 played, oh,
Queen
best
E5.
move,
Wow.
and Knight B8.
Oh, queen
Queen
h2.
H2, Queen H2, but King F1 is there, it's not checkmate.
But it's
Yeah.
so scary.
It is very scary. And you could not have taken that knight
But he
because
makes a mistake.
Yeah, he had to take with, he had to
Oh
play
my.
Knight E3 now here.
very difficult. Very difficult to find.
I think if he
B8.
found this, Pranav was in trouble.
Yeah, knight takes pawn is
And now I think
still in the air.
queen b8. Can white just play rook g d1? Trying to...
Oh wow, look at the
losing?
deep dive. Rook takes e3 apparently, just wins.
Queen g3 check. Queen g3 check if you take the rook with the pawn.
Wow, that's over, yeah?
Scary.
That's just game over.
Goes
Oh,
rook.
he goes rook e1. He defends that e3 pawn.
I mean, when he touched the rook, I got a bit scared, but yes, he puts it on e1. Best move.
Because sacrifice now.
Support of the e3 pawn.
Okay, now f4 is apparently the only move for black again.
f4 बहुत tough है. You don't want to block your queen on b8.
Yeah, because f4, e4, and you think white is completely safe, right? No attack.
We have one more question in the audience.
Yes.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, this is Dr. Shailendra. I am from Delhi. I am here with my daughter, Aditi. And it's always a treat to see you people on YouTube channels. You are inspiring millions of kids in India. And today we are seeing you in front of us. Especially because when World Cup came back after so much time, after big time, so I thought that my kid should also watch this, and we are here with my family. So first of all, congratulations and thank you to you people, all, Tanya, especially Sahil and Arjun, for making these kids to attach with the chess fraternity. My question is with Divya, how you take Divya's decision for playing in open section? What is your take into that? Because she may play some simple games, that is her decision. But how you people take this particular decisions of Divya's to play in open section rather than specifically in women's?
It's a great question.
Yeah, and Harshit, you want to go
Firstly, just thanks a lot for such a sweet and kind words of yours. I think it really makes sense. I think from the early age, it's very important that a girl starts playing in open tournaments because she gets exposed to different kinds of styles of playing. Because usually, the guys have a certain style of playing, certain style of preparing. She gets exposed to that. She gets exposed to playing with some of the strongest male players in the world. And Judith Polgar, if not one of the greatest female chess players of all time, said it herself, did it herself, always played in open tournaments and kind of set a benchmark for what a girl should do when it comes to improving and progressing in her journey. She went on to defeat some world champions as well. So I think personally that was a great decision by her.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense. She won the Women's World Cup earlier this year, so she's booked her spot in the candidates already. So that pressure is off to try to fight and get to that World Championship match. After that, she also took this very inspiring decision to play in the Open in Grand Swiss. And now getting this opportunity, it's such a huge platform, and I think for a youngster, she's only 19 years old. She's got a full career ahead. Just the significance this has, not only for, I think, the chess world, women chess, Indian girls getting inspired, but for Divya as well, right? It's such a huge experience. And I think regardless of what happens, how far she goes into this tournament, a big, big learning, and she's already in many ways a huge winner just to be here. She's not only the first Indian women player to play in the Open FIDE World Cup, I think in a long time we spoke about this, the only woman player in the Open FIDE World Cup.
Also, I think during earlier this year in Jan and even earlier, I think she was struggling in some events. She was playing these very strong events where she was the last seed, including Tata Steel Challenger, I think. And she learned a lot there, and that's why you saw her have this marvelous year in 2025. So I think playing these events, you might not perform at your peak, but you actually learn a lot of lessons that you can actually apply in other events later on. So I think suffering in a couple of events earlier this year helped her to win that World Cup, and she will learn regardless of the result.
And that's an incredible point you make, because for Pragg also there was a similar story in 2024, right? Had a very difficult year, took the learnings from it, and in 25 has been on fire. These youngsters, I think they have this amazing ability to do that, and many people, I think, underestimate that. They jump to conclusions about what's happening when they have a few shaky tournaments, and that's honestly, as first a player and then a commentator, almost heartbreaking to see, because we can lose perspective on how young these boys and girls actually are. And in fact, these setbacks, what looks like setbacks to us, is actually just a slingshot effect, where you go back only to propel yourself further because you have that mindset of learning, of fixing those gaps and coming back stronger. Yes. And Divya definitely is one of the players with, I think, one of the strongest mental fortitude that I've seen. Even whether she's having a bad tournament, a good tournament, her positivity remains, her fighting spirit is always ready for the next game.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this World Cup, there's only one female player, but because of Divya, I hope that there are a few more, if not many more, girls who are playing in the
Get to see that fighting spirit
section
tomorrow as well. So it's not going to be easy. Yeah?
By the way, Rookie 3 played. Yeah, she has 50 seconds on the clock and she's trying to checkmate black. She's like, I want to go Rookie 8 and go Rook H8 to checkmate.
5 as well.
True.
Because unfortunately, H4 you're not in time. But
Because the rook,
Divya's setting up ideas, but the B4 pawn, Harshit, that B pawn is just very scary.
I think, let's say B3, Rookie 8 and G5.
G5 is not
Oh
working.
wait, G5, Rook G8.
Rook
Oh,
G8,
no,
yeah.
this is so tricky.
Wow, it's mating
Oh!
6. This is not the real game though.
Okay, I have to go
that's
king
this
H6,
analysis. So, you know.
Your intuition was
host
right. King H6, King
Iनको
G5.
बाहर निकालो.
If the
बाहर
clocks
आ.
were switched
Oh
right, this
my.
could totally happen.
I mean, in a blitz game, I think Divya would surely win because G5 is such a natural.
So natural
Yeah.
and so easy to forget Rook G8. Guys, but this is not over. There's still a shot here. She's
And also,
setting this
if
up.
she goes G5, if they go G5 now, then there is Rook E7.
Oof.
So she has some practical chances, right? G5, Rook E7.
Rook D7, you'll have to play.
If that's winning, then
It's tricky.
Yeah, extremely tricky, and opponent has a lot of time in the position right now, so very unlikely he makes that mistake.
And we've got on our screen with us, who's here in our commentary studio, President of FIDE, Mr. Dwarkowitz joining us. Yeah, it's a huge moment for Indian chess that FIDE World Cup has come here, and we had this really grand opening ceremony yesterday as well, where we had the Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia there. There was the Chief Minister from Goa, Sir was there as well, and of course our very own Mr. Narayan, President of All India Chess Federation, and everybody's worked so hard to make this event a reality here in Goa with all these top guys fighting. It's going to be a month of chess in November in Goa.
Such a big event, right? Such
Huge.
big stage, and without everybody's contribution, this would not happen, and this is amazing. And all the players get a chance to shine here, like in India, the home of chess, and yeah, Divya Deshmukh right now, of course.
so what's the way to win? Like,
Get your king out, no?
King H6, yeah?
It's the
But
only way.
wait, no, King H6.
No,
if
you
play-
start with B3.
Okay.
You start with B3.
And now you go King H6.
Now you get
But
your
King
piece.
H6, if I go Rook E5, threatening checkmate again,
Okay.
Then can I...
then you
Then
have to
G5.
go G5.
Yes.
But, is this the only way?
I think not. Like you can give a couple of checks. King H7 back, but again, that's
Okay, he's
repetition.
gone B3.
He
Move
was
on the board.
B3. Okay.
Now Divya will set up this mate in one idea because it's really the only resource.
Only way, because Rook
Only way.
E7, the difference now is the black rook can go to B4 after B3.
46 seconds.
No, Rook E8 for sure she will
She
play.
has to play it.
Do you think G5 can happen or no chance?
Oh, we'll jump to
Like,
the chairs.
crazy
I
हो
will
जाएगा. Oh god, G5 हो जाए तो मजे ही आ जाएंगे.
No, but I think, okay, he has 15 minutes, so he will go King H6.
On the way, Rook
She
E8.
goes it.
Okay,
goes for
this
it,
is the
Rook E8.
moment.
Okay. Last hope.
This is the last
Last chance,
shot.
last chance. If King H6 is played, black wins.
If G5 is played, white wins.
G5 is played, white wins.
कई बार होता है ना बोर्ड पे कोई कुछ बाल या कोई डर्ट पड़ी होती है. This is the perfect moment कि वहाँ कुछ पड़ा हो और
It's
हाथ
like
लग
that
जाए.
moment where there's a Schrodinger's cat on the
हाँ.
chessboard is white winning, black winning, only the next move can reveal. उससे पहले नहीं पता.
And evaluation difference देखो, -5 to +5. That's the only. It's either -5 or +5. No zero, nothing.
Yeah, but he knows it. I mean, I think he knows that this is a crucial moment. He
But only
just-
the next move will reveal the truth of the position. Before that,
Will it happen?
will it? Dead or alive? Which one? Crazy हो जाएगा अगर G5.
Okay, so King H6, let's try to just understand if white has practical chances. Okay,
Okay.
I go Rook E5,
Stopping the king from getting
running,
out.
so
because-
threatening checkmate again. Let's say you play G5,
Yes.
I go Rook G8.
Okay, so again now you're setting up. What are you setting up?
Yeah,
Rook takes
nothing.
pawn. No, you're setting up rook takes pawn.
But that doesn't
That's-
threaten
Can you
anything.
go B2? Do you have time to go
B2.
B2?
Yeah.
And
Somehow it's check, right? So that just.
it's also coming with a check. Oh, King H6 played.
Plays it. Yeah. No, with this,
Yeah.
I mean, for Corculus, the way he's played, I think finding this move.
No, I mean, kudos to Kurkulos. I think we have not mentioned enough how well he has played. I mean, right from the opening, it was not at all an easy position to navigate. He found the perfect resources to.
Also took the battle head on, right? He went for that c4 pawn and then won an accuracy by Divya and never really gave her the chance to come back into the game. So he didn't shy away from facing that kingside attack and defended it very well.
15 seconds, by the way.
15 seconds. She
Comes
plays
back,
rook e5.
checkmate in one.
Threatens checkmate, but of course G5 now.
Will he repeat it once with king a7?
No. Because that would also give Divya time.
True.
I think he'll play
He's nodding
G5.
his head, by the way. There's nothing else, right? Only G5.
Only G5. I mean, king h7, but
Yeah, you have to fight the mate. There's literally no other way. It's only g5 or king h7, two almost legal moves. The only two legal moves, let's say, practically.
Okay, he's about to move
Yeah,
and
G5.
finds it. Wow.
great move.
Yeah, well done by him. No, he's played actually. I would love to see the accuracy of this game with the black pieces.
91.
Wow. In such a crazy game, that's
super
very
high.
high, I think. And this is 6-7 point difference in the accuracy and still rising.
Yeah, and look at that. And now Divya comes back with her rook and she knows
Yeah,
that
look
this
at
is
her.
not
Yeah.
what you
No,
want.
I mean, you can see it from her expressions that she knows she's lost B2 and then the F6 pawn is also falling.
Yeah, that pawn is quite a monster on b2. And then the other black rook can start threatening rook c4, rook c1 check ideas, forcing both of Divya's rooks onto the defense.
Yeah.
Alright, so this one looks like...
This one is,
should
yeah.
we stay here? Maybe let's just
We
have
can
it on the camera.
and then move to... Which game should we move to? By the way, Pranav is
Pranav is-
completely winning.
Wow.
Do you want to check
Let's
this game?
go.
Completely
Wow.
winning. Buddy Pranav.
Oh, he just transferred the bishop to c5, queen to a4, and it's
Oh.
over, yeah?
Yeah, because look at that beautiful king side. कोई attack ही नहीं है black के पास.
Yeah.
The bishop on f3, the king on g2, just beautifully set up. No infiltration by black's knights are possible. Meanwhile, white has a free hand. b4, b5, destabilize the queen side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Rook lift. Rook d3, rook a3 is also coming. No, it's basically all white right now. The knight on h5
Knight
is
a3,
trapped.
rook d3, knight e3 is the only thing that maybe you need to be a little careful about. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Even blundering that, it's possible that I might be winning. But the knight on h5, Tanya, has nowhere to go.
No, it's trapped. It's self-trapped. It's self-encaged. हो गया वो knight का काम. That knight has seen the knight. There's no day for that knight. Okay, I'll stop.
Good night.
But the bishop,
Bishop
D6
d6. And if queen c8,
Let's ask.
I mean,
Okay.
anything
Yeah,
wins,
let's go,
unfortunately,
let's
but
go. Chat, what happens after queen c8?
Except one move, maybe.
easy peasy.
I think you have to be really careful. You missed it, no?
Tricky.
Very tricky. White to play here.
Any guesses?
Any guesses, chat? What does chat say?
Chat, bishop d5 is chat's
Bishop
suggestion.
d5 was the one move that you have to be very careful about because queen g4 check.
Bishop b5.
Oh, it's
How
bishop.
can the bishop go?
Chat is on bishop d5.
Chat!
Tricked you.
blunder, We got you this time. Commentators want chat.
But rook
zero.
takes d5 is
Rook d5, yeah.
easily winning, right? Because the c pawn is pinned to the queen and...
And you defend the g4 square,
Yeah.
which is so important.
Wow, that was tricky actually.
Very tricky.
oh, he took on
Okay, rook
d6.
d6.
He took on d6.
Okay, Pranav is going to win. I think it's
Yeah,
pretty
Pranav
obvious
is
now.
completely winning.
So-
So, he
Okay.
will win, which
Yeah.
is a great start for Pranav.
Okay, Raja Ritvik is still holding.
Can we check?
Maybe Iniyan?
Yes, Iniyan. Let's check Iniyan.
Yeah, Iniyan's position, this is the current position. It feels like he's better.
Oh, by Iniyan is better. Okay.
Yeah. And 30 seconds for his opponent right now. So
Oh, wow.
great sign there.
And look at Divya, by the way. You hate to see that.
Oh, that is...
Hate to see that. She's, of course, clearly unhappy with how she has played this game. Luckily for her, she can still make a comeback tomorrow. Iniyan, on the other hand, is trying to have a good bishop, bad knight endgame because the pawns on c6, e6 look very weak.
And look at white's pawn on c5, f4, just really clamping down on that knight. 18 seconds for Asan to find a move here. Meanwhile, Divya struggling. We've got her on the camera. The board is from a different game, from Iniyan's board. Iniyan's very happy with
Yeah,
this position.
Iniyan-
You know, queens ko hatao, trade karo, e6 pawn
Are
hanging.
2-1.
2-1.
Oh, they got
Oh.
40 moves. They reached the time control.
Yes.
So I think we can say that Iniyan is
He
going
made
to.
that move in one with 1 second on the clock, huh? That last move?
No, he didn't
Oh, he
make a
didn't.
move. He just. I think they had already made 40 moves and.
Okay, time ran out.
So I think we can say that the, Iniyan is going to be a favorite to win this. By the way, Ronak has made a comeback because he was much worse.
Wow.
I was very scared of his position, and now I think he's going to save this.
And this is what Divya also wanted, right? Similar, I think. But she
Exactly.
couldn't get it. Black got that pass pawn. But this one is pretty holdable.
I mean, but he still needs to be careful.
Yeah.
Black gets something like h5, gh5, take with the rook, and then the f pawn will be a passed pawn. It's not as black and white as it seems.
Endgame that she
Yeah.
has. You know, उसके दोनों रुक पीछे हैं, defense पे है, king corner में है, कोई counter play नहीं है. Black का b2 pawn super strong. The f pawn's ready to march up the board, become another passer. For Calculus, the rooks are really active. I don't think this game is going to last for much longer.
I think she'll resign because
I'll
she's kind of
think so, yeah.
not even thinking about the position, yeah?
I mean, even after rook f1, I think you could also go rook f4. Trade the rooks, king takes pawn and get the
That's
king.
a great move. That's a great move. No, I mean, it's unfortunately, I think today is going to be too late. Today is going to be too late because the pawn on b2 is too strong. The pawn on f6 is too weak.
Just the black's king just marches up the board. It's
Yeah.
a very direct plan, and unfortunately, Divya's king is too far away.
Too far away. By the way, Pranesh, can we see his game?
Let's do it.
I mean, by the way, we didn't see his game.
Wow.
Talking about Pranesh,
ठीक है भाई.
he's probably the fastest calculator in this talk. I mean, one of the fastest, if not the fastest. And he takes rook takes f7. Of course, he's going to spot all of these tactics. Rook f1 in the end of the variation. This calm move.
Huge threats on f8. Huge. Coming in with a check. The rook about to join the party, and then queen b7 check once the king goes to d7.
I think it's mate, yeah? It should be mate somehow.
If this is not mate,
Nothing
I
is.
don't know what is.
Wait, so let's just, I'm curious, if rook e8,
You go rook f. No, there's rook
Rook
e1.
e1.
There's rook e1. Got to be a little careful.
be a bit bishop c5.
Cutting off the queen's axis. Wow.
And queen c6 check is coming.
That is stunning. And look at the way the king is trapped. If you go to d7, there's queen d7, there's rook f7, queen d6, queen c6. Choose your
Yeah, I think
style.
he's about to resign. I think 12 seconds. He has to play now. Oh, they have reached time control.
Yeah,
That
but I
means-
think Pranesh is going to win this. So beautiful sacrificial win by Pranesh.
Yes. Would he be the first player from India to get the win in this round one? I'm just thinking. Or did we miss some of the other results?
I'm not sure though his opponent might.
I mean, some players are completely winning.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think this could be the
This
first
could be
to
the
finish.
first result. The next game is Lalit Babu,
Lalit.
who is actually much worse against Max Warmerdam.
Okay, he's
He's
just
down a pawn.
yeah?
He's down a pawn.
Max is a very strong player, a very strong grandmaster from the Netherlands. He's been in the team for a long time, and this is the position. Yeah, down, and it's a very healthy pawn. No targets for white. Yeah, ये अच्छा नहीं लग रहा for
he's-
Lali.
Yeah, I
And
think this is gone.
Luke Van Welly has come here to support Max Warmerdam. He
Yeah.
has a great support system there. I think Lalit Babu is going to have a stiff challenge in front of him to save this.
You know, and I've noticed again on our camera, Divya hasn't made a move. Usually when that in such a position is the case, one almost starts to get the feeling that this might be the moment that she decides, okay, I need to get ready for the next round now.
Yeah.
And she's an absolute fighter. She's going to give it her best. It will be a must-win battle for her tomorrow.
For sure. I mean, and she has to have a must-win with the black pieces.
Okay, she's made a move. She's gone king h2, so she's not giving up just yet. She's played king h2. Alright.
Trying to see if there are any other boards where Indian players are playing.
What about Leon?
Yes, Leon's
Leon
game.
versus Shizu.
We saw this beautiful sack, right? I think
Played
knight
knight
g4.
G4.
Whoa, counter sacrifice. Can you do an action replay of knight e5, knight
Wow.
g4? Let's
Knight
back up.
e5, knight g4.
Bam.
Boom,
Sack
bam,
by
I
sack.
like
Queen b7 takes, rook b8. Now knight takes, rook takes.
I mean, look at
that
look at
was-
Black's player. By the way, we have a result on Swain Rasmus's board because I see it in the camera there.
that. It looks like a draw.
It
the
looks
way
like
the
a draw,
kings are
yeah,
placed.
yeah.
No. It's on the black squares. Rasmus was black, right? I think he won his game. Yeah, it's on the black squares. I think he won his game. Swane was a favorite to win.
Yeah.
What's his game for some reason?
Can you see? I cannot
Swan.
find
I
it.
can't see his game. Some issue there, I guess. But yeah.
By the way, we have a result from the Indian players. Raja Ritwik has drawn his game with the black pieces against Kazibek, which means tomorrow he can potentially win the game and move on to round 2. Good result.
Yes, because
Surya won.
Whoa,
Surya won.
let's go.
Let's go. Let's see this game. He beat
Amazing.
Ahmedzada with a beautiful tactic.
And very closely contested battle now. Surya, his rating is 2573, his opponent 2523, not that much difference. A very evenly contested battle. So for Gangs, big win in round 1.
Huge win.
Huge.
Apparently some issues with the games, I think. Oh, yeah.
Because this concept that we were showing with E5, F3, we found it.
He played it and trapping that bishop. This is what we were discussing, forcing the bishop to give itself up. A queen trade can't do it. The knight comes to that beautiful square.
And Bishop E5,
Oh, he
and
resigned,
after
yeah.
Queen E5, he just resigned himself because I
Everything
suppose
falls.
everything
Queen
wins.
takes rook, you can go.
Knight
Takes,
Knight F6, everything wins.
Wow, so that's
So
that's the
Ganguly
first
won
one.
with white. Beautiful result because Ahmedzada is a very talented player from Azerbaijan. But of course, Ganguly showing his experience there. I'm checking if any other game.
Well, Hussein has lost.
Himal Gusten lost.
Harshavardhan is losing, unfortunately. This is the current position and feels like it's also...
Also, guys, even the players who have won or lost, round 1 is not over. Each of these matches are played in a best of 2 classical. So tomorrow, they'll play with colors reversed. They still have to either hold or make a comeback. If the score remains tied after classical, then we'll have tiebreakers on the 3rd day, which will be faster chess formats to decide who goes through to round 2.
Which is why it's very important for someone like Divya who loses the first game to just tell herself, okay, tomorrow is a new game.
Yes.
I just need to go and play my best because if she wins, she's back. She's completely back.
And in fact, momentum might even go to your side,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Going into tiebreakers, so you have to be ready. The only thing for Divya would be that she'll play with the black pieces tomorrow.
Yeah, but the thing is, it can sometimes help you because the white player sometimes plays passively because he just wants the draw and that can sometimes help you. So it's a very interesting dynamic that we are going to have tomorrow in Divya's game.
Meanwhile, for Pranav,
Pranav. Okay.
Oh, wow.
This is over.
He's an exchange up.
and look at that rook and queen by b7, rook c7 aa raha hai, rook into pawn, rook a7, sab kuch aa raha hai.
Look at this move, Sahil, after knight e6. Can you guys find the move that I had in my mind? It's so beautiful. White to play.
Oh, I think I know what you want.
Oh,
I think you do too.
Nice, nice. I think
White
Shah-
to play.
yeah.
Let's ask chat as well. Chat mein agar koi bata
White
sake.
to play.
Exactly.
Oh, wow, well done. Beautiful. You're threatening rook takes pawn, and if pawn takes rook, queen takes pawn is game over.
Takes the pawn, but okay.
Yeah, rook c6. Great job. Many
Yeah.
people finding it.
Super sharp chat. But actually, ChessBase India chat is very strong. They are very good. Like with tactics, super quick.
So he played rook h4, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
And is it?
Rook c7, as you
Oh yeah,
mentioned.
rook c7, yeah. Just clamp down on the b7 pawn and
It's just one check on h3. You can hide on f1. No more
Yeah,
checks.
yeah. Yeah, even if some check, I mean, your rooks offer enough protection, I think. Wow, so I think a lot of results in game one. Like, how many draws did we see today? Not many.
We did see a draw between Raja Ritwik. That was the only game that we had a draw. Besides that, we've only had results.
And then Nilesh Saha is also playing. We've not looked at this game, and this is the current position. Apparently, Bishop G5 was a big mistake. He was better. And now, wow.
And I want to just, Nilesh Saha, he's not a household name in India. Of course, there are, all these young talents in Prodigy, but he had a fantastic run in the 2024 National Championship. And I believe he tied for first in that one. In tiebreakers, he and Gangs, Surya Shekhar Ganguly, lovingly called Gangs in the Indian chess community, finished in a way that they made it to the World Cup. Top 7 qualified from that, and Nilesh Saha is one of them. So huge opportunity for him. And he's fighting it out in this game. Let's come up to the live board as we have it. He's down a pawn, but it's a rook pawn endgame.
I think the moves change for some reason, but anyways.
Okay, but this is very tough because white has beautiful pawns just moving up the board. D4, F4, F5, rook hatao, E5, F6, sab
And
kuch
George
ho raha hai.
Meyer, who used to play for Germany, now playing for Greece. He's so good in these positional end games. Yeah, he's so good in grinding out a small advantage. I have a feeling Nilesh Saha is going to go down in this end game.
He's going down on the clock as well, 8 seconds, but the clock is not his biggest problem.
I was just trying to check if there are any more exciting games that are going on right now.
And Divya,
Divya's still struggling.
it's her move. Well, F6 has that pawn. It hasn't been picked up
No,
yet.
it's there, hiding behind the king.
Hiding behind the king. But every move, it's just that white is totally paralyzed on that board. You can't move either of the two rooks. The king has no scope. You're running out of moves basically to fight.
Yeah, rook F1, just rook B6, I guess, and you pick up this pawn.
At this point, usually a player के दिमाग में दो चीजें चलती है. या तो you're thinking what went wrong in this game. You're thinking not about the position that you have in front of you. You realize that this is gone. There's not much to be done. So you're thinking कि middle game में मैं क्या कर सकती थी? Is this where I messed up? Either that's going on in Divya's mind, or she's just sort of moving ahead. Kind of thinking that okay, this is done. I need to calm myself down and just this is over and look at tomorrow now.
It's not easy to come in terms with that though,
Yes.
Tanya. I mean, when you're playing with the white pieces in probably one of the biggest tournaments that she's playing, it's not easy to come in terms with the fact that you went to the last round of a World Cup, and this time it is quite possible that you get knocked out in the first round. Of course, she needs to stop herself from having these thoughts. She just needs to keep having positive thoughts. Meanwhile, Ivanchuk, one of the, greatest talents that chess has seen, is playing in this tournament. So good to have him in India with the black pieces. I have a feeling that he was one of the only players, correct, I need to check this, that also played in 2002.
In Hyderabad.
It's very possible.
Where Vishy won. That was the last time a World Cup was held, and I think we've got somebody who has the information on that. Sorry?
Yes.
Yes. Can you have a mic,
Can you have a mic, please?
But just really quickly, let's remind everyone the last time World Cup was held on Indian soil was back in 2002. It was in Hyderabad when Vishwanathan Anand Vishy claimed the cup there. And yes, sir.
From Hyderabad.
Oh.
I am the organizer and arbiter of the 2002 World
Oh! Awesome to have you. Amazing
Yes.
to have you with us, sir.
I am exciting to see the second World Cup also. And Sonia, I know you very well. I met you in Asian Team Championship in Vizag.
Yes.
And you played some GDP tournaments in Hyderabad.
Yes, I've played a lot of tournaments
I am
there.
your fan, and
Thank you, sir.
how you are getting energy for this commentary? Really, expressions and energy is so high level.
Thank
Once
you.
again, I am happy. And my question in Hyderabad 2002, the World Cup organized between 32 top men and 32 top women at the same time. And that time Swiss system they approached. But and of course now, why did they selected this knockout system for World Cup? Can you explain?
Sorry.
Swiss World Cup and now it's knockout.
Yeah, they've changed the system since 2002. I think we've seen a lot of lot of evolution in the chess world that happened in early 2000. By the way, meanwhile, we do have a result.
Yeah, Divya resigned. Dimitris
We'll come back to
Stamatis
that,
won.
sir.
And yeah, tough result for Divya. She needs to come back tomorrow in a must-win situation with the black pieces.
Yes. And you just have to reset. You know, I think Divya understands also more than anybody that, of course, this playing in this tournament, coming into this match, at the end of it, I think on her there's no big pressure, you know. Harshit, like, it's a huge experience for her to be here.
Well, that's how she should approach it anyways.
Yes, that's how you approach it. And she knows that tomorrow now, there's only one result that works for her. She's going to give it her all. She fights with the black pieces. Today, she really created her chances. She got that first opening surprise in. It's going to be, I think it's going to be amazing to watch her come back into tomorrow's game. But sir, to your question about the format evolving, I think we've seen that happen even to World Championships. The World Cup now becoming a big part. Even back then, it wasn't a part of the World Championship cycle like it is right now, where top 3 go directly into the candidates. So I think we're seeing the whole system change, become, you know, more adapted to modern times. But that was a fantastic tournament. I was so inspired as a young girl watching that.
This system, if you early rounds like Divya Deshmukh is in trouble, of course tomorrow round is there, but in Swiss system they can reach
Come
that.
back.
That possible is not there in knockout system.
True.
That is my opinion.
No, that's very correct. That when it's a Swiss, players have the opportunity to continue playing even after a bad day. But on the other side, this makes it so exciting also, sir, for fans. I think watching, for the players, they love it. I think it's one of the very few, the only tournament of elite level over the board, जिसमें knockout होता है. So you know that you, one off day, one bad day, and even the biggest names are out. So every game is high stakes, which makes it so incredibly exciting.
Yeah, and I think it's happening. It happens in all the big sports as well. Like you lose one game in tennis, this happens so much. You lose one game, you're just out of the tournament. It happens in football. It happens in cricket. So I think just trying to adapt a similar.
78 and second round 50 top seed that is adding.
Yeah.
This pattern also very good and giving opportunity to more players.
Yes.
So I hope in third World Cup we may organize in Hyderabad.
Yeah, that will be nice.
Will be amazing. Sure. Will be amazing. All right, so we've got. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. But आपने बताया नहीं. Do you remember if Ivanchuk played?
He played.
He played in 2000.
He played and he finished 5th. So he is probably the only player in this tournament who has played both the World Cups that have happened in India.
In India.
There might be
Amazing.
some GM who might have done it. Like we might not know the name. We
Yeah.
saw a GM earlier,
Maybe
right?
if someone knows this,
If
that
we
will
have
be very
the
cool
list
to know.
of all the 32 players who played in 2002, maybe chat. Let's give this job to chat.
Yes.
Chat, आपका homework ये है. 2002 World Cup जो हैदराबाद में हुआ था, उनकी पूरी list of players निकालो and tell us if anyone has returned to India for the World Cup in 2025.
Yeah.
Very beautiful place and good star hotels, and every day we organize dinner or lunch for the player in different places. Like this Goa also very good place. The World Cup venues are selecting very, very good places in India.
Yeah.
Ramoji Film City and as well as Goa. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And chat, एक काम तो ताने दूसरा ये भी है कि
बहुत मुश्किल काम दे दिया ना
हाँ,
मैंने.
but
बहुत
Divya
मुश्किल.
has lost. But chat, do you think she'll come back tomorrow? I think
Hello,
we need to
Tanya.
know chat.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, we need those positive. I think she's going to try. I mean, whatever it is, she will need some great opening preparation to make sure he doesn't go into some sort of a dull middle game where White can just shut down action.
Yeah, exactly.
And you also want to
Sicilians is
avoid like
what we
risky
want to
openings which don't make sense. Yeah, sometimes you see people kind of go out of the way to play some very, very dangerous opening and they just lose very quickly. So maybe a long game where she gets her chances. We also have one more question.
Yeah, a question to you. I remember in 2006 there was a knockout tournament in Pune where many grandmasters played it, and you played with Grandmaster Praveen Tipse. You played that. I remember in 2006. And what do you remember about the knockout tournaments? It was a rapid tournament, and one
She's
day
knowing that she played now.
2006. Yeah, it was it. I remember.
Are you sure it was me?
It was in Pune. Yeah.
No, it was in Pune, but
Yeah,
I mean, I
and,
played
Tejas
a lot in
Bakre,
Pune.
Grandmaster Tejas Bakre became first and
Wow,
played with
amazing. It was a
Sureshkhar
rapid event.
Ganguly. Yeah, it was a final match. So I remember you played in, it was in the quarterfinals which you played with Grandmaster Praveen Tipse.
I will have to look up this game. I mean, it sounds like I was having a good run, and I'll definitely look it up. सच बोलूं तो अभी मेरे दिमाग में याद नहीं आ रहा है
I
मुझे.
remember that game also, so that's why.
Oh wow! I
It was in
remember.
2006.
I remember in Pune in 2006 or 7 it was where I won my national championship. That's the first time I made it to the second time I made it to the team. So great memories from Pune. But yeah, I'm actually a fan of the knockout format. I love it.
I
Just
love it
simply
as well.
because every match is high stakes.
Yeah, I
It
think
was also simultaneous where Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte and you then you were doing a simultaneous. I was like 9 I was there. And
Did we play?
yeah.
Oh wow! Amazing.
Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte.
Super.
I remember these days. It was great for me.
Thank you for sharing that memory. It's very sweet.
First of all, this was a really amazing stream. I love
Thank
the
you.
energy. The effort is really amazing. I'm Hiram Bhagat from Pune. I had one question in Divya's game. When she took D into E5, was it possible to play Queen B6 check first and then capture back? Like D5 she took. So
Sorry, which question? Which game and which position?
Divya. So in Divya's game, she took D into E5. So when she took D5, was it possible to play Queen B6 check first, King H1 and then D into E5?
Divya's game.
So when she made the
yes,
inaccuracy,
yes.
yeah, because Queen B6 it gives an extra move for black. So when you play Queen to B6,
Yeah, I think D5 was definitely the most crucial moment actually in this game.
yeah. So here I'm saying like D5 Queen B6 check first, King H1 and then D into E5. Is that better? Or was that a
I think
better
black
option?
wanted to just be flexible because
Okay.
black can always play Queen B6 check, right?
Okay,
so
okay.
the saying that the threat is stronger than execution, I think applies
Is that
quite
your
nicely
favorite
here.
chess saying? What is your favorite like chess quote?
I have come back to you for that.
Okay. Do you have one?
Yeah.
Night
Thank
on
you.
the
Thank you
Rim
so
is
much.
dim. Somehow it's very funny. Yeah,
I think
don't
it's funnier in Hindi, but okay.
What is how do you say it in
Pune
Hindi?
mein
कोने में घोड़ा काम करे थोड़ा.
Oh, कोने में घोड़ा काम करे. I like that. That is funnier. But it's also very appropriate and I think it's a very instructive saying. I think a threat is stronger than the execution is a really good one as well.
इसका हिंदी क्या होगा?
We'll come back to you on that one.
Yeah, I think D5 was just also going in the wrong direction for Divya.
That was really the turning point of the game. I think taking that central pawn, allowing these defensive moves. Otherwise, she had a lot of compensation for the pawn that she had given up.
Yeah.
So I'm sure when she'll go back, she'll analyze this position. It will be that moment that will be the most instructive.
Correct.
But Chad's favorite saying is a bit different. I'll not go into that
No,
right
I
now.
want to
but
know, chat, what is your favorite
I don't think you want to know. I don't
I don't think
think
you can say it. Yeah.
I don't think you want to know. Maybe we can just stick to
favorite
it.
chess saying? Chess quote?
Yeah, the chess code wala. Favorite chess code for Chad is a bit different, but yeah.
What?
By the way, Harshavardhan is still struggling. Harshit, any chances for him to hold here?
You know, you guys are like really something. You tell me, okay, don't look at the code, and then you're showing it to me on the phone. Who does that?
This is too good.
Chat, kya hi hai ye? Achar, we want some good chess inspiring quotes from you.
This is very
I think
inspiring.
one of my favorite ones is Mikhail Tal's Forest of Complications. I love it. I know I use it far too many times during commentary, but it really describes so many important positions where he says that you have to draw in today's time to win a game. Well, he didn't say in today's time to win a game. I'm just adding that. But the quote was, and I'm not going to be able to say it word to word, but that you have to pull your opponent out into a forest of complications where 2 plus 2 is equal to 5 and the path out is wide enough for only one. So the whole idea that you have to get your opponent into chaotic, messy positions on the chessboard where there are opportunities for both players to go wrong. And that's how, you're able to score wins because only one can survive those forests.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no,
can't
that's,
relate.
I mean, also in this World Cup, this saying applies so well in this World Cup where only one player will qualify to the next round. SL Narayan has drawn his game with the black pieces.
He kya tha? Basically said Tanya bas kar.
No, I mean, because now if he wins tomorrow,
Yeah.
he qualifies. I mean, I think draw with the black pieces in this tournament is in general a great result, even if you are playing someone lower rated than you.
That's a Soviet school of approaching a match, right? Draw with black, win with white. Of course, if you have chances, you try to maximize efforts in both. But I agree with you. But for SL, every board where there's a huge difference in rating, I think for those players, getting it to tiebreaks is where their best shot is. Because then the odds go a little up and down as the time goes down.
I mean, they also want to make it as messy as possible
Yes.
if you're a lower rated player. So I think you're right.
Yes.
By the way, Aronyak Ghosh is playing Matuyush Bartel. We did not see this game at all. Aronyak is also the same age group as me. He's trying to defend this position against the Polish Grandmaster.
There's this one saying, jo mere eyes just fell on it, that the game ends by Mercury. Okay. The game ends when the king falls, not when a pawn takes your queen.
Wow.
How do we feel about that one?
You have to think to understand it, but I like it.
Yes. I think it's also about not giving up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although usually if you lose your queen in chess, it's probably time to give up.
Or anywhere else.
Arey bhai.
So king b6.
One bad move nullifies 40 good ones.
That is the heartbreaking thing about chess. You could play a 4-hour brilliant game. You could make all the amazing moves and then one slip and all your good work gets undone. I think we've all been there, we've all done that, and truly the most painful moment is when those games happen.
By the way, look at, if you go to move number 45, White played a brilliant move.
I think this blue arrow needs to be shut down for some.
Yeah, we'll do it in our next break. But White played this move pawn to f4, sacrificing a pawn.
Free pawn hai.
The reason is that we are blocking the bishop from c3 to be able to protect that pawn on h6. So f4, g4, f3, and now the bishop on c3 is blocked by its own pawn on f4.
It's like a study you see in some endgame book, na? You sack a pawn and the king has like 10, 20 moves to get to that pawn and somehow it's crazy.
Need an action replay of that moment.
Wow.
It is actually a beautiful, super instructive idea here by Bartel.
Boom.
Boom?
And then
Let's do it. No, let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
Boom. F4. अरे यार ये सही है इसको।
Okay, ना पक्का इस बार।
अब मैं नहीं कर रहा भाई अभी।
Okay, but the point here, right? Like you mentioned, you cut out the bishop, and let's point out this a4 pawn as well. Black's king has to be stuck defending it. So king is stuck on one side. Bishop now cannot protect h6 after pawn takes pawn f3. You'll have the a4 passer. In the future, you'll have the h passer, and that's the winning plan.
Oh, to have these two passed pawns, and also
Far away.
light squared bishop is of the same color as the a8 square. That's definitely going to be something that White takes advantage of as we proceed.
Yeah, the king is running.
So Aronyak is going to lose because of this brilliant idea found by Matayush.
By the way, Iniyan is about to win, so all
nice.
rook endgames are not drawn, clearly.
And this is amazing because look at this material balance. He's not even up a pawn, but I think a6 rook b7 is such a, it just paralyzes black completely. And then you'll get your king to h4. I'm thinking about what's the winning plan here.
It's not very apparent, right? Like let's say we play king e6 just for the sake of
king e6,
argument.
a6?
A6, and I'm just to understand, king f6.
Okay, rook b7.
I go rook e7.
Now I don't take immediately.
You go g4 maybe, yeah? Slowly but surely.
G4, huh? Yeah, this I like.
You go g4.
Pawn takes pawn, king
takes
takes
pawn. And at some point you will not have moves.
There will be some king pawn endgame with a zugzwang.
Oh wow, I see it. Yeah, so let's say king f7.
King g5.
I go
game over.
I go king g5. So this is losing. But let's say you go rook f7. You're waiting.
Can you? There's a crazy move here actually.
Sorry?
There's an insane move here.
Which wins? Pawn to f5.
Rook to b6 apparently wins.
Whoa! No way. Oh, That is stunning.
That is insane.
Wait, okay. Pawn takes rook, pawn takes pawn. Those two pawns are crazy. Nobody's stopping them. But rook c7, why is that still winning?
And then you repeat. Yeah. You want to show off. You want to show off. You want to show off once.
No, but after rook f7, you can play king h4. And now what do you do? Rook e7 I will capture.
Capture.
I know, it's very nice to show that. Like
Yeah,
rook
show
e7,
that.
I take, king takes, king g5, king f7. Now you have to break. And we talk about opposition so much in chess. You know, if it's white to play, this might be a draw. This is white to play, black to play. Sorry, after king e7, we take control of the square. King e5 and king f6.
You know, I actually think that you're right. I think it's a mutual zugzwang.
Yeah.
A mutual zugzwang in chess is whichever side has to play is the one that's conceding.
Exactly.
So in that, the opposition was so important to time it correctly.
So I think Iniyan has figured this one out. He has 43 minutes. He's going to win this game. Beautiful. I mean, vision there by Iniyan, understanding that with the pawn on a6, the end games are going to be winning for
So
him.
where are we? We've got Gangs has won his game. Iniyan about to win his game. Badi Pranav winning his game. That's 3 wins for India. Divya lost. 4 results. What about the other?
Pranesh is winning.
Pranesh is completely,
completely winning.
we can
for
actually
Pranesh.
see he's about to checkmate actually.
Let's jump to his board.
Let's go.
Man, the black king is
Oh wow,
on a run.
It's not running too far.
Anyway, you have to put it on e5 after the game, so might as well.
No, you have to put it on d5.
Yes.
In
yes,
this
actually.
game.
Yeah.
So king e5, do you see checkmates or is
By
it
the way, after king e5,
bishop d4?
please don't play bishop d4.
Because the queen takes bishop. No.
Yeah.
That would be.
Wow.
But yeah, after king e5, what to do with white?
There's only one move.
Not so easy, yeah?
Yeah, because black has threats, right? Rook a1 check starts looking a bit scary.
Queen g7.
Only
Rakesh
move.
Bhai in the house.
Too strong.
Okay, that is very strong because rook a1 white to play, guys. Rook
Let's
a1
go.
white to play.
Check. Rook f1 check.
Yes. Counter check.
That's why queen g7.
And white
Very
is,
strong.
it's counter check and white is completely winning now.
How old do you think Prani is? Oh, unfortunately, chat can't see this photo on chess.com. But there's a very sweet photo of his. I think maybe he was like 7 or 8. His chess.com photo.
He's only 19 now, so he's still so young. About to win his first game in the
Played
World Cup. He
on
played
the
Queen.
board.
Finds it. Super stuff by Prani. So that's 5 wins that we've counted.
So
right?
let's just see. King e4. Let's try to run.
Okay.
Let's just try to
Queen
finish
g4.
this.
No, queen g4, king e5.
Queen g6 maybe.
Yeah, queen g4, king e5, queen f5.
Nice. Beautiful.
So king e5, queen f5.
Queen f5 is checkmate. Okay, so this is over.
This is over. Yeah.
This is over. That's 5 wins for India today. We've calculated. We've counted. Or did I miss somebody?
I think that's 4, right?
So, Ganguly, Badi Pranav, Pranesh. Wait, somebody was winning.
Someone is winning.
Iniyan was winning.
Iniyan was winning.
4.
Iniyan is completely winning, yes.
Iniyan is completely winning.
Yes.
Leon is still equal, balanced. Yeah, so 4 wins.
4 wins so far. Yeah.
Raja Ritwik,
Has drawn.
that's been a draw.
Harshavardhan is
So
struggling.
guys, a good day for India so far,
For sure.
except Divya's board. You know, and she was playing a very strong
She was playing a
grandmaster.
strong player. He played well.
Yeah.
And I mean, the good thing is that this is not the conclusion of round 1.
No.
This is only the conclusion of match 1. There is another
one, yes.
game 1. There is still another match for Divya to make a comeback, and it's quite possible that we still see this matchup that we are waiting for, Divya versus Nihal, if Divya manages to win the first match.
That is a potential round 2 pairing. But for that, Divya has to first make a comeback tomorrow.
Nilesh Saha has also lost, I think. That game
Nilesh
is
is losing.
over.
He lost.
He lost. That's also over. So, yeah, very few games remaining actually now. Not many in terms of Indian players. Ronak is also going to draw a few moves, I think, in this game. And this is the current position. Any chances here, Harshit, for black to win?
I think Ronak has figured it out because the rook on c3 is forced to defend the pawn on a3, and the king on g4 is protecting the pawn on h5. So I think this is some sort of a fortress that Ronak has created. And even though it might seem that because of the rating difference, this is a bad result for Ronak, considering the position he had, this is a huge success for him.
And I think he just makes sure that the black king can never actually come from the other side. He's going to stop that activity. Anytime the king goes to a7, he'll cut it off or make sure it doesn't get to the 7th
Oh, I
rank.
have a question.
Yeah.
After rook c2, rook a8, would you not love to give rook g2 check and
Why
trick
not?
me?
Okay.
You would love to give rook g2 check, right?
I would love it, yes.
Rook g2 check, king to f3, you take my pawn on a2 and white to play.
White to play,
White
guys.
to play.
Easy peasy. Exactly.
Well done. Rook h8,
Rook h8
checkmate.
checkmate. So this is a nice mating pattern with the pawn on h5 and black pawn on g7.
Okay, rook e3 played.
I would for sure play rook e8 and hope he plays rook e4 check.
Rook e4 actually goes in the same direction, right? You'll just go king f3 and
But
this-
he can take the h4 pawn. Okay, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then you lose, yeah, certainly.
No, so then you'll have to... It's like rook e4, you'd have to go king g3 then.
Or just king f4, king g4, just do it.
Okay. So this one most likely heading towards a draw, which actually for Daniel Barish is a very good result in this first round with the black pieces playing against Ronak Sadhwani. But Ronak was dead lost out of the opening.
Exactly.
So I think he's going to be the more relieved one that he gets this draw.
So this is likely going to end in a draw. Next is Lalit, who's, well, it's a very interesting endgame.
By the way, Karthik has drawn his game.
Oh, that knight g5 won.
Yes. The game that we were a bit worried about has ended in a draw. And I'm sure Karthik is going to be quite happy with this result.
Yeah.
And we can take a look at this game first. Knight c3. No, we can just see Max's game. So, knight c3. And why is this a mistake?
Apparently this was the position and he had to play knight e3 instead.
So it's an inaccuracy.
Trying to
there.
go to f5.
And set up this mating pattern.
I wonder because after knight c3, is it because it gives the option to weaken
Take
the
or-
pawn structure by taking on c3? And maybe after knight e3, you still could have taken with the king?
Wait, I have a question. Knight c3, bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, rook takes c3.
Actually lost.
Is this like can
Yeah,
I ever
because-
dream of this
You
being
can't.
a second
No.
You can't because king pawn ending down a pawn you
No,
never see.
I was
it,
hoping
right?
ef4, gf4,
Okay.
and maybe this one is a draw.
Yeah, g4
Because,
is actually a draw. Wow.
The h pawn is.
Only move b5.
Oh wow.
And basically you make sure the white king is never running to the b5 pawn because the h pawn is a passer and you put your pawn on g6 and just sit.
These endgames are so rich. Like on surface, they seem very drawish and like boring, but when you actually think about it, they have so many possibilities.
So this one I think still tricky, but ef4 is the only move for black right now.
So bishop takes
G4,
five.
gf4, and then you go for bishop c3. Wow.
Oh, acha, oh, transposing. Wow.
Wait, why can't you take with the king
Because
now?
now with the bishop, it feels like,
You don't need to take that knight on c3, the king, the pawn structure is destroyed. ऐसे सब खराब हो गया.
exactly.
मजा नहीं आ रहा उसमें.
That's a tricky move. But will he find it though? He has enough time. He can. 19 minutes is enough.
Yes.
Yeah, so this one quite likely to head to a draw as well.
There's one game we have not seen at all. That's Divya and Ghosh
Oh wow.
with the black pieces.
And what is this crazy position that we have?
This is just look at this position. Both the kings are on h8, h1. बाकी पूरी armies on the other side. King को छोड़ के सब कुछ ही दूसरी side भाग गया. Queens, all the majors are there.
It's
I
all-
mean, full traffic jam on the A and the B file.
एक ये pin resolve करना है and then it'll all get traded off and it'll be a draw most likely.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Queen B6, Rook B6, mass exchanges.
Just rook takes pawn mat khelna. Yeah, there are always tricks on the board.
Yeah, true. Okay, this is going to be a draw as well.
Rook B1, Rook B1. So Diptyan will draw his game. Who else is playing? Is there any other Indian playing?
It's crazy that we didn't even notice this game. Yeah, so many games going on right now, and that's after 50 players not even playing today.
Do we have more games?
I think we covered all the Indian players now. We covered all the Indian
actually,
players.
overall, it's been, I would say, a pretty decent day so far.
So who lost? Divya lost.
Only Divya, I think.
No.
Oh, wait.
Aronyak was
yes.
losing. And anyone else?
Nilesh Saha lost.
Nilesh Saha lost. So 3 players lost.
But also Aronyak and Nilesh on their boards were the underdogs.
Correct.
Also, Harshavardhan is still, kind of
Fighting.
losing, so it might be 4.
यार वैसे राउंड 2 से जो मजा आने वाला है ना वर्ल्ड कप
I mean, already कल से मैं बहुत excited हूँ क्योंकि जो players आज आ रहे हैं उनको कल जीतना ही पड़ेगा और वो एकदम कुछ तो aggressive and attacking openings खेलने हैं. It's possible we see Perk.
Yeah, because they will have to find a way to get those imbalances, get a game with black, and how do you do it if you're going to play e4, e5 or d4, d5? You have to find these, maybe we'll see those hedgehog positions, the porcupine structure with...
Porcupine structure.
Yeah, like b6, d6, e6,
Correct.
g6 rakhe. So we might see all of that, but let's just once again reset the stage in numbers of where we are here in Goa at the FIDE World Cup. 8 rounds, right, in all for these players. Each round is played like a mini match, best of 2 classical with both colors. And then tie breaks, we've got 206 players. The top 50 seeds were given the first round bye. So they only join in from round 2, which is why you're not seeing Gukesh in action, Pragg in action, Arjun, many others. Anish will join in. Vincent Kaimer, Nodebek, Abdusatrov, Yanna Pomrishi, Wesley So.
Sagar Shah.
Sagar Shah, everybody. Sagar will be with us tomorrow. But everybody else coming in from 4th of November in round 2. Today we had 156 players. After the end of round 1, with going into round 2, the 50 players joining in, the winners of round 1, we will have a total of
128 players.
128 players.
And then it will be like 128, 64, 32, 16.
Round of 16, quarter-finals, semi-finals, and then the top 2 finalists and the fight for 3rd place. And why that's important, Harshit?
Because the 3 players that finish in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd positions qualify for candidates, the tournament that eventually decides who will play the world champion, which is currently Gukesh, and also a prize pool of $2 million, 120 or $40,000 is the first prize here. A lot is at stake, and let's go on a quick break, and we'll be right back to cover the last few moments of this exciting day.
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high-class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high-quality vinyl board with notation, the ChessBase India logo in the corner, and a leatherized finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the opening explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level. Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
We have Sahaj, who has joined us to cover these final moments. Sahaj, please tell us what's the most exciting thing that you have seen today.
So firstly, a heartbreaking loss for Divya right there. I think her opponent played fantastic. So hoping she can come back tomorrow. Wishing the best for her. But amongst the active games, I really like the game of Sargisian Gabriel versus Dilshan Lianage. If we can go to that game, because White has sacrificed an exchange in this position and it seems to be virtually winning, but I don't see a plan. Like I don't see how it's winning, but Black cannot break through, that's for sure. Black has to hold the fort down, but I'm not sure how White is gonna break through either. But it's an interesting position for me. What do you think?
This is very sacrificed it, yeah. A Brilliancy and the only way to move forward. That's surprising. Rook takes d3, Brilliancy.
Wow.
And suddenly the knight is on f5, but yeah, not easy to see the winning plan.
And I think the point is that, as you said, Saj, the pawn on c6 is a backward pawn, and we call it a backward pawn because it's protect the pawns on d4 and b4 stop the pawn on c5 to ever advance. Maybe the idea could be to go rook g1 to c1 to c5 to a5 even, and try to collect one more pawn because Black has no breaks. G pawn move किया तो H pawn मर जाएगा.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. यूं ही चला चल रहा ही करके, and once you get into the Black,
nice one.
Black के cam में घुस गए, I think then it is simple. Then it is very simple. So I think it's just about maneuvering. But knight on f5, क्या piece है भाई?
Exactly. It just goes to show that piece की value is important, but piece की activity is even more important. That knight on f5 is more important than those two rooks combined because वो दो rooks कुछ कर नहीं रहे, कोई open file नहीं है position में. I mean, I'm looking at some c5, maybe a breakthrough in the position, but मैं d pawn से मारूंगा. I'm not even going to give you the b file because it's going to be an open file there. So I think a beautiful endgame there for Sargisian. Yeah, loving it.
And as you look at एक look मारते हैं Iniyan की game के ऊपर because वो end game अच्छी थी, and we're trying to see कि how did he finish off. G4 he played as we discussed, rook activated, and now this is almost made, yeah. And now rook d6 check.
Another check, so precise.
And now the G pawn is
laser sharp precision by Iniyan. Guys, we are in the fourth, potentially fifth hour of the first day. What are your feelings? You're in Goa, you have this beautiful studio, 208 players playing. We saw brilliancies, by the way. Erdogmus playing this move knight to e5. We also saw some heartbreaks, and this is what makes it exciting, right?
Absolutely, भाई. I think games बहुत exciting है. Also let's give a shout out to Daniel Barish because he managed to draw against Ronak Sadhwani with the black pieces. He was winning, but I mean a draw with the black pieces is an amazing result against an opponent who's 400 points above.
My question, let's say he goes back to his hotel room right now at the amazing Rio Resort, and then he opens up his computer and checks how winning he was. So is he like now, okay, I mean I drew against Ronak, is he like, भाई यही तो मौका था वर्ल्ड कप में राउंड 2 जाने का?
यार कल व्हाइट से सेम अपोनेंट के साथ आप खेल रहे हो और व्हाइट से अगर ड्रॉ करना है व्हाइट और टाई ब्रेक्स पे जाना है, टाई ब्रेक्स में कुछ भी हो सकता है. एनीथिंग इज एनीवन कैन विन इन अ टाई ब्रेक इन अ फास्टर फॉर्मेट. Of course, Ronak is a beast when it comes to faster format, but still, I would say anything is possible. And I think going to tiebreaks itself is a great achievement. So I wouldn't be upset. I would say, ठीक है यार, मतलब opponent played well. He defended quite well. He had good chances, but yeah, I would still be happy by drawing to someone who's 400 points above me. There is only Magnus who's 400 points above me. I would be ecstatic if I drew him with the black pieces. अगर वो knight a3 ना खेले तो.
But yeah, Ronak will be a bit more careful tomorrow. Yeah, he's not gonna kind of let loose. He'll be focused and he'll be more conscious about how strong his opponent is. So it'll be tough.
We saw people defending from worse positions. We saw people making big mistakes in the opening. We also saw this, unbelievable idea of bishop f4, where like one player just blundered his queen basically.
Yeah.
Oh yes, bishop f4 with the
Diego Flores.
Yeah, black couldn't take back because there was a checkmate on h7. That was insane.
Maybe we can take a look at some of the live games of non-Indian players just to see what's happening.
One interesting game is this one.
Wow.
Look at this. White has a knight, but somehow black is completely winning with these two passed pawns. Yeah, talk about material equivalency. This is very nice.
कहते हैं queen और knight सबसे dangerous combination होता है, but
I mean, the knight was here, maybe.
There is an exception to every rule.
There's an exception, and now, as you said, h pawn. Also, the knight is like the worst defender of the rook pawns because it's very hard for the knight to stop it. h3, h2. Donchenko is going to win his first game, and here the rating difference is actually showing because Donchenko was able to sacrifice a knight and looks like he will go on to win a beautiful game.
The knight is completely powerless there. Yeah, I mean there are no sort of outposts or anything like that. Even there is no perpetual check possibilities either. That pawn on f, golden pawn. This is why you should keep that pawn on f7 or on f2 because बाद में जाके आपको defense की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी. And that pawn is so crucial in this position.
The best move is knight d2. So I mean that just sums the game up. King d1 played.
And h3. Yeah. Immediately played. By the way, Lalit Babu has seen new sunlight in his life because after ef4, gf4,
he had to play g6. Prevent f5, but now f5 is very strong.
I think still his position has very good drawing chances. He's down a pawn, but I think this rook endgame with this h pawn, this fast h pawn is going to give him drawing chances.
Definitely, and we're reaching the time pressure phase again, so we'll be very interested to see how this goes.
यहाँ पर move 60 के बाद कुछ नहीं मिलेगा आपको,
Exactly. So you have to be careful, and we saw how tricky rook endgame. You also saw pawn endgame literally. There was a possibility. So lots of tricks in the
pawn
game.
ending पे यार draw होगा ना, b5 खेलतेगा black.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that nice. C3 and crazy endgame. And which other games shall we have a look at? Lalit Babu is trying to hold. Divya and Ghosh, we have seen the exchanges.
Check out the game of Jeffrey Xiong. Look at those pawns. Look at those, that beast of b6 and c6.
Jeffrey Xiong, I think, was board 1 today because the 51 seed, but because the top 50 players did not play, he became the first seed, and the inaugural move was played on this board. And I think Yi-Heng Lee is definitely going to, be thankful for this opportunity to play someone like Xiong, who has competed against the best players in the world like Magnus.
Absolutely, and also, just for everyone in the chat, Jeffrey Xiong is white. Like, King a6 पे पड़ा है. मतलब वो कैसे, like how? That king probably went from g1 to a6.
That is insane. King had a long walk. From g1 to g1 to a6.
That's insane.
Jeffrey Cheong's rating is a bit surprising. I was wondering, how is he even playing today? मतलब एक बंदे को allow कर दिया था, उसका mood था क्या खेलने का extra. But his rating has dropped down quite a bit. He was like 27-10, 27-20 at one point. So he would love to gain those rating points back, and there couldn't be a better chance than the World Cup.
Absolutely. Checking other games, I think Chigaev completely winning. Oh, there is one interesting endgame of Motile versus Avila, Santiago Avila. That's a pretty interesting endgame. I would say if you removed sort of the knights from this position,
Oh, wow.
then I think black should be winning because the pawn is behind the rook. However, with the knights on the board, it's not so simple.
I honestly feel that practically to defend these positions is like borderline impossible because you have 8 minutes, black will just keep making moves, and at some point, let's say he tries to exchange the rooks, or at some point he goes h5, h4, and then suddenly you have to make a decision, and with a few minutes left on the clock, I have a feeling that Motilev, who was an ex-2700 player, should be able to win.
A slight error apparently, and a rook b6, putting the rook behind the pawn, natural move is going to happen.
Somehow, I mean, rook b6 is the only move. Yeah, otherwise, you lose the pawn on. Yeah, exactly. You lose the pawn on b4. But I still have this feeling that how is black going to make progress? I'll just go knight d4 back. I'm not going to allow you to play b3. Maybe I can get my king to f3 and e4 and try to activate my king.
He goes immediately king f3.
Yeah, I think I'm not so sure if this is easier to push or if it is easier to hold. Like if I was playing this as black, I'm not so sure if I would be able to convert it to a win. But if I was playing this as white, I would be more comfortable trying to hold it to a draw because there are knights present on the board. But I could be wrong.
So Santiago Avila from Colombia has to be very precise to hold this endgame. And by the way, we have a result. Jeffrey Zhong has won the game on board 1 today.
Yeah, and his king was furthest away possible from home when the resignation happened.
On A7.
So, literally on A7, the corner of the board. From G1 to A7 by.
Dipten is going to draw his game. Aronyak lost the opposite color endgame to Mateusz Bartel. Do you see any other live games going on?
I saw one position which was very interesting. One endgame.
Oh yes, Kantor game is very interesting.
Also this one, this one is like knight and 2 pawns is 3 pawns, completely winning, but you never know.
Knight F2 पे बैठा दिया तो आप.
Very nice. Knight on F2, pawn on D3.
Pawn on D3.
D2 भाई D2. वो pawn push भी नहीं करूँगा.
Push ही मत करो.
मतलब king goes E5 F4 से आएगा F3 पे आएगा तब D4 push करूँगा मैं.
True.
So Chigaev is going to win his game as well.
Yeah, Chigaev looking really good.
Yeah, what about this game? The game between Gergely Kantor and Sean Rodriguez Lambois. This one.
This one, yeah?
Interesting position.
8 minutes.
That knight on E3 looks super strong for black. But I feel that the other pieces are just not contributing enough.
I mean, the only trick I see for black is Queen D5.
And just pray.
Pray that he defends the A2
just
pawn.
play Queen D5 and look on the other side of the board,
And rook E2, right? You will save the pawn.
Oh, wow. Apparently rook C7 check is the
Only
move after Queen D5.
Wow. Okay, but not a difficult one though, because Queen X is Queen H8 Mar.
If you go rook E2, let's just show this. Black to play. Can you find it?
Yeah.
Let's see if the chat can find it.
Chat, let's go. Black to play. Only move. Last opportunity.
No, chat will definitely find this. I feel he's not gonna go for this. And the time situation is what, 11 minutes plus 8 minutes. I mean, you have enough time.
Yeah, chat found it. Rook G8, of course. Pinning and winning, you will have to lose the queen and black wins. So Queen D5 definitely worth trying. I think one option.
Yeah, but sadly does not work. And if you don't play Queen D5, then you can go EF4, I guess, but there's Queen E4 check incoming.
Yeah, many people found it. Rook to G8, and the white queen is losing there.
Okay, so this one is also interesting.
What about Harshavardhan? I mean, we haven't seen this game in a while because we thought black will manage to win, but he's putting on some stiff resistance.
And one more pawn exchange. You never know. Rook knight against rook. Sahaj, your favorite endgame?
Oh yes, I love those. It's your favorite endgame actually. You love those endgames, absolutely. But you know, I played Harshavardhan in this qualifiers, the Chennai qualifiers, and I was completely winning out of the opening, like completely winning. But the guy, I don't know what he did. He just managed to turn things around, and within like I think a minute, I was completely lost. So I think I'm seeing. I see Pranesh doing this a lot, where you know he's losing positions where he like and he just turns it around. Maybe Harshavardhan is doing something similar here.
And he's playing fast. Actually, I think he has decent chances to hold this, no?
For sure.
But rook d3 is like, why not take on f6?
But knight g5, fg5.
But knight g5 is a tough move to play. No,
कि
knight
रुक
g5 is
एंडिंग
very
में
tough
जाने
to play.
से पहले ना आपको पता होना चाहिए कि विनिंग है, नहीं तो रिस्की हो जाता है.
And also the pawns are doubled.
उसका किंग a3 पे पड़ा लेगा, किंग g3 पे होता तो मे बी he has chances.
Exactly. Yeah, this is lost, I think. Okay, maybe he doesn't find it.
Yeah, I think that game feels like it's going to finish soon because knight g5 incoming.
And I think the only other Indian game is Lalit playing that I see, and he's still thinking. So we saw f5, rook a4, c4, only move. Only move.
They're so good.
And now rook b3.
Study your endgames, chat. This is the golden rule here. And
But this is difficult now. Rook c7, passive move. Then white can just play king f4, wait, try to,
Why, but again, white progress कैसे कर रहा है? Black, let's say black खेलता है rook d7, rook c7, rook d7, rook c7. How are you making progress? That's the question. Like you have to create some.
After rook d7, maybe king e5.
Rook c7 वापस. भाई मैं बस wait कर रहा हूँ. I'll just keep waiting. आपको जो करना है करो. I know, but maybe it's not the easiest thing to do over the board because it's always hard, I feel, to just sit and wait.
Yeah.
People always want to, have active defense. And at a young age, I think everyone is taught that active defense is better than passive defense. But still, I think, how do you break?
Let's say rook b6, I try.
ठीक है, rook c7.
Now
Wait.
I want to play f6 actually. That was the goal. I don't know if it helps or not.
Check दिया तो I can take probably? Or are you going to capture with the rook?
No, with the pawn.
ठीक है, king e8. Simple. ये तो I think equal है.
Bit scary, yeah? King h6, king g7 maybe.
Oh, king h6 is nice. Maybe I have rook c5 check.
King h6.
भाई कुछ rook c6 वगैरह तो नहीं आ रहा ना?
King h6.
भाई king h6, rook c6.
No, I can take.
Take what?
Take and then I'm in time.
Achha, because I take.
अच्छा हाँ, you're in time. Nice. Maybe h4 then.
Is it in time?
h4 then, and then I just push the pawn all the way down, and I think black is doing
H7,
fine there.
h3.
ये वो pawn थोड़ा बहुत risky लग रहा है.
b3, h2.
Rook h3 and then rook c2.
I think, but practically, just coming back to the live position right now, rook
played
c7,
rook b6.
rook b6. I think white does have good practical chances, even though objectively this might be a draw. I think mistakes can happen.
For sure, and also keeping in mind that Max has more time on the clock.
Yeah. By the way, Harshavardhan played this move rook d3 and rook f1, big mistake, allowing the white king to, because the king was cut. Now the white king is in the game suddenly.
And played.
He played it very quickly, that too.
Wow.
And now Mustafa is less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, the time cost him, I think, half a point.
अब तो knight g5 नहीं मारेगा.
Because अभी क्या हो रहा है?
अब तो weaker है ना. King b4 पे है मेरा. King cut off नहीं है मेरा.
King c5 पे आ सकता है maybe.
King c5, king d5. I mean, I don't have to. I mean, it's just a worse capture now. I don't know what the point of rook f1 was, to be honest. Did he want to play f5 or something? Point क्या है rook f1 का?
Yeah, I think.
Knight f4 maybe. Knight f4 maybe is what his point.
Then now rook a3, yeah.
Oh, rook a3 is scary. Yeah, that's scary. Does this mean that he has managed to save his position?
Objectively, yes, but practically maybe.
But practically भी 16 minutes है उसके पास और opponent के पास 2 minutes है.
But
So he has more time, like way more time.
and what does black play? Because this tension still exists, right? You have to decide at some point what to do.
1 minute 40 seconds. I mean, he needs to be careful to not lose on the clock.
Have you ever lost on the clock, like in a classical game?
It happened literally. I have lost only once in my life on time, and it happened this year. And against CRG Krishna. You know him, right?
Yes.
I'm sure you also know him. He's an Indian international master, I believe. He's shooting. He just made his, I think, maiden GM norm some months back. So I was playing against him. Move 40 happens, and I'm a pawn up, and I try to think, and I think I thought 40 moves are done, or I don't know what happened, but I just didn't see it, and I just lost on time.
And now less than a minute.
Oof.
Man, Harshavardhan has fought back really well.
Have you lost on time ever, Harshit?
I don't remember, or I don't want to remember. But now, now I think I'm going to predict that Harshavardhan won't lose. Do you guys agree?
I'm going to wait for this move to kind of be sure.
I would be shocked if he loses this.
What if is white better after knight g5? No, right?
Not really.
Like 1 minute है यार, 1 minute में आप क्या करो? Knight g5 taken.
Play knight g5. Okay, you have to take, and maybe c5 or king c5.
I think king c5 seems to be the best move, but and I think king c5 makes the most sense, yeah, because you're activating the king, you're centralizing the king. Also, you're helping your pawn as well on the like king b6 bhi ja sakta hai.
Q1 is strong here after c5.
But here, you know, I feel when you save the position and you know कि मैंने थोड़ी सी position save कर ली है, then you have this sort of
confidence.
Yes, and that can work against you. Because you are thinking अब बच रहा है opponent के पास 1 ही मिनट पड़ा, थोड़ा जल्दी खेलता हूँ मैं, and that can cost you. So I think now he must spend some time to figure out the best defense in the position and not to play on his opponent's time, because वो तो कम वैसे ही रहेगा.
Also, black king is cut off, so it's completely opposite to what it was earlier. So you can start pushing the pawn, and suddenly black has to decide
And
what to
can
do.
I show you one game between Raed Samadov and Lorenzo Lodici? And look at this move 42, where after king g6, white played king to h2, and look at what black played.
Wow.
Unbelievable stuff.
You ask chat to guess. Chat, can you guess what did black play in this position? Because
So unexpected.
Yeah, and it's the best move in the position as well. That is very impressive, I would say. Taking a page out of what's that game? You know that
Nigel
game?
Short's game.
Nigel Short versus Jan Timman, I think
Yes.
it was. Yeah, that king h2, king f, king g3.
Famous king walk.
Yes, the
there
king
was
walk.
a game that Magnus played where he brought the king to h4, then pushed both his pawns to h5 and g5.
No, that was me. I've literally done this. Literally, I've done this before. I'll show you later.
Okay, king h5 is the move.
And it was played. It
Yeah.
was played. People suggested g3 in the chat, but king to h5 was only suggested by Krishna. Great job. And now king h6, and white's king is just completely in a mating pattern.
And even now, the best move is king g7, mate in 7. That is. Wow.
Yeah, it's just
King g7.
back to square one, threatening. Oh no. If let's say I go king h7, just to show something, a5, and now can you find the best move for black? It's so beautiful.
Oh,
It's
wow,
a
that
mate
is so
in
pretty.
2, yeah? Mate in 2.
Yep.
Chat, best move again.
ये तो निकाल लेंगे चैट. But remember chat, your clue is king g7 पे होता, तो ये चाल काम नहीं चलती.
Yeah. So it is actually queen takes d4, queen takes, and rook e1
Exactly.
checkmate. So
A
beautiful.
lot of people finding it.
Yeah.
Queen takes d4, sacrificing the queen. Beautiful
Played.
job. He goes king g7. What's the threat?
Exactly, and if the king was on g7, then queen d4 would be a check, just to mention it.
I think queen h4, right? I'm guessing.
Ah, yeah, simple. Yeah, queen h4.
Absolutely. And by the way, Motilev, you might be right, because Motilev is winning now, or at least has a winning advantage now. You were absolutely right. White committed a huge blunder.
Motilev was playing against Santiago
Avila.
Oh, and now he just forgot about.
Hey, it's really not easy, but black can play rook d6 check and bring the rook to d2, and you just say goodbye to your b4 pawn, and you just say, okay, give me the gold. Again,
f2
why
pawn.
golden pawn? It's so important. Like सब players को वही चाहिए. अगर दूसरे वो जो king f7, वो जो king g8 पे था, pawn f7 पे था, like it's such a great defensive resource. And here also, once you take the golden pawn, you're just completely winning. Why? I'm telling you.
So what's the best way to defend it? Do I keep the king on the king side and just kind of hold this pawn? Like, what's the
By
best
the way,
way?
rook d6, you cannot play king e3. Why?
Ah.
Because there is a sneaky fork. Knight to d1 check, and black is completely winning.
So you have to go all the way now.
And you cannot stop the invasion now with king d4, check, and rook d2.
And to answer your question, Sahil, I think the best approach was कि आप king को घर पे रखो, like g2 पे रखो, and just keep playing knight d4, knight c2, knight d4, knight c2. But king को वो वहाँ लेके गया because he was being greedy, and now he gave up the golden pawn. Now the question is, will Motilev find the best move?
He'll find it for sure. And by the way, lot of results today. Yeah, I think lot of results.
Yeah, I think the Indian.
पहले राउंड में usually chilled रहता है, but आज chill नहीं है थोड़ा.
Even all the games that are remaining, like 5 games, all 5, like one side is just completely winning. By the way, all the Indian games are over, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
What about no?
हर्षवर्धन का चल रहा है.
Can you see that? He's thinking here.
FG5.
I think we can try to finish. We can try to see the finish of this game, and then we can call it a day for
By the
today.
way, Lalit's game, I think, has simplified. Rook b6, g6.
They're giving away pawns like.
And rook
I
c3.
got it back.
Only
Beautiful.
But rook g7?
g7, king e6.
King e6. Very important principle, yeah.
b7.
h4 खेला तो h4 h3 बच गया pawn.
I mean, this. To me, it looks winning for white, to be honest.
एक महान इंसान ने कहा था, all rook end games are drawn.
Yeah, but I have two pawns. I mean.
But how do you convert this?
Rook
Let's
b6,
take GM
rook
versus
h6.
GM. Let's do it. GM versus GM. Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on.
Guys. Guess who's on call right now? सागर भाई
ये क्या लगा है भाई?
Say hi to chat यार, वो टेक ऑफ कर रहे हैं. कहाँ हो? ये क्या चल रहा है?
We are like already delayed by almost 40 minutes. And earlier when we were trying to call you, we were almost going to miss the flight, but फिर flight late हो गया और अभी take off कर रहा है.
तो वापस आ रहे हो यहाँ पे?
वापस.
हो गया बहुत छुट्टी मार ली अमृता के साथ. अब आ जाओ.
We are on the way, and कल से we will be joining the commentary.
Let's go. Bye.
Let's go.
I was following the commentary, and it sounded a lot of fun. Although Divya didn't the game didn't go her way. But I guess the game of this guy, youngster Yaz Khan, was amazing. 95.
Yeah.
Bhai, you're crazy, bhai. You're traveling but still following everything.
Wow.
भाई वो आप लोगों का commentary was एकदम ऐसे so addictive ऐसे.
अच्छा chat को hi बोल दो. Everybody was missing you a lot today, and we're all waiting for you to join us from tomorrow.
Yes, chat. I'm looking forward to joining very soon, and also Amrita is here.
Hi Amrita.
Tactical queen.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, tactical queen.
Hopefully I'll not blunder, but guys, very excited to meet you all in Goa.
We are waiting for you.
पार्टी के लिए तैयार हो?
पार्टी के आ जाओ तुम लोग. That we're going to party, and tomorrow I think you'll come, and hopefully you'll also bring good luck for Divya as she's looking for her comeback tomorrow. So we look forward to seeing you guys. Have a good flight.
मैंने भी थोड़ा सुना था commentary सागर ने जब लगाया था तब all of you are doing so well, man. Really missed it. कल मिलते हैं.
We'll see you soon. See you soon, Sagar Amrita.
Happy journey. Say bye to chat before you go.
Harshit bhai.
हाँ sir.
One second. Harshit bhai, Sahil bhai, Sahaj bhai, and Tanya sir. We should every day have a dare with some key game. So if some result goes the way, then someone has to do something.
Done.
Some will win.
I like the sound of this.
We had to turn our hair blue, पर कुछ हुआ नहीं फिर क्योंकि हम सारे bet जीत गए फिर. But I agree with you. When you're back, we'll do it.
What was the bet?
I mean, I think Aronyak had to find the move knight to if it was about a move, not the result, and he found it.
Okay. ऐसे नहीं है. Divya. So let's do for tomorrow. Divya.
तो मेरे पास एक बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है. तानिया का हेयर ब्लू ही कर डालते हैं, रिजल्ट जाने दो।
ऐसा भाई ऐसा करते हैं, दिव्या कल जीती तो तानिया के हेयर ब्लू, दिव्या का ड्रॉ हुआ, नहीं सुनो तो सही।
Done? Okay, deal. Sagar already said if Divya makes a comeback tomorrow, wins with the black pieces, forces a tie break, Harshit and I, we are getting blue hair.
और streaks.
And Sagar and I will color the hair. So.
हाँ हम कलर कर देंगे।
ये कलर दे है।
हम कलर कर देंगे।
सागर पर हम तो कर लेंगे अपने बालों को, तुम क्या करोगे? क्योंकि हाथ में।
अरे वाओ।
का तो नहीं हो पाएगा।
Beard भाई, beard कलर कर सकते हो आप।
50 push-ups करता हुआ, inspired by Harshit bhai.
Okay bhai. Done. Bhai, you can color your beard also.
No, my beard blue would look very weird.
भाई गुकेश को लेके आ रहे हो ना?
हाँ, गुकेश चेन्नई से आ रहा है, मैं इधर गोवा से अपने मुंबई से आ रहा हूँ, तो I think Gukesh is also coming tomorrow, I believe.
Oh, nice.
Amazing. Chalo, looking forward.
Also Vidit is also coming tomorrow.
Oh,
so
nice.
I think second.
बढ़िया।
सागर तुम पहले आ जाते, I can clearly see तुम्हारा बहुत मन कर रहा है to be here. But आ जाओ जल्दी, then tomorrow we'll start with the commentary. Today was amazing,
Yes,
by
sir.
the way. We had a lot of good results.
And were there people in the fan zone?
Yes.
Yes.
They can hear you right now.
Oh wow.
अभी तो सिर्फ अवध ही बैठा है. But we had
I'm
quite a
biggest
few.
fan of chess. I'm surprised that Awadh bhai is in the fan zone.
He is a fan who's zoning out currently.
Okay. See you guys tomorrow.
See you.
Chalo,
See you.
happy journey. See you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so coming back to the game. By the way, हर्षवर्धन के गेम में ये पोजीशन है अभी।
What?
I don't know what's going on. King F6 उसने कुछ तो मिस्टेक किया। And now King B6 के बाद पोजीशन एकदम इक्वल है, like completely equal.
A5 was the only move. Yeah?
Can he win? My
Bhai.
question is, can he win now, or it's too much?
Nine.
I am with you. I'm with
right?
you. I'm with you.
Some chances, right?
He can win because psychological चीज है भाई, क्योंकि अभी he is still in that zone के भाई मैं जीत रहा था.
But G pawn बहुत
That's
pass
a
है
very
ना?
dangerous.
भाई C pawn भी pass है भाई.
So how do you just play it? Okay.
King D5. No.
King B6 भाई, King B6. King B6 pawn push करो.
You wanna push C5?
बस
So
push करना है
मेरा
भाई.
तो simple है, मैं तो pre-move
Push. You push, I push.
हाँ. C5. Now
Yes.
Rook F3.
Rook F3 मैंने मिस
भाई
किया.
इतने अच्छे moves मत खेलो यार.
नहीं इसको बंद कर देते
तो
हैं.
खराब moves खेलो थोड़े.
Okay, let's say Rook D1.
Rook D1 हाँ.
हाँ G.
Push.
G2. Right?
Push.
Rook G1.
Push भी कर देना.
मैं Rook F1 आ जाएगा भाई.
अच्छा Queen, अच्छा check Queen से.
Rook G1 खेल लेते हैं.
Rook G1 हाँ.
Let's say.
Rook
I
C7
give a
जीत
check. I give a check.
Take on A6.
मारो pawn.
हाँ.
And
I mean,
King.
ये white जीत रहा है भाई. C7.
जीत के
Some
साथ.
press.
अच्छा हाँ वो.
King B7 है ना मेरे पास.
हाँ. Okay, I played here. How do you win this?
C7.
C7.
Okay.
King B7.
King B7 हाँ.
Check.
King C6.
Check.
King D7.
Tricky.
ये थोड़ा स्टाइल मार रहा था मुझे, but King C8. King C8.
अच्छा ओ. But ठीक है फिर.
But yeah, maybe this is a draw. You're right.
I'm not gonna move my.
Yeah.
You think it's a draw?
Yeah.
I don't know.
How do you push the pawn?
एक बार King G5 खेलो ना बताता हूँ.
वेट कर रहा था मैं.
एक बार खेलो ना, फिर उसके बाद बताता हूँ.
अभी तो आ सकता है ना शायद. अभी तो आ सकता है.
नहीं King B7 है ना मेरे पास.
Check.
King A6.
अच्छा इनका ओके.
Rook G2 check है भाई.
ठीक है.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा चेस हो गया. Sorry chat.
And Harsh is thinking.
Chat पे कुछ Ronak was losing. What happened? Because Ronak fought back.
Yeah, he drew.
He drew his match.
Okay, check. Now, can you take this pawn or is it not important?
I think right now it's very important that we try to push our C pawn because the G pawn is going to raise down the board and we have to try and push
So
the
King
C pawn.
B6. What is it? Rook F6.
Oh, he played Rook D6 check, yeah?
हाँ, Rook D6
Okay.
King D7.
So he made sure that the king was one step away.
एक से मैं Rook A6 मार सकता हूँ क्या इधर या possible नहीं है अभी? You will play G4 obviously. Rook ले आया मैं नीचे कहीं. Let's play King D5.
G3.
Rook A2.
Oh, Rook F2 is wrong, yeah?
Rook
King
A3 है.
F6 only move.
Because the E5 pawn is safe.
Yeah, but this is very difficult. I think
Difficult
with
to see.
4 minutes on the clock and black only having 1 minute, I think all three results are on the table.
So draw or
black win.
Or black win. What do you think?
90%. I mean, it will be between these two results.
I think
But what do you think?
draw,
Which one?
I think draw.
Yeah, because
Draw?
tournament hai, so
Draw.
Okay, draw. I completely agree with you as well. I think वो accept नहीं करेगा वो.
We are on this game, right?
Yes.
So what do you think now?
This is such a
Fascinating position.
cool position.
Hey, मतलब this is kind of like that Philidor position. King F5 पे जाएगा तो मैं checks दूंगा. नहीं तो I'll just keep waiting.
And if I go E6 check, you
King
just
King
go
E7.
E7.
जो भी pawn up push करोगे मैं उसके आगे king रख दूंगा. And बाकी I'm just waiting with my rook. That's it. Plan simple.
That's a good idea.
So King G4?
Rook E3. क्योंकि आप H3 मारोगे मैं E5.
Only move by the way, Rook E3, but okay, it just does the job.
Yeah, you attack the pawn on E5.
Yeah, this one should
So,
be a draw.
very good result for Lalit. Drawing with the black pieces against Max, who is for sure, I mean, his rating is 25-76, but he has
He
been
was a
26-60.
26-50 player
Yeah.
actually at one point. So very, very strong, very good result with the
Wait,
black
wait,
pieces.
Harsh made a move and he has now 1 minute 10 seconds. What did he play? He played Rook D2. Best move. Best move.
He's also kind of offering a repetition.
I have a feeling this game, I mean, all three results are actually possible. Like, let's say King D6, C5 if White gets next. I mean, like one bad move like A5. Let's just see what happens.
A5.
Is White King D6?
Why A5 actually best move थियो?
Oh, what?
G4. Oh, he makes a mistake.
He played G4.
Now Rook G2 only move. Otherwise, Harshavardhan is lost.
But I think that was the idea of the move. Now वो खेलेगा.
नहीं नहीं idea मतलब point is कि आप King D5 पहले क्यों नहीं खेल सकते? Rook G2 अभी क्यों खेलना है आपको?
अच्छा.
That's the point. ना Rook G2 बाद में भी खेल सकते हो. But I think it's because आपको G3 allow नहीं करना है. So Rook G2, Rook F4 force करो, then King D5 is better.
Maybe G4 was a good practical decision by
Yeah.
Mustafa.
Okay, critical movement,
He
yeah?
played King D6.
King D6. Oh! Like, this is exactly what we were discussing.
But will he find King F6? I don't think so. In less than 1 minute now, not possible.
King F6 तो कितना simple है. E5 pawn बच रहना सीधा. But मेरा question है King F6 के बाद अगर मैं Rook G2 खेलूं, you have Rook D1 check. You know, किसी ने मुझे एक advice दी थी, which has always like stuck with me. Like when it comes to Rook pawn endings, ना, the most crucial thing is intermezzos. Always in Rook pawn ending. Like if I play Rook G2 now, Rook D1 check acts as an intermezzo, एक बीच की चाल.
Now he played C5, so he's pushing his pawn. अब Rook C1 एक ही चाल है.
Okay, that's very tough because G3 is very tempting.
Yeah.
G3
But
is...
You know, ये -1 क्यों दिखा रहा है भाई? यहाँ पे कोई ऐसी कोई... Why is it -1 is a weird evaluation to have, no?
Equal है फिर वो. Equal है फिर वो.
55 seconds for Mustafa.
No, but time, I'm not sure if he'll find Rook C1 and King G5 though, but
I mean,
we'll see.
It's a coin flip.
It's possible. It's possible. It's like आपकी नजर किधर जा रही है उस पर depend करता है.
And this is this is a lot of stakes involved because if he goes G3 and the game then ends in a draw, the match is 50-50. Whereas if, he finds it. And if now he's obviously a big favorite.
Oh, now everything is winning, yeah?
Yeah, if you play C6 now that the point is King G5 आ रहा है.
What?
You
No,
cannot
that's very-
take.
On which move?
It's like C6 पे King G5.
But is this easy?
अब
Wait,
तो easy
that
है ना.
doesn't...
Yeah, this is not easy, no?
King G5 तो easy है ना भाई. क्योंकि देखो बाद में जाके I'm just thinking कि I'll play King F4 and I'll just sack the rook. And I'll just push the G pawn down. Like, of course I'll push my G pawn first and then I'm okay with sacking the rook.
50 seconds on the clock, no? Like, it could induce a mistake.
Could be. But maybe C6 के बाद G3 is also a logical move. Because you want to stop Rook F2 check.
He's still thinking. He has to go C6. I don't really see any other option for white.
Chat saying Sahaj bhai with the Goa wali vibe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course.
Representing the true Goan spirit.
Of course.
C6
Of
played.
course.
On only move now.
Only move. Okay, this is I think this is the most important moment of the game. If King G5 is played, he's going to win. If he plays G3, Harshavardhan survives to see another day.
And you know what? I think we had less number of cameras today, I think, in terms of the strong players, right? I think from round 2, we'll have all the cameras, right?
Oof.
A lot of fun. Imagine, like, Gukesh, Pragg, Arjun, Vidit, Arvind, Nihal. ये सब साथ में खेल रहे हैं एक टूर्नामेंट में. That is insane. No other tournament will have that, right? No other tournament in the world will have that.
That is true.
And that's
Except
why-
for Chennai Olympiad. क्योंकि वहाँ पे 3 teams थी हमारे
But
पास.
they're in one team, so this time they can knock each other out.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Oh, C7 played, but now he played King G5.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
played.
Oh, by the way, now also G3 only move. Okay, maybe that's not easy. King F4 also is a very natural move to play, I feel.
I think to be honest, it's very hard to explain the difference between these moves because it's very nuanced. And I think with 40 seconds, they're just hoping to not blunder like some Rook D5, Rook C5 idea.
Oh, bhai. G3, King D7, Black has to find A5. No chance. No chance he plays A5.
Like, there's no chance, yeah?
No chance. Only move A5.
But will he play King D7?
Yeah, you want to promote.
Only move.
Okay, but this is
insane.
King G4, I think.
He plays G3, by the way.
Okay,
Best
okay,
move.
wow.
1 minute अभी भी है. भाई थोड़ा जल्दी खेल हर्षवर्धन अभी 1 मिनट में वो कैलकुलेट नहीं कर पाएगा सब कुछ. King D7 is good.
Yeah, King D7, just play quickly.
Just play faster because you don't want your opponent to think here.
But he doesn't know na कि A5 is the only move. That's the thing. So he might think.
उसके पास और चाल क्या है King D7 के अलावा? क्या करेगा वो? Rook D5 खेल नहीं
Rook
सकता.
D5 I was
G2 है ना? I'm queening with a check.
yeah.
मेरे पास तो एक ही तो फटाफट खेलो उधर बस. You can play on time.
Critical moment. By the way, Lalit Babu's still holding, so that's going to be a draw. And you're the only 2 Indian games remaining.
Okay, but King D7, come on, Harsh. Let's go. Don't play Rook D5.
Rook D5 तो यार मतलब blunder है सीधा. Oh, play goes Rook G2. No.
Too passive.
That's very passive.
But Rook G2, what's the point? King F4, I don't see the point.
Why? There is a crazy line. If Black plays King F4, apparently White can go Rook G1 here, and now Rook takes G1 is winning for Black.
What? And if C8
This is winning for Black.
Is that his idea?
Rook D1 check. King C file पे जा नहीं सकता क्योंकि check है मेरे पास. King E7, King E से कहीं पे G2 winning. Check ही नहीं है आपके पास.
Is that his idea?
Maybe.
Rook G1 is so smart. If this is what he had in mind.
And it can completely shock your opponent. Yeah, he can be like, oh, ये क्या आ गया?
भाई Rook G1 के बाद Rook takes G1 only move.
Ooh, it's a nice trick.
Man, Rook G1 is a very nice resource by Harshavardhan.
But he has to play it now, right?
Yeah, just don't think. Just play.
Only move.
Only move, yes.
World Cup started today. Indeed, it did. And I think it's only going to get more and more fun with future rounds.
It's the first day. So if you forgot about it, you still have 27 more days to follow our coverage. That's when we'll get to know who's going to win this. 26 more days, win this prestigious event. King F4, he has to go Rook G1 now.
But a question to both of you. So let's say players are playing this event. Ideally, you want to finish it in the classical section, right? That gives you a rest day. But would you prefer battling it out in the time pressure phase of the tiebreaker and then moving forward, or would you say I want to do it in the classical? Because
depends करता है किसके साथ खेल रहा हूँ मैं. Because अगर कोई ऐसा player है who's who I'm comfortable being, because tiebreak में कुछ भी हो सकता है. I think कोई भी आप हार सकते हो.
But let's say you're guaranteed of a win. You have a choice. You want to directly qualify or you want to qualify via the tiebreak. Which one do you choose?
एक दिन classical, एक दिन
To be honest, I think, for example, I believe in myself much more in shorter formats, like shorter time controls. So I would definitely play Rook.
Played, wow, nice trick. And now only move is to take that Rook.
We either see a brilliancy or a miss now. There is no in between.
I say. If somehow Black panics here, this can totally be a panic moment. If he's not seen it and he has 50 seconds on the clock.
It's possible. By the way, Harshit, you were saying you prefer playing shorter time control?
So even if I had white pieces in the second round, it's possible that I just make a quick draw and try to focus on the tiebreaks because I really find I'm much more confident in rapid.
I'm the complete opposite. Rapid is my favorite because rapid it's a mix of both. I love that format, but blitz I will not trust myself even 1 second. I'll much rather play classical. I think it's a difference of style, I guess.
By the way, 19 seconds for Mustafa. He has to take the Rook and find Rook D1 check after that.
And then G2.
What
and played. Okay, well done.
It's not over.
Yeah.
It's not over because after Queen, he has to start with a check.
Oh, that's not a brilliancy actually. How is Rook G1 not a brilliancy?
Because it's technically wrong, right? It's not it's not solving the problem.
But it's still a sacrifice, no? White is promoting.
But it has to be it's not the best move in the position.
the only move, yeah? Rook d1 check
Rook
again.
D1 check, yeah.
What started, I mean, what I thought, oh, he plays it instantly.
He's playing like phenomenal. And just g2 and white ke paas sirf queen f8 check and you play king g3 and then it's over. It's a nice like pattern. Like अगर king e7 पे है मेरा same position, तो मैं king g3 पे रखूँगा. यहाँ पे g2, queen check, king g3 and now notice queen a3 check is not there. Very important. अब वही same situation में मेरा king e6 पे है. If you can just go back, king e6 g2, queen f8 check और king g4 पे रखूँगा क्योंकि you don't have queen c8 check. It's like it's such a nice pattern and so impressive that he found this with just seconds on his clock.
Brillante.
Yeah.
So I think Mustafa is going to take this W. And Lalit Babu still holding on. I think same position. I think it's like 100% going to be a draw. I think उसने e6 खेल लिया, king e7 पे आ गया. So I think we're going to see a draw there.
But there's been one question in the chat, I think, throughout the entire stream, like, why is Magnus not playing? Why? What's your take?
कितनी बार जीतेगा वो? हाँ? कितनी बार जीतेगा वो?
I mean,
एक ही बार जीता है वैसे technically.
हो गया ना?
I think honestly, I mean, he himself voluntarily stopped playing the World Championship cycle, and we also have a new format in chess, the
Total
World Champion. So I think he might be more interested in that World Championship cycle.
But this is also for
the winner of which qualifies to the candidates.
But this also has like rapid blitz. Like maybe there was more like temptation for Magnus to play, but he won it last time. So
and also he just recently became
a father.
A father, I think 1 month back. So maybe he wants to spend some time with his family.
True. And G2 still no moves. I think Harshavardhan realizes.
I mean, such a beautiful sequence of moves in the endgame.
Yeah.
By Mustafa.
Beautiful. I think it's going to hurt a lot, of course. He had that draw in hand, that one move, but still a nice resource, but calculation was just perfect from Black.
Yeah, this happened, G2 played.
Yeah, G2 played, queen check. We already saw those patterns. I think there is no other check possible, so I would not be surprised if we see a resignation.
Yeah. Which, obviously, we were hoping for Harshavardhan to draw this game, but great fighting spirit. You know, it's more than 5 hours that these two players have been fighting it out. It's not easy, but Harshavardhan will still have a chance to fight back tomorrow.
Wait, I think Tanya mentioned this, कि 5 घंटे खेलो and then एक गलती. Like in tennis, like you get that certain point, it's yours. Nobody can take it away. Chess में 5 घंटा खेलो, एक गलती, you know, in that when you're tired and suddenly the entire.
भाई 8.5 घंटे भी हो सकते हैं. You remember the match between Nodirbek and Erdogmus? भाई 8.5 घंटे तक he kept pushing that queen pawn versus queen endgame. भाई it was so crazy. And he held it. At 14 years old. I mean that is so impressive.
I think before we end this, we should look at that game right now. I don't know if I have it. I'll try to get it on the board. But what a game that was!
If we start looking at it, then it might be.
मतलब थोड़ा लंबा चल. It was only 180 moves or something like that.
That one, the 10 move one today. I'm talking.
Oh yeah.
That move.
मैंने वो तो 180 is too much. हर्षित कह रहा भाई नहीं.
वो यार ज़्यादा हो जाएगा.
I think in recent.
Then you active games रखा हुआ है आपने.
हाँ वो there's some issue there. We'll try to solve it for the next stream, but it doesn't show. It's showing for this one. This game, can we see the finish actually?
Oh, he mated him.
Yeah, so this was the crazy game there. And
by the way, the first brilliancy of the FIDE World Cup, the first one.
I think there should be. I don't know if there is in FIDE like game of the day. Because if there is, then I think Erdogmus surely deserves to get the prize.
That is a beautiful.
And he calculated everything beforehand. He just knew he's playing f5 like in half a second. Like I was waiting for his opponent to play. Bishop d5, king f1, took the rook.
Oh wow! Queen d1 check. Wow.
And his opponent is so nice to allow it. Yeah, queen c5.
Oh, he played queen g5.
Wow. तो देखा क्या? ये तो queen c5 मारता ना. उसने देखा नहीं शायद queen d1.
हो सकता है. But yeah, what a game,
Yeah, beautiful. So Lalit Babu, by the way, on the verge of a draw.
So I think we can see the end of this game of Harshavardhan.
He just took on e5, by the way. Check, king g4, king e5.
Yeah, hoping for a perpetual.
अब तो queen है, king h5 पे बैठा देंगे and then it is GG's.
He played.
King H2, H3 bit Roy actually. When I mean.
Oh, wait. If I can just show this variation. King H5, Queen F3, King G5, Queen G4 check.
Oh!
Queen takes G4 stalemate. Oof.
भाई
भाई अगर ये हो गया तो
भाई
फिर तो ब्लू करवानी पड़ेगा
भाई जो कलर आप बोलो crazy
very close yeah like
it's crazy what a move
but yeah of course
stalemate
King H5
Queen G5 yeah
no you
have
Queen
H6B
F3 and only then but of course it was just a fantasy very
he has just opened my mind up to like I'm looking for these stalemate ideas like kahin se to kuch kaam kare but what a find it was.
By the way, Lalit Babu's game has ended. That
nice.
is, I think, a draw. Current position, yeah, king tak khele dono. So one more game remaining for us. Wow, lot of results. Yeah, barely few draws.
Oh, एक तरीका मिल गया मुझे. Yes. So Queen G4. I'll play Queen F6. King.
Went to F8.
अरे यार Queen F6 जाना था ना. Queen
okay.
F6. King H6 is a blunder. Because Queen G7 check.
Oof.
Nice. It's a repetition. Oof. You cannot take it. Oof, beautiful.
I'm gonna run now, but okay.
ये Queen H8 check है ना मेरे पास.
No, you can just play
Queen H6.
Queen H7.
Okay,
Queen H8 check ना भाई.
Queen H7, King G5, Queen takes G6.
Oh.
मारो.
But वो Queen H8, Queen F6 simple है ना. Queen H8 and King G5, Queen F6. That's very simple. Beautiful. Queen G7 check.
Wait, what?
What?
No.
Wait.
Bye.
Queen F8 played.
Okay, but now black can give checks. So this is
वो white to play समझा था उसको.
अरे यार. ये white to play होता तो draw है.
yeah. Okay, I mean he will probably resign. Yeah?
Probably yes.
So Mustafa manages to make a nice win with the black pieces against the young Harshavardhan.
By the way, so what do you think about Divya's game tomorrow? Do you think she's coming back?
I think it's very difficult. Like I would give her a 0.23% chance.
What?
Why?
You don't know this?
Why? Reference.
Reference है भाई.
Okay.
When they asked what are the chances when Gukesh was playing against Ding in the World Championship in the last round, someone asked Vishy sir if can he win this match, and then he said 0.23%. So that's where this is coming from. So I feel there is a chance, but little chance.
Yeah. It's almost like the white queen is crawling towards the white king here, but yeah, there is nothing to do. The game is about to be over, and it's gonna be resigned soon.
Yeah,
I think the game is probably already. Oh, by the way, some checks have been given, and अच्छा मेटी है simple. I think he's just gonna.
Okay, pawn नहीं रखने दूँगा भाई. Pawn कैसे pawn?
Rook queen भी मर रही है उसके बाद. So it is GG's.
So
and that's it.
Sahaj and Harshit, day one, I think about to be over for the Indian players. I think few players lost, few players won. Ideally, when we won the candidates, Gukesh won the candidates, we had 3 out of 8 players. That made it so likely कि कोई Indian ही qualify करेगा candidates, and किया भी Gukesh ने. So you ideally want कि maximum players go into round 2.
For
but
sure.
odds improve कि कोई Indian candidates में जाएगा. अभी जहाँ एक ही Indian player है, that is Pragg. So you want the people to come back, and of course the people who want to kind of keep winning, but it's a tough tournament.
Boys, day one is about to conclude. Very exciting games. Lot of we had you, Sahaj, Tanya was also here. Tomorrow we'll have Sagar and Amruta who will join us. Thanks a lot for everyone watching. Everyone who came here to see the production team. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. for game 2 of round number 1. See you all tomorrow.
Bye.
हम ही कर रहे हैं.
Take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96 mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high-class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55 mm by 55 mm high-quality vinyl board with notation with ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India premium chess set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level. Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.